Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Today, we continue our journey through Reality Transurfing by Vadim Zeland, exploring chapters 11 to 15, where the wisdom of energy, harmony, and destiny begins to unfold. Chapter 11, Energy. Zeland reminds us that energy is the foundation of our reality. Without sufficient life force, our intentions weaken and our reality becomes unstable. By conserving emotional energy, avoiding inner and outer conflict, we regain balance and power. The key is to stay calm, centered, and aware of how our thoughts and emotions either drain or recharge our inner energy field. Chapter 12, Frailing. In this chapter, Zeland introduces the concept of frailing, a unique approach to relationships and influence. Instead of trying to control or persuade others, we align with their interests and desires. When you help others get what they want, the world naturally supports your own goals in return. Frailing transforms manipulation into cooperation, turning energy struggle into cooperation, turning energy struggle into flow. Chapter 13, Coordination. Here, we learn the art of staying balanced no matter what life throws our way. Zeland explains that coordination means refusing to see events as good or bad. Everything that happens is simply part of the path. When we stop resisting and start observing calmly, life's obstacles often turn into stepping stones. Chapter 14, Forward to the Past. In this fascinating chapter, Zeland explores how our future already exists and how we can choose which version of it to step into. By aligning our present thoughts and emotions with the desired future, we literally move toward it. Time in transurfing is not a straight line, it's a field of possibilities waiting for your conscious selection. Chapter 15, Letters from the Past. Finally, Zeland closes this section with reflections on how our past shapes the energy of our present. Old memories, regrets, or emotional attachments can pull us back into previous life tracks. To move forward, we must release those letters from the past, forgive, let go, and focus on the version of reality we wish to experience now. These chapters invite us to master our energy, harmonize with others, and walk the path of least resistance, a path where reality itself bends in our favor. If you're enjoying this journey through Reality Transurfing, don't forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next chapters, where we continue exploring the power of intention and awareness.
Chapter 11, Energy. You do not have to fight for your health or store up your energy. Simply let it in. Energy levels. To practice transurfing effectively, you have to be in a good state of health and have a relatively powerful energy field. You may think that your health is quite good as it is, but not really know what true health feels like. If you struggle to get out of bed in the morning and do not want to go to work or university, if you feel sluggish after lunch and find yourself nodding off, and in the evening wish for nothing better than to plonk yourself down in front of the television, you cannot say that you are in good health. If this describes your lifestyle, your energy levels are clearly only sufficient to support a measured existence. You will already have additional energy by reclaiming the vitality that was previously being spent on the burden of excess potentials and pendulums. However, you can never have too much energy, and so later in this chapter, I'm going to introduce a number of recommendations for ways to increase your energy levels even further. What we understand here by energy levels is the ability to absorb and use energy. There are basically two forms of energy in the human body: physiological energy and free energy. Physiological energy is attained via the digestive system. Free energy is the energy of the cosmos that passes through the body. Together, both make up our energy body. Human energy is spent on fulfilling various biological functions, but it also radiates out from the body into the space around us. There is an infinite supply of cosmic energy in the world, but as humans, we only absorb a tiny fraction of it. It passes through the body in two directions. The first current passes in an upward direction and runs 1 inch in front of the spine in men and 2 inches in front of the spine in women. The second current of energy passes in a downward direction and runs very close to the spine. The amount of free energy a person has depends on the width of their central meridians. The wider the meridians, the greater a person's energy levels will be. The meridian system was discovered long ago. We are not going to delve too deeply into a detailed description of the structure of the human energy body here. If you are interested in this topic, there is plenty of relevant literature available. The circulation of energy around the human body is a relatively complex process, but that should not overly concern you. For our purposes, it is enough to concentrate on these two central meridians. A disruption in the normal flow of energy caused because somewhere blocks and holes have appeared can manifest in the form of physical illness. The opposite is also true. An inner organ that is affected by an illness can also distort the overall picture of the energy body. It is difficult to draw a clear distinction between cases where physiological symptoms such as toxicity in the body have caused problems in the energy flow and where disturbances in the energy flow have resulted in a physiological disorder. Acupuncture, acupressure, and many other methods can help restore the normal circulation of energy in the body, curing illnesses caused by poor energy flow. However, these methods can only guarantee a short-term effect. In order to maintain a good state of health, one has to take care of the physical and the subtle bodies. Human energy levels are closely linked with the condition of the body's muscles. Muscle tension hinders the normal flow of invisible currents, which disturbs the transmission of energy throughout the energy field. A person who feels tense can enter a relaxed group of people and change the general mood in the group without uttering a word. The tension just seems to hang in the air. The other people in the group absorb the negative energy without necessarily being aware of it. Tension creates inhomogeneity in the general field, calling up balanced forces as a result. Equilibrium can be reestablished either by bringing the group energy to a common denominator or by quashing the energy potential of the opposite sign. For example, the group may tease the overly inhibited individual who has recently joined them to get them to relax. Mood and vitality are directly linked to energy levels. Depression, stress, tiredness, and apathy all are indicative of a lack of sufficient energy in the body. Physiological energy alone is not enough to support high levels of vitality. A person can be feeling physically tired but comfortable and cheerful at the same time. Likewise, a person who is well fed and rested can feel down and listless. Free energy plays the most important role in assuring a person has a proactive approach to life. When a person has no desire to do anything at all, they clearly lack free energy. A person may be able to force themselves to carry out routine functions on a background deficit of free energy, but they will find it difficult to be creative or physically active. Intention is the driver for any proactive behavior, and yet when a person has no free energy, they can have no intention. Physiological energy is spent in the physical execution of our actions. Here we will focus primarily on the first type of energy that goes into creating intention. This is in effect the energy of intention, and it is thanks to this energy that we experience the motivation to have and act. Stress and relaxation. When a person is depressed or tense, their central meridians become blocked. The meridians narrow and the circulation of free energy either slows down or stops altogether. In this state, intention loses its energy supply. When intention is blocked, a person usually becomes incapable of dealing with stressful situations effectively. Stress can also have the opposite effect on the meridians, making them suddenly dilate. When this happens, a person is capable of doing incredible things that ordinarily they would never be capable of doing. There are known examples of this, although they are rare. In the majority of cases, a person's abilities and resources are severely reduced when the body experiences high levels of stress. Every day, people come up against numerous stressful situations of varying intensity, from fairly minor incidences that are usually quickly forgotten to extremely stressful situations which can knock them off kilter for quite some time. The body's response to stress is to tense one or another muscle group. This tensing has become such a deeply ingrained habit that we do not really notice it. For example, while you read these lines, you are tensing individual facial muscles, but as soon as you pay attention to them, they relax. After a few minutes, you will forget about your face, and it will freeze once again into a mask that reflects your emotional condition. There is an erroneous but widely held belief that stress can be relieved through relaxation. By trying to relax, you are in effect railing against the symptom without eliminating the cause. Physical tension is caused by psychological tension. States of oppression, anxiety, irritation, and fear cause spasmodic muscle tension. Naturally, conscious relaxation of the muscles will give some temporary relief, but unless the mental tension is dealt with, the body will reassume its previous condition. To eliminate mental tension is essential and sufficient for importance to be reduced. The reason you are tense in the first place is because of the excess meaning you attribute to whatever is bringing you down. Stress is a consequence of importance. Stress can be instantaneously relieved by reducing importance. It is futile and harmful to create ongoing importance. You will never succeed in changing a situation for the better and acting effectively if you are carrying the heavy load of importance. When you are severely stressed, it is enough to wake up. open your eyes and become conscious of the fact that a pendulum has hooked you into your importance. It is easy enough to see what the importance relates to in each specific instance. Remind yourself, by reducing importance, you free yourself of the pendulum and can act effectively. You have to be aware of the fact that attributing something inflated meaning will always work against you. To change any difficult situation, it is enough to remember about importance and consciously reduce any excessive meaning you have connected with it. The only challenge is to remember in time. When you are stressed, your awareness is sleeping, and so you will forget that something called transurfing ever existed. To eliminate stress from your life, you have to wake up and reduce importance. If you have made a habit of paying attention to your inner voice, it will not be at all difficult to remember about importance at the necessary moment. Every time you experience a feeling of unease, ask yourself why. Where has meaning been inflated? However important the specific circumstances are to you, consciously let go of your attachment to their importance. Only after the purification of intention can you act effectively. To become immune to stress, you have to replace the old habit of stressing out over any small thing with the new habit of maintaining a relaxed state. Being in a relaxed state does not mean being listless or apathetic. It is a state of harmonious interaction with the outside world. It is balance. Balance presupposes the absence of internal and outer importance. I am neither good nor bad, and the world is neither good nor bad. I am not pathetic and insignificant, and the world is not pathetic or insignificant either. The absence of importance, or at least a low level of importance, is the main condition essential to becoming relaxed. There is no point in trying to relax when importance is inflated. For example, you can hardly expect to be able to stay superbly relaxed when you are standing at the edge of a high rooftop and have a fear of heights. If reducing importance is not an option, you can at least avoid wasting energy on trying to relax. This only increases your energy expenditure because, as well as trying to control a critical situation, you are also holding back on what you feel, which is totally futile. Instead, let go and worry to your heart's content. For the practice of transurfing, you have to be able to swiftly induce a relaxed state in any circumstance. This does not require any verbal self-suggestion because the muscles are governed by intention and not words. The majority of the body's muscles can be relaxed consciously simply by being aware of them. It is enough to simply scan your body with your inner eye to release any contradiction. It can be enough to simply scan your body with your inner eye to release any contradiction. We do not usually focus our attention on our muscles until we experience physical discomfort, and so there will also be certain muscle groups that have forgotten how to obey intention. This is connected with the modern-day sedentary lifestyle that most people lead. For example, it is difficult to control the back muscles consciously, and so with age, people tend to develop back pain. However banal it may sound, it is absolutely essential to regularly stretch and exercise the back. The whole procedure of inducing a relaxed state consists in the following. Without hurrying, quickly scan your body with your inner eye and release any contraction. Focus your attention on the entire surface of your body in one go. Imagine that your skin is a membrane that suddenly and rapidly warms through the form from the inside out. Focus your attention on the surface of your body. Imagine this stage in any way you like. Your skin is warming up, covered in a tingling sensation or electrical discharge. The important thing is to feel your skin. Now imagine that energy is sparkling all over the surface of your body like iridescence on a soap bubble. In this moment, you are a part of the universe and are in perfect balance with it. There is no need to try and simulate any special sensation. Everyone experiences these things differently. There is no need to try at all, in fact. Do the exercise as if in passing, but decisively nonetheless. The integral feeling you experience when you feel the entire surface of your body overflowing with energy is equivalent to a state of relaxation, balance, and oneness with the world. After you have practiced the exercise a few times, you will begin to achieve this state instantly, and soon, inducing a relaxed state will be as easy as folding your arms. Energy vampires. We are all swimming in an ocean of energy, but accessing this energy is not that simple, because it is not differentially distributed in relation to man. To consciously access this energy, a person has to intentionally widen their meridians and consciously draw the flow into the body. You drink water consciously and intentionally, but are unable to draw in energy with the same clarity of sensation. People are in principle capable of intentionally recharging from the cosmos, but this ability remains limited to its embryonic stage. It is much easier to absorb someone else's energy that has already been assimilated by the human body than to draw energy from the cosmos. So-called energy vampires exploit this fact. The human form of energy is easy to assimilate because it has a specific frequency. To take someone else's energy, it is enough to tune into their frequency in the same way that an oscillation circuit radio does not pick up all radio waves, but picks up on those for which it is configured. Vampires feed on energy that has already been assimilated by other people, and to do this, they attune themselves to the frequency of the energy their victim is emanating. A vampire subconsciously finds various ways of attuning to the frequency of their victim's energy. An energy vampire may saddle up to you with innocent questions, stare you in the eyes, try to touch you, hold your hand, or pester you with intrusive conversation. The energy vampire knows how to adapt and respond to character, and looks for a way of stealing into the victim's soul to get to their frail. This is the behavior of the stealthy vampire. As a rule, the energy vampire is a good psychologist, communicative but not charming, as well as tenaciously intrusive. This usually comes across straight away, although being aware that their behavior is irritating, the energy vampire will try very hard to present themselves in a different light. Another type of vampire is the manipulator. As you know, the manipulator plays on feelings of guilt. The manipulator vampire unconsciously seeks out people who are inclined to give themselves up to another's judgment or request advice when they are in a quandary. Anyone with the slightest guilt complex is likewise subconsciously searching for the one who will accuse them and then immediately pardon them. Support and advice is sought by those who doubt their own convictions and are willing to give themselves up to another's judgment. So the vampire and the donor find each other and fulfill each other's needs. The manipulator easily attunes to the frequency of its victim. The technique here is very simple. The manipulator has only to touch on the surface of the problem that is worrying their victim, and they will open up immediately, making their energy freely available. The third type of vampire, the provocateur, is more coarse and aggressive. Without really thinking about it, this type makes a direct assault on the aura, trying to throw its victim off balance. You already know very well how provocateurs behave. They will use all means available to them, from implicit bullying to overt aggression. Their priority is to make the donor lose it, so that rudeness, irritation, resentment, fear, and hostility gush from them. It does not really matter what the emotion is specifically. Anything will do. People become energy vampires unconsciously, and their need to suck other people's energy is equally as unconscious. Throughout their life, they notice that certain situations give them a lift and a sense of fulfillment, and they are compelled to recreate the experience. After a session, the vampire's donor usually feels very drained. So if after talking to someone you feel exposed, vulnerable, weak, or shaky, you can assume that your energy has been sucked. That said, it is pendulums that take the lion's share of free human energy. We have described how they do this already. Pendulums take energy through the importance meridian. Unlike the vampire that may pose a threat for a short period of time, pendulums can suck energy constantly, the whole time a person is transmitting energy at that pendulum's frequency. When something is worrying you or bringing you down, your energy levels are weakened, and other people and animals can intuit this on an energetic level. When your awareness and self-confidence are at a low point, of all the people walking along the street, the dog will choose to bark furiously at you, and the gypsy will choose you to pester and pressure into giving her your money. An energy vampire can take a good dosage of energy from you when your defenses are low, and you can easily find yourself drawn into a tricky situation. There is no need to start looking out for potential energy vampires in everyone you meet. By being obsessively cautious, you create access to your biofield. Strengthening your energy body, keeping an eye on your importance levels, and developing conscious awareness will help protect you from negative influence. A developed awareness will help you to remain conscious in the moment that someone tries to pull you into a game or a trap. Maintaining a low importance level makes it much harder for someone to attune to your frequency. You should also remain very aware of any feelings of guilt that might plague you. While I am empty, there is nothing for anyone to hook into. Most manipulator vampires will leave you alone if they have made 1 or 2 unsuccessful attempts to hook into you, and a strong auric field will provide you with reliable protection from any unwanted interference. The protective shield. The human body is surrounded by an invisible energy field called an aura. The average person is not aware of feeling their aura, but they can imagine it. To sense your aura, feel the surface of your whole body like you do when you slide into a hot bath. Notice that I did not say, try to feel the surface of your body. Just do it. When you dive straight in and do not assume that you must first try to do something before it will work, you will find that you can do it the first time around and not have to practice. Energy moves in a slow wave from the center of your body and then spills over onto the surface, forming a ball. Imagine being surrounded by the ball of your energy body. It does not matter that you cannot physically touch it. With your imagination alone, you have taken the first step toward managing your energy body, and with time, you will begin to get a physical sense of it. People who have psychic abilities can see auras as well as any defects in the aura. In fact, everyone is born with extrasensory perception abilities, but they do not use them, and so the talent lies dormant. Latent abilities can be awakened instantly or over a lengthy period of time by practicing exercise. It is all a matter of the power of your intention. Of course, it is not easy to acquire the full power of intention, but for our purposes, it is enough to have sufficient power of intention to keep your energy levels healthy. A weak aura will always leave you open to the possibility of assault upon your energy field. You can develop and maintain healthy energy levels by regularly performing the following exercise. It is very simple and does not take up much time. First, stand in a comfortable, relaxed position. Breathe in and imagine a flow of energy coming out of the ground, entering the perineal region and moving up the spine, exiting the head and extending upwards into the sky. Now breathe out and imagine that a flow of energy is descending from the sky. The flow of energy enters the head, moves along the spine, and passes out and down into the ground. You do not necessarily have to have a sense of the physical flow of the energy. It is enough just to imagine it. With time, your sensitivity will develop and you will learn to feel the energy moving. Next, imagine both currents moving towards each other simultaneously without crossing, each in its own meridian. At first, practice the in-breath and out-breath, but after a while, try to let go of tying the flows of energy to the rhythm of your breathing. You can quicken the flow, imbuing it with power using the strength of your imagination. Now imagine that the ascending flow exits the body and pours downwards over the head in a fountain shape. Similarly, the descending flow exits the body and passes in the opposite direction, directly under the feet. You now have two fountains, one above you and one below you. Mentally unite the spray of both fountains so that you are enveloped inside a sphere of energy. Then draw your attention to the surface of your body. Feel the surface of your skin and extend the same feeling out into the sphere like a balloon that gets bigger when you blow into it. When you mentally inflate the surface of your skin, the sphere created by the meeting of fountains becomes firmly established. You should remain relaxed throughout the exercise and avoid creating tension by trying too hard to feel the energy physically. Do not worry initially about not being able to get a physical sense of the central meridians. You are so used to them that you have stopped feeling them, just as you no longer feel any other healthy inner organ. From time to time, practice regularly concentrating your attention on your energy currents, and you will soon come to sense them physically, perhaps not with the same immediacy as touch, but tangibly nonetheless. This is energy training. By joining the currents into a sphere, you create a protective shield around your body. By extending the surface energy of the body into the sphere, you strengthen the shield until it acquires a stable condition. This exercise is invaluable. Firstly, the shield protects your energy from being undermined. Secondly, by training your energy levels, you cleanse the subtle meridians. The blocks that prevent the flow of energy dissipate, and the holes in the aura that cause energy to be lost close up. This is a gradual process. Nothing is going to happen just like that. On the other hand, you will save yourself from constantly having to seek the assistance of psychics, reflexologists, masseuses, etc., being able to restore the healthy circulation of your energy independently. You should be aware that of itself, your energy body will not protect you from vampires and pendulums because the freeloaders pump energy by adjusting their settings to your frequency. When a pendulum tries to hook into its prey, the victim's state of balance is undermined. In this moment, you have to wake up and reduce importance if you are to defeat the pendulum. Then the muscles will relax. Your energy levels will be restored to a state of balance, and the pendulum will fall through into emptiness. If you are not swaying, the swaying pendulum cannot take your energy. Conscious awareness is essential if you are to develop control in moments when you involuntarily lose your inner balance. Increasing your energy levels. Increasing your energy levels does not involve accumulating large reserves of energy. This might sound a little strange because we are so used to popular phrases such as, "I do not have enough energy," or "I am full of energy." Only physiological energy can be stored. All you have to do is eat good food and get enough rest, and the energy is stored as calories. However, the human body has no way of storing free energy, which it takes from the cosmos. If a person's meridians are wide enough, they will run free energy. But if they are narrow, the flow of energy will be impaired. So high energy levels first and foremost depend on the width of the meridians. Free energy is permanently present in a limitless quantity at every point of the field. You can literally take as much as you can carry. You have to learn to draw in free energy and experience yourself as part of the universe. And rather than doing it once, you should work to establish a continuous feeling of oneness with the world around you on an energetic level. People think that if they build up huge energy reserves, they will become strong and successful. They try and accumulate energy as a way of preparing to impact the outside world with inner intention. As you already know, the attempt to alter or conquer the world by force is a difficult, fruitless, ineffective task that requires a huge expenditure of energy. Anyone who relies solely on inner intention in their interaction with the world thinks too highly of themselves, for in reality, we are all just a single drop in a massive ocean. Outer intention does not try to change the world or fight it. Outer intention simply chooses what it needs from life. In the alternative space shop, outer intention does not need to haggle for goods or wrangle them out of the shop assistant. You do not have to build up energy to work with outer intention because it is super abundant and all present. We are practically swimming in it. To focus on deliberately accumulating energy is like swimming in a lake and filling your cheeks to keep some water in reserve just in case the lake water runs out. Do not try to accumulate energy. Just allow it to pass freely through you in the form of two counter-directional currents. It can be helpful to imagine these two currents joining in counter-directional fountains, but that is all you need to do. Do not strive to become a bundle of energy. Rather, imagine yourself to be a drop in the ocean. Allow your consciousness to feel that it is an integral part of the universe, in oneness with it, and then its entire energy will be at your disposal. Rather than accumulating energy in your body, merge with the energy of the universe. Expand your sphere of energy and dissolve it into the space around, retaining the awareness that in form you are a separate particle. Then, by just touching on outer intention with your little finger, you will achieve in a short period of time things that would never have been possible to achieve with the power of inner intention. I am talking, of course, about achieving your personal goals, not the intention to rearrange someone's face. For one's immediate needs can only really be met by the power of inner intention. A person should have plenty of free energy if their meridians are not restricted. The meridians suffer from two major limitations: the body getting clogged up and continual stress. Energy cannot flow freely if the body is toxic, and stress causes the meridians to narrow even further. When the meridians are compromised, short bursts of energy are usually followed by long periods of recovery. This makes it difficult for a person to live a full active life, instead of just eking out a measured existence. As a person gets older, they stop developing. Life takes on a slower rhythm. Work with the meridians, all but comes to a halt, and the meridians gradually atrophy. The meridians are worked at times when life requires you to power intention to its highest level of intensity. We stimulate intention and consequently our meridians when we work towards vital goals, but as soon as the main peaks have been taken, the bar of intention is gradually lowered. The time comes when all you want to do in the evenings, and perhaps during the day too, is to sink into an armchair in front of the television. The meridians narrow, the energy of intention fades, and life becomes a burden, not a joy. Fortunately, this can all be easily put to rights in a way that does not involve forcing your intention to conquer new peaks. Meridians can be developed by doing energy exercises. The positive effect will be compounded the more that you tune into the feeling of your central energy currents and subtle body. This condition has a number of advantages. It helps induce a feeling of balance and harmony with the world. It increases your sensitivity to changes in the environment and enables you to go easily with the flow. It plugs you into the information field, an unlimited source of creativity. It gives you access to the energy of the cosmos. You radiate harmonious energy. which creates an oasis of prosperity and success around you. Most importantly, it keeps you functioning at the meeting point between heart and mind, bringing you closer to outer intention. Your ability to direct outer intention develops, which means that your desires are met more quickly and more easily. You can begin the process of change by turning on the energy fountains from time to time during the day and trying to strengthen them by picturing them in your mind without trying too hard. If during the exercise your head begins to feel heavy, it means the ascending flow is stronger than the descending current. Focus your attention on the descending current and strengthen it slightly. The energy currents have to be balanced so that they meet halfway up the body. From this point in the body, mentally picture the currents radiating throughout the energy sphere, and your sense of the subtle body should become clearer. You should experience an integral feeling of the ascending and descending currents together with a sense of your entire energy body. If you concentrate your attention on the descending current, your energy center will shift downwards, and vice versa. If you concentrate on the ascending current, your energy will accumulate in the upper part of the body. Aside from this, your physical center of gravity will shift in accordance with your energy center. You can use this quality to your advantage in sport. If you require good stability in the legs, such as in skiing, you can strengthen the descending current, whereas if you need to jump high, you can work on strengthening the ascending current. Martial arts masters have a good understanding of the quality of energy currents in the body. There are other types of energy masters who can stay so firmly fixed to a certain spot when they are concentrating on the descending current that it is impossible to move them. And likewise, there are energy masters who can concentrate on the ascending current and jump to unimaginable heights. You can practice paying attention to the central meridians when doing any kind of physical exercise. Just do not try too hard. Being overly diligent never pays off. From time to time, turn your inner sight to the area just in front of the spine. Imagine the ascending current rising and the descending current moving downwards. If you regularly practice running your central meridians, you will gradually develop the skill of feeling them. It might seem as if some movements are totally at odds with how you are visualizing your energy. Be patient. With time, you will learn to easily correlate any movement with a sense of your energy flow. Concentrating your attention on the central meridians during weight training can significantly increase your energy levels. During the exertion stage of a lift, focus your attention on the muscles. Then when you make the opposite movement and the muscles relax, shift your attention to the central meridians. The movement of relaxing the muscles should be held for 1 or 2 seconds to give sufficient time to feel the movement of the energy. Take pulling on the bar as an example. At the start of the lift, the breath is held, and then the lift is completed and followed by an out-breath. Attention is focused on the exertion. Then, on the return, there is an in-breath. The muscles relax and attention shifts to the central meridians. During the return, imagine your energy moving simultaneously in both directions. You should fully extend the arms and hang with arms relaxed for 1 to 2 seconds. At this point, you should clearly sense the flow of energy as if it had been suddenly freed and was gradually beginning to move. Do not try to quicken the flow of energy when the muscles are relaxed. Let go and allow the currents to pass freely. In contrast, the central meridians can be pushed with force when doing press-ups. Once you have positioned your hands on the floor with your elbows bent, on the out-breath, mentally picture pushing the energy hard. Do the in-breath and out-breath in any order you feel comfortable with to avoid creating unnecessary tension, but as in the majority of strength-building exercises, the breath is held or the out-breath is made at the exertion stage and an in-breath at the relaxed stage. You stimulate the strengthening of the meridians just by giving them your attention. Alternating contraction and relaxation will stimulate them still further if you direct your attention properly. At the stage of contraction, the meridians stop and tighten like springs. During relaxation, the springs straighten and the power of the energy flow increases. After contraction accumulated, compressed energy is released and literally forces its way through the central meridians. Increasing your energy levels not only gives you more vitality, it increases your power of influence. The quality of your energy becomes richer, which can be very useful when you need to influence or persuade someone of something. Techniques exist that enable a person to exert dominant energetic influence over others. However, these techniques contradict the principle of transurfing, which asserts that we have the right to choose, but not the right to change things. The world does not need to be pressured or fought, and taking this approach is a highly ineffective way of achieving your goals. As you know, the world usually responds to being pressured by pressuring in return. The higher your energy levels, the better people will treat you because subconsciously they will sense your energy and even to some extent benefit from it. However, the majority of people do not feed on personal energy deliberately like pendulums do. It is as if they are simply swimming in your energy because your fountains are abundantly overflowing. People inevitably become well disposed towards you because you are providing them with a source of excess energy. People are so used to giving their energy away to pendulums that they are always delighted to be on the receiving end. So-called magnetic or charismatic personalities are one such source. It is hardly surprising that people like this are said to have an inexplicable charm or magnetism. What would you find more attractive, a pool of stagnating water or a pure spring? There is no need to worry that other people are using your energy. The small quantity of excess energy you give away to others will only work in your favor. When you are waiting for a very important meeting, abandon importance and activate your central meridians until they are flowing in fountains. When your energy is running well, you do not need half as many clever words or convincing arguments. Simply turn on the fountains. By drawing free energy towards you and letting it pass through your energy body, you make the same energy available to others. They will be able to feel it on a subconscious level, and without being aware of the reason, they will feel well disposed towards you. The secret of your charm will be a mystery to them. The energy of intention. As we said at the beginning, energy enters the human body in the form of central currents of energy flow, which are programmed by a person's thoughts, and on exiting the body, adopt the same parameters as that person's thoughts. The programmed energy builds up in the corresponding sector of the alternative space, which causes that reality alternative to be realized materially. The programming is appropriate only if the heart and mind are one. Otherwise, the thought energy is like radio frequency interference. You can fulfill basic actions in the material world with the power of inner intention, but the material realization of a potential reality in the alternative space can only be powered by outer intention, generated when the heart and mind are united in their aspirations. The power of outer intention is proportional to your energy levels. Outer intention is a total commitment combined with high energetic potential. Energy levels can be increased by training the central meridians and cleansing the body. Transurfing also recommends another excellent technique to widen the channels, visualizing the process. You need to have some initial intention to increase the energy of intention. The technique involves the following affirmation: my channels are widening and my intention energy is increasing. During the energy exercise, visualize the affirmation as a process. As you know, the essence of the visualization technique lies in the statement that today is better than yesterday and tomorrow will be better than today. Switch on your energy fountains and repeat the affirmation in your mind that your intention energy is increasing with every passing day. This way, intention will support itself and your energy levels will increasingly rise. Do not forget that the intention to improve your biofield must be purified of importance and desire potentials. Diligence and gusto in the attempt to enhance the energy flow will cause the reverse and create a block. Intention relies on focus, not gusto. It is only by focusing on the process that you achieve the desired result. Performing the exercises with maximum effort is a waste of time and energy if the mind is busy dreaming of something else while you are doing them. Loosen the grip of diligence and focus on action. The step of intention. Imagine an average newborn brought into a society where people age very slowly and live to the age of around 300 years old. How long do you think the child will live for? What I'm trying to say is that from birth, people are taught the standard script that health deteriorates with age. The body withers, and in the end we all die, which we can undoubtedly be explained by standard physiological causes. However, if you look at the aging process from the point of view of transurfing, it is really just another induced transition. You could even say that aging is the lengthiest induced transition we experience, occurring slowly, but very surely. The aging script is so familiar and obvious that it would never occur to anyone to doubt it. All attempts to change the script have been reduced to the discovery of all sorts of elixirs. Even the achievements of contemporary pharmacology and genetics fail to deliver tangible results. One can only conclude that the physiological factor comprises just one portion of the aging process. Exactly what portion the induced transition accounts for is impossible to say, but that does not really matter. The important thing is to be conscious of the fact that the transition exists. From early childhood, we are convinced that the aging process is inevitable. Over the course of a person's life, they receive endless confirmation of the aging process from their own personal experience and the experience of others. At every birthday celebration, theatrical demonstrations of good wishes are made, calling for good health and longevity. But everyone knows that these good wishes mean nothing and have absolutely no impact on the script. On the contrary, translated into the language of fact, what these well-meaning words are really saying is that your health is far from what it used to be, and the years are passing. These are the slight oscillations or flirtations of a destructive pendulum. Sooner or later, you will begin to feel that 10 years or so ago, you had so much more strength and energy. You will want to share these thoughts with someone else. That someone will instantly appear to enthusiastically develop the topic of conversation. The theme of illness is no less popular in polite small talk now than the weather. By participating in such conversations, you radiate energy at the same frequency as the destructive pendulum, i.e., you agree to play the game. The pendulum may send you a prod in the form of exhaustion or malaise. Your condition will worry you deeply, and you think to yourself, I must be unwell. This is your response to the pendulum's sway. Having received a bout of energy, the pendulum prods you again, making it hurt even more. You go to the doctor who confirms your illness, and the process continues to unfold. The pendulum receives energy and sways even harder. By the time the crisis hits, the pendulum will already have taken everything it can, leaving you alone to begin your recovery, if of course the induced transition has not thrown its victim onto an invalid lifeline. Does this mean that you should not go to the doctor or take any medicine, and should refuse all help in coping with your illness? No. To refuse a possible cure for an illness that has reached a developed stage is irresponsible and reckless, and certainly no way to leave the game. The issue is how to avoid being drawn into the game in the first place. You may comment to a colleague, I have not seen you for a while. Why were you not at work? To which your colleague will undoubtedly answer, I was ill. Note that they do not say that they were healing. They say they were ill. To the question, what is wrong? The answer will be, I am ill. Of course, it would sound unnatural to answer these questions with, I was or am healing. People are so used to playing the illness game that cure is seen as an attribute or side effect of the game, but not as a goal in its own right. The pendulum's game begins with you willingly accepting the symptoms of the illness. In other words, gripping the end of the spiral of an induced transition. The pendulum's first push can be defeated if you do not take the symptoms seriously. Quietly turn away, there and then, and forget about them. If that does not work, you can still the pendulum sway by taking basic preventative measures. If you do get sick, play the treatment game, not the illness game. To play the illness game means to suffer passively, to take part in conversations about various maladies, to whinge, complain, and capriciously demand care and sympathy from those around you, to consider your malaise an indispensable attribute, to flaunt your ill health like a child that must be constantly fussed over, and to eagerly seek out information connected with various ailments. To play the healing game means to take active interest in possible cures, to make efforts to live a healthy lifestyle, to treat your illness with humor, and to focus your attention on improving how you feel, striving towards health and communicating with like-minded individuals. You can see that these are two different games. In the illness game, you participate in the role of passive victim, radiating energy at the frequency of the destructive pendulum. The vortex of the induced transition drags you ever closer to its center. In the healing game, you participate as a proactive creator and master of your own life, ruling your own destiny and thereby shifting onto healthy lifelines. If you are already trying to play the healing game, ask yourself whether you are playing it sufficiently sincerely. The problem is that it is so easy to kid yourself. You might know in your mind that you should be leading a healthy lifestyle, giving up bad habits, getting more physical exercise and eating good foods, etc. But in reality, old habits die hard. You try to follow the rules of a healthy lifestyle because you know it will be good for you, but in the end, laziness gets in the way and you just cannot be bothered. That is not a clean game. That is the I am ill and they will make me better game. On an energetic level, this game is no different from the illness game because you are playing at healing from a position of duress rather than personal conviction. When the intention is neither clean nor sincere, the results will be the same. Attempts made by representatives of the fairer sex to lose weight are a perfect illustration of a tainted game. They torture themselves with diets, forcing themselves to do the unwanted to get rid of the weight. I am ill, but they will heal me. They abhor their weight and figure, which, as you know, is the perfect requirement to radiate energy at the frequency of lifelines where their weight and figure will be exactly the way they currently feel about them. Women do not actually like their diets. They would much rather have the food they usually eat. If this is the game you are playing, abandon self-coercion. At best, it will bring temporary, minor results. Self-coercion frightens the subconscious, which makes it resist. In the end, the subconscious will have its own way, so you can expect to ditch the diet and gain even more weight than before. The only conclusion worth drawing is that if you want to be healthy and beautiful, you have to change your lifestyle. This means giving up old habits and acquiring new ones, not from necessity, but from a place of conviction. You must have strong motivation and intention, and your intention must be pure. You cannot hope to radiate energy at the frequency of healthy lifelines or to transition to these lifelines if you do the same as you have always done. It is not as difficult as it might seem to make a change in lifestyle. Changing old habits is a matter of intention and time, and not much time at that. The choice is yours. Illness pendulums. Everyone has been ill at some point in their life. Being ill usually brings a mass of problems and anxieties with it, making one prone to negative thoughts and emotions. This energy then emanates through your personal space, providing fertile soil for the development of pendulum-related illnesses that absorb negative energy so efficiently. Pendulums generated by illness are among the most powerful of all pendulums. They are primarily the diseases and epidemics themselves, as well as the various pendulums of the medical world that stand in opposition to them. You can imagine what influential structures these encompass. Whole clinics, sanatoriums, research agencies, factories, pharmacies, educational institutions. The medical pendulums declare their goal to be the battle against disease. In practice, this battle generates a massive spectrum of negative phenomena characteristic of destructive pendulums because their main idea is still to hold on to existing adherents and attract new ones. For example, classical medicine is hostile to all traditional healing methods, i.e., any method not belonging to it. Any criticism of outdated or mistaken ideas originating from adherents of alternative healing methods is automatically proclaimed unscientific. Any New Age healing method will be met with extreme cynicism. In turn, adherents of alternative medicine have nothing against throwing the odd stone into the garden of the orthodox, should it come to that. No one gripped by the leverage of an illness or medicine pendulum can reclaim the feeling of their youth, or the time in their life when their health-related issues were the last thing in their mind. If your health is not causing you any problems, you just do not give it any thought, and consequently, your energy lacks the kind of frequency characteristic of illness pendulums. To one degree or another, everyone becomes gradually more susceptible to pendulums with age. Once you begin radiating energy at the frequency of the pendulum, you lose energy and create dependency, which facilitates your transition to lifelines saturated with illness. To reclaim your former state of health, all ties with pendulums must be cut. To cut the ties, you have to block any information generated by illness pendulums and refuse to participate in their games, i.e., applying the approach of defeating the pendulum. If you are seriously ill, you should play the healing game and care for your whole body, i.e., applying the approach of stilling the pendulum's sway. Every day, drug companies show advertisements featuring happy people depending on a certain medicine for their health. And because they have their health, they are highly successful in all areas of their life. It is a tempting carrot and works every time because, as we have already discussed, the majority of people live their lives in a semi-conscious state. Your brain is programmed to go to the chemist, take the medicine, and receive your reward. Complete order in all your affairs. But that is the least of it. There is another deeper, more insidious program that is subtly planted into the advertising. Think about it. The people shown in the advertisements are generally normal, attractive, and thoroughly successful individuals. Are they really any better than you? All these individuals have some kind of health problem, but quickly recover thanks to the medicine they are taking. And you are the same. It is drummed into our conscious and subconscious minds that we are all either predisposed to illness, already sick, or will soon come down with something, and most people accept these game conditions. This is the true face as opposed to the declared face of the destructive pendulum. Its true task is not to cure the individual, but to claim them as an adherent, to successfully convey the idea that they are ill and therefore must take their medicine. Another curious method used to attract adherents is a poor weather forecast. The core of the forecast is made up of information on magnetic storms, fluctuations in atmospheric pressure, and other adverse factors. Note that these phenomena occur to one degree or another practically on a daily basis. A prognosis is then formed on the basis of these data detailing which health issues will be most affected by the weather conditions and who can expect to particularly suffer that day or the next. At first, it is amusing to hear the pendulum almost choking its way through the list of illnesses and inevitable consequences for those who suffer from them. Then it seems freakishly disturbing as it dawns on you what terribly destructive thought patterns are being programmed into the minds of conscious and less conscious individuals who are already unwell. When you hear such a negative prognosis, you might think that it would be better not to go out of the house at all, and that you might as well get ready to climb into your own grave. It is natural that adverse factors will have some effect on our health, but why create the expectation from the very outset? Many people, particularly the elderly, listen to the pendulum's effusions and program themselves beforehand for ailments and aggravations as if they had been sentenced to suffering. The weather forecast and its prognosis for ill health is a perfect illustration of the pendulum's brazen and cynical desire to subjugate people to its will. The most classical topic is the conversations we have with friends and relatives about our health. As a rule, the conversation does not focus on the theme of strengthening one's health. It centers around the theme of illness and medication. One gleefully describes how they suffer from various ailments, and the other readily grunts in response that this is what happens when you get a bit long in the tooth. People who participate in this kind of conversation actively radiate energy at the frequency of illness pendulums, and their energy is just as infectious as pathogenic microbes. Avoid this kind of company, otherwise the frequencies of illness will unexpectedly creep up on you. It is easy to spot an illness pendulum. It lures you with information about various diseases and their treatments. If you decide to ignore the information and let it pass you by without taking it so seriously, the pendulum will be discouraged and leave you alone. This is its defeat. If you respond to the information with healthy laughter and take a couple of digs at it, the pendulum will bolt in terror in the opposite direction. This is the stilling of the pendulum's sway. By parting with illness pendulums, you become completely free, but the freedom does not last for long. It is human nature to want to become the adherent of one pendulum or another, and so sooner or later you will again risk falling under the influence of their illnesses. To protect yourself, you have to shift out of the state of limbo that can set in once you have sided with recovery pendulums that govern everything related to strengthening the body and spirit. Become an adherent of a healthy lifestyle, and you will see how joyful and exciting it is compared with the dull, burdensome battle with disease. Obviously, if a person consistently takes good care of themselves, they will radiate energy at the frequency of healthy lifelines and be far too busy to have anything to do with illness. You can see that there are two completely contrasting lifestyles, one based on healing illness and the other on looking after your health. Clearly, in relation to ill health, the first relates to inner intention and the second to outer intention. Which lifestyle you will live is entirely your choice. Summary. Physiological energy is spent on the execution of physical action. Intention depends on free energy. Free energy passes through the body in two opposing currents. The energy of intention is blocked when you are stressed. To get rid of stress, wake up and drop importance. If reducing importance is not possible, there is no point in wasting energy trying to relax. You can strengthen your protective shield by performing energy exercises. Do not try and accumulate energy, just let it freely pass through you. High energy levels depend on wide central meridians. Performing energy exercises is an effective way of strengthening the meridians. Cleansing the body will significantly widen the meridians. Inner intention is focused on being ill and getting better. Outer intention is focused on leading a healthy lifestyle. Never accept the game of destructive illness pendulums. During the exercises, pay attention to the central meridians. Intention lies in focused concentration, not gusto and diligence. Chapter 12. Frailing. Abandon the intention of receiving. Replace it with the intention of giving, and you will receive the very thing you gave up. Intention in relationships. We tend to measure our success in life, on the one hand, by the level of our achievements, and on the other, by the volume of problems we have amassed. Transurfing helps us not to fight problems, and rather than how to solve them, how to avoid coming up against them in the first place. In the context of transurfing, our goals are also achieved in an uncommon way with the help of outer intention. One way or another, all our problems and achievements are born of our relationships with other people, personal and professional. The question is, can outer intention be applied to relationships? The trouble is that outer intention is elusive, difficult to control, and not subject to personal will. However, there are techniques you can use to activate its function implicitly. With a certain approach, outer intention can be set in motion so that it works independently, irrespective of your will, but nonetheless in your favor. Instead of working with personal inner intention, you can learn to work with the inner intention that motivates others. If you let go of your own inner intention, outer intention will activate the workings of inner intention in others. Outer intention can give you what you want in life with a simple wave of a hand because it does not want anything for itself, and it does not particularly have to do anything. It simply allows inner intention, which is attuned to the frequencies of the external world, to work unhindered. Use other people's inner intention to achieve your goals. Despite how selfish this last phrase may sound, it does not actually mean that you are using or abusing other people. It is more a matter of not getting in the way of letting them do what they really want to do. At the end of the day, all problems arise due to a conflict of interests surrounding inner intention. Motivated by personal interest, one person tries to get something from another, who has different plans, and is intent on having things their way. How can different interests be balanced and the needs of both fulfilled? It is a difficult task, is it not? And yet, it is not really. It comes down to finding the common ground in each other's inner intentions. A sense of self-worth lies at the core of inner intention. In the world of pendulums, the only things that truly motivate a person, at the same time as limiting their freedom, are inner and outer intention. Our sense of self-worth is linked with inner importance. As informational energy entities, pendulums are created by groups of people and later continue to exist independently, finally subjecting people to their own laws. The pendulums use importance to establish their control. This is why, for the majority of people, enhancing their sense of self-worth is a key determinant in the formation of their intentions. Other determinants relate to frail and the needs of the heart, but to a much lesser extent. As a rule, frail accounts for a very minor portion of our motivations and is poorly developed, muffled by the constant need to maintain one's self-esteem in a world based on pendulums. To activate the power of outer intention in human relationships, you have to first break down one more false belief. You may often hear what would appear to be very appropriate advice. If trying to change others does not work, start by changing yourself. This saying immediately evokes a feeling of inner discomfort and protest. So I am imperfect and need to change, but I so do not want to. And quite right that you do not want to. Do not try to change others, but also do not try to change yourself. Whatever you do to try and change yourself or others will be the ineffective and harmful work of inner intention. Problems can be better solved using a different approach. Allow others to realize their inner intention. The act of allowing will stir outer intention, which will cause your inner intention to be realized seemingly of its own accord. Imagine a woman who is itching to get married, but for reasons she cannot understand, her husband is resisting and fobbing her off with excuses. Working with inner intention, the woman focuses all her thoughts on trying to persuade her partner to get married. Pressuring him will not resolve the situation, and she will end up creating excess potential with her powerful desire and the importance she attributes to getting married. As a result, balanced forces will no doubt steal her loved one away. So what was the problem? Maybe her partner was not committed to the relationship or was no longer in love with her? Of course not. The woman transformed their love relationship into a dependent relationship, making marriage the deal breaker. If you loved me, you would agree to marry me. For outer intention to work, the woman would have to let go of her attachment to persuade her partner to marry her and ask herself, what does a man look for in a marriage? The answer is not difficult to find. He undoubtedly wants to know that his needs will be met and that he will feel loved, valued, respected, and admired, etc. If the woman were to direct her energy towards helping him meet these needs, she would not only meet her own goal, but would succeed in having her own similar needs met. What if you feel the man in question does not deserve your love and respect? Well, why be with someone in the first place if you feel that way about them? Everyone is free to choose. As you can see, there is no need to change yourself. The thing is that the open window is in a different place than where we usually look. As a rule, people are so consumed with what they want to get from others that they do not bother to find out what those other people want. By shifting your attention to the desires and motivations of others, you will easily find your own needs met. All it takes is for you to ask yourself what the focus is of your partner's inner intention. This is effectively like flying backwards from the pane of glass and finally spotting the open window. Next, all that remains is to refocus your inner intention on realizing your partner's inner intention. By doing this, you transform your personal inner intention into outer intention. Very often, inner intention is aimed at attracting attention and presenting oneself in the best possible light, or you may be worried about something that is not going very well. Imagine that you were going to a party. You may imagine that all the other people invited will have their eyes on you and be aware of where you are all the time, for they have gathered with the sole purpose of discussing what you are wearing, how you move, and what you talk about. If you were to hear someone in the group laughing, you would assume they were laughing at you, and you would catch so many disparaging looks. I sympathize. You have, of course, twigged that the situation should be interpreted in the opposite way. Everyone else at the party is primarily concerned with themselves and what other people think about them. How they treat other people is the last thing on their mind, so you can relax, take it easy, and feel free. Do not try to act with a lack of pretension or affectation. Just gift yourself the quality of naturalness and ease. Remember that setting yourself the goal of acting in an unaffected manner does not work. Of course, you might get somewhere with the help of slides, but that takes time, and the party is today. You can only achieve a state of being unaffected if you eliminate importance. However, reducing importance is not always easy. You will not be able to totally abandon the desire to present yourself in the best possible light just like that in an instant. The solution is simple. When someone is talking to you, what they need most is for you to give them your attention and show an interest in them as a person. You can be quite certain that people are exclusively interested in themselves, so be interested in them too. Shift your attention from yourself to others. Activate your guardian and stop playing the game of enhancing your own self-worth. Play the game of increasing the significance of others. Show an interest in other people. Listen to what they have to say and observe. You do not need to curry their favor, just go with the flow. As soon as you shift your attention from self to others, the excess potential of your own importance will fade automatically. Then you will succeed in behaving naturally. You attract attention to yourself by showing interest in others. Do not talk to people about what you are interested in. Talk to them about what they are interested in, including themselves. Then your inner intention will be transformed into outer intention. Other people will immediately become interested in making your acquaintance. They will have nowhere to retreat from the power of your outer intention, which is always completely subtle in its workings. It is useless trying to get people interested in your own being. This desire is a reflection of inner intention. Showing interest in others is a reflection of outer intention. By abandoning inner intention and switching your attention to other people, you effortlessly achieve the result you wanted initially. Only outer intention has done it for you. You may wonder how you can attract attention to yourself by showing interest in others, thinking, okay, so I show some curiosity. Will this really make me seem a more interesting person? The thing is that even if you were 1,000 times more attractive than you are now, other people would still be primarily interested in themselves and only interested in others as an afterthought. All the time that you are trying to attract attention, you are thinking solely of yourself. When you show interest in another person, you fulfill their inner intention. Where does their feeling of fulfillment come from if not from you? And having realized that, who else would that person then be interested in, if not you? People are interested in other people when they are well-known personalities, like the stars of show business and the cinema. But this is a different kind of interest. Unless you are a film star, people look at you as a potential partner for business, friendship, or love. Fanatics are extreme in their fascination with the stars, swooning over them, gobbling up every tiny detail of their lives. But it would never enter their mind to consider the celebrity as a potential partner in a personal relationship. In everyday communication, it does not matter how interesting you are. What matters is how well the other person thinks you would suit them in a relationship. And this is what they are evaluating while communicating with you. When a person is with you, they are generally thinking of their own interests and consciously and unconsciously evaluating how well you would fit a relationship script in which they feel personally fulfilled. A person feels fulfilled when their sense of self-worth is confirmed. They feel liked, interesting, respected, as worthy as anyone else, and valued. Now consider what the result would be of imposing yourself on someone in one case and showing interest in someone in another. Naturally, you will fit all their criteria if you fulfill their need for confirmation of their own self-worth. If you are good for a person's self-esteem, they will be lenient to any evident failings you may have and forgive your weaknesses. You may be concerned with your shortcomings, trying to cover them up and put your best qualities forward. But this is the last thing on the other person's mind. I repeat, your positive qualities and failings are not your partner's prime concern. The sense of self-worth they experience when talking to you, however, is their utmost priority. You might be gorgeous in all respects, but that will not help you in the search for a friend or partner. On the contrary, many stars suffer from loneliness. Your superb qualities may even set limitations on your search for a partner. People can see your full gorgeousness, but first and foremost, they are evaluating to what extent they will feel significant standing to you and next to your perfection. If you shine before them in all your glory, they will probably decide that their personality can only fade in the glaring light. Wave your hand at all your fabulous qualities and give your full attention to the person facing you. Make them feel that when they stand next to you, they will know their true worth, and you will steal their heart. When you are talking to someone and displaying an interest in them, do it with sincerity. Do not let them feel that you are trying to win their favor by manipulating them with a learned psychological technique, or that you have a hidden agenda. If you care enough to want a certain person to be well disposed towards you, then at the very least, they deserve your sincerity. People who present themselves as an interesting conversationalist try to show themselves in the best possible light by proving how clever they are and dropping names to show how much they have seen and experienced in life. This way of acting is inner intention directed, and this is how the majority of people behave when they want to appear interesting to others. Take a step back from the uniformity and take a different stance. Set yourself the task of giving your partner the opportunity to appear interesting, rather than trying to be an entertaining conversant. Adjust to their frequency and listen attentively, asking questions and showing interest in your partner's chosen topic of conversation and their life. You will find that you can support a conversation in this way for up to several hours with your partner doing most of the talking. Towards the end of your conversation, they will be absolutely convinced that they have met a very interesting confidant and a wonderful person all around. Outer intention works by allowing the inner intention of others to be fulfilled. You sacrifice putting your own personality in the spotlight to allow the personality of another to shine. And as a result, you receive the very thing you sacrificed. The person in question will be won over instantly and become an avid fan because you have allowed them to fulfill their inner intention, something they would never experience in the company of a celebrity. What can you do if you wish to gain the attention of a person who does not currently wish to enter into dialogue with you, such as the person you would like to accept your business proposal, but who is not remotely interested? In a situation such as this, there is all the more reason to believe that you will only gain their interest by putting yourself and your proposal to one side and giving them your full attention. Take a genuine interest in everything that person is involved in, and take time to talk to them. Only then will they show any interest in your problem. You may ask why you should have to listen to others, take an interest in their life, give them your attention, and love and respect when they are completely self-centered and cannot even be bothered to talk to you? Okay, well, why should they take an interest, admire, love, and respect you? Everything you imagine to be true about yourself, how wonderful you are, and how wonderful in comparison to them, is just a fantasy of inner intention clothed in the excess potential of dependent and important relationships. Your inner intention is to be worthy, but you will only become genuinely significant in the eyes of others if you abandon your inner intention and allow the inner intention of others to be fulfilled instead. Your advantage lies in the fact that you are outer intention directed, whereas others are inner intention directed. Make the most of your advantage. Generally speaking, when you want something from someone, you should bear one universal principle in mind. Let go of the inner intention to receive and substitute with the intention to give. It is very easy to do. If you want someone to respect and acknowledge you, do not wait for their respect. Treat them with respect on your part. Make them feel that in your eyes they are important. If what you need is compassion and gratitude, do not expect others to give these things to you. Participate in other people's problems and look after them with sincerity. If you want to be thought attractive, it will not happen just on account of a pair of beautiful eyes. Show someone else that you find them attractive by definition. If you need help and support, be the one to help someone else. That way you increase your worth and will not be the one left owing. Finally, if you want to find mutual love, abandon possessiveness and dependent relationships. You will find love if you can be the one just doing the loving without expecting anything in return. This kind of love is very rare, and no one can resist it. In all these cases, you will inevitably receive the very thing you let go of. There is one more question. How can you make someone do what you need them to do? You can force a person to do something with inner intention if you are in the necessary position of power. You can also persuade a person that it is essential that they do a certain thing. However, outer intention offers the most effective method. Arrange things so that it corresponds to their goals and aspirations. Ask yourself how you can connect what you want with another person's needs. Start by defining the other person's needs, what they strive for, what they lack, be it money, power, the respect of others, a sense of fulfillment from work well done, care for their children, prestige, a leading role in their team, social recognition. All these things are variations on the theme of self-worth. Everyone feels bad about themselves when they feel they are of little significance to the world. When a person does not feel needed or worth anything, they naturally try and increase their sense of self-worth. When a person achieves a result, they feel more confident and ready to set new tasks as the bar of their self-worth is raised. There's nothing wrong with this. No one should be judged for their desire to feel more worthy. Everyone is trying to increase their sense of self-worth. They just go about it in different ways. On the contrary, it is much worse when a person stops developing and does not want anything at all, although this happens very rarely. Usually people are in some way dissatisfied with their current position in life and so strive for something, however modest. So work out how the task that is important to you might improve that person's sense of self-worth. Then present the task to them in the context of how it would increase their stature. Allow a person to feel more valued and they will experience greater faith in themselves. When they do, be generously appreciative of them. If you let yourself be guided by this principle, you will easily prompt other people to act in their interest. Directed by inner intention, you may try and force or cajole someone into doing something. Directed by outer intention, you simply express the desire for everything to work out in your favor. To fulfill outer intention, you have to arrange things in a way that people act in your interest while thinking about their own concerns and doing what is important to them. All you have to do is wake up, drag yourself away from your own interests, and think about the needs of others. For example, if you are involved in retail, you will be thinking about how you can sell your products to potential customers. The buyer, however, will not be thinking about how to please you, and neither do they wish to be sold to. They want to buy. Can you see the difference? The buyer is more likely to be thinking, I wish everyone would stop trying to flog things to me and just let me choose what I want to buy. Do not think about how to sell your products. Think about what the buyer might want to purchase. The desire to sell is a reflection of inner intention. Outer intention takes a totally different approach, which is to find out what the buyer wants. You do not necessarily have to know what product the buyer wants exactly. If they suffer from rheumatism and you take a genuine interest in them by recommending a doctor or a form of treatment, the buyer will make their purchase from you. This is an oversimplified example, of course, but the principle is infallible. Every time you need something from someone or need to have them do something, let go of inner intention. Ask yourself what the other person's inner intention might be. Act in a way that assists that person in fulfilling inner intention. Once you are already helping someone else to fulfill their inner intention, consider casually what you need from that person. While you are busy realizing the other person's intention, make your request in passing. You might find that you do not even have to hint at your own need, and everything just unfolds of its own accord. This is the magical power of outer intention. An even more effective way of influencing people is to try and induce their inner intention. When you break it down step by step, the method is quite simple. Enhancing one's sense of self-worth almost always serves as the motivation for inner intention. Everyone is trying to emphasize and increase their sense of self-worth to one degree or another, and by one means or another. If you need something from someone, all you have to do is think of how doing what you require of them would increase their sense of self-worth. This is what they call issuing a challenge. You can issue a challenge to a group as well as an individual in the form of, "So, who among you is the best?" If you are playing on feelings of professional honor, then the challenge may sound, "Let's not lose face." You can also appeal to inner importance. "Let's show them what we're made of." If a person accepts the challenge in the context of their self-worth, they will carry out your will as if it were their own, and you will have their commitment precisely because you have abandoned your own inner intention and paid attention to that of another. Work with other people's inner intention, not your own. The flow of relationships. Most people or companies produce some kind of product for consumption. So how do you motivate consumers who want to buy your product? If you think they will choose yours simply because it is such a fantastic product, you are sadly mistaken. A typical mistake people make when they are directed by inner intention is to assume the standpoint that people are bound to buy our product because ours is a masterpiece. This position is flawed on 3 accounts. Firstly, the phrase, "ours is a masterpiece," is strongly directed by inner importance. You assume your creation is perfect, which means that it is important to you, and if this is the case, you will not be able to evaluate it objectively because you are not sufficiently indifferent. Secondly, inner intention is aimed at selling, but people will not want to buy because in their eyes your creation is not a masterpiece at all, and someone else's intention to sell is of no interest to them whatsoever. Finally, the greatest mistake of this approach directed by inner intention is that it centers around the product rather than the customer's needs. The narrow focus of inner intention creates the perfect product that no one needs, and it happens all the time. The position of outer intention lies in determining what people want, what they are missing, what they need, what motivates them, and what their interests are. Outer intention follows the alternatives flow. All the time that you are busy creating a masterpiece, taken from the glass ceiling of your own mind, you are going against the flow. The mind is always prone to idealize its own abilities, and it becomes so totally and utterly absorbed in the creative process that it fails to notice what is happening outside of that. The mind strives to subordinate everything to its control. However, consumer demand is a difficult thing to control because it goes with the flow and always follows its own course. It takes such huge resources to influence the flow of demand, and even then, it does not always work. The mind cannot predict market trends, but fortunately, it doesn't have to. All you need to do is stay abreast of the flow and note any minor changes in its course. There is no need to invent the object of demand. Almost all inventions that are ahead of their time do not end up being implemented, and neither do they pay off. This does not mean that innovation has no place. The point here is that if you are counting on earning an income from a personal masterpiece that is ahead of its time, you are likely to lose the bet. Of course, If your discovery is totally brilliant, it might claim a winner-takes-all market, but this does not happen all the time. Only ventures that aim to fulfill their customers' current demands can be guaranteed of success. Now we can return to the question of how to make people want to buy your product. The answer is, you cannot. Trying to make someone want to buy something is, if not impossible, then extremely difficult. Acting from inner intention, you inevitably try to push or impose your product. Going with the flow, outer intention works towards tracking what the customers want and where their needs have already been satisfied. Changes in demand are shaped by the alternatives flow. The alternatives flow contains all the answers and is the only thing that can guarantee success. It is no coincidence that fundamental discoveries and inventions are sometimes made by different people practically simultaneously. This is an example of the phenomenon of material realization and how it moves through the alternative space. Everything that must come into being has its time. Only very recently have many inventions accredited to Leonardo da Vinci been implemented in physical form. This would all seem quite obvious. However, the mind is liable to forget as it endeavors to break away from the stream and take control of the current. We have already talked about how the alternatives flow is a sumptuous gift for the mind. Remember this and make the most of the good fortune. If you do, many an obstacle will pass you by untouched. Many problems in relationships occur as a result of the mind battling against the alternatives flow. Criticism is one aspect of the battle, and it is the direct fruit of inner intention. Encouragement and trust in a person's positive qualities is more concordant with outer intention. Criticizing people is the same as fighting against the outside world. It will not bring any dividends unless you consider the need to vent your bile and provoke your enemy a dividend. In contrast, encouragement is a true driver in human relationships. We blame and criticize others when we are trying to influence them with inner intention. Yet when you emphasize a person's positive qualities, no matter what, you lose nothing and allow the situation to develop to your benefit. Never blame anyone. Many people reproach themselves and carry a sense of guilt around with them, but nobody likes to be reproached by others. People can be extremely condemning in relationship to themselves, even to the point of sadomasochism, and yet they will take any accusation made by another very badly indeed. People will always take offense at criticism, irrespective of whether they are in the wrong or whether the accusation is fair or not. So where does criticism get you? You might get to vent your bile, but at the same time you create excess potential and end up being the one to suffer. You will never persuade someone that they are in the wrong. They may listen to your accusations, but you are unlikely to fully acknowledge being in the wrong, even if they agree with you superficially. You may be successful in asserting yourself at someone else's expense or at establishing your power over them, but not without adopting the role of manipulator. If this is not your goal, abandon criticism and blame. When you are disapproving of others and find them at fault, you are in effect slapping your hands about on the water, trying to swim against the current. When you resign yourself to other people's shortcomings and concentrate on their strengths, you go with the flow, which is immensely beneficial. Unless it is dozing, your guardian will always find an explanation for the behavior of the person you wished to judge. As the inner witness, your guardian will stop you from leaping headfirst into the game and starting a dispute or quarrel. Stand back and observe the game as a spectator. Remember that criticism only causes harm, and go with the flow. Blame and criticism can never lead to anything positive because they catch a person off balance and knock them off the course they were following. Everyone is guided by their own motives and aspirations and is in a flow that is carrying them in the direction of a specific goal. When you encourage a person, no matter what, you urge them in a favorable direction without making them lose the flow or undermining their innermost hopes. When you encourage someone, nobody's rights are impinged upon and nobody's pride is knocked. Your interests become one and their desires run parallel to your own. How do you feel when you are criticized? You probably either refuse to take the criticism on board or try to convince yourself that the criticism is well-founded. In neither case do you actually accept the criticism outright, unless of course you have developed your own personal guilt complex in the meantime. Criticism can spur you on or make you behave as you should. However, only the mind can be coerced. It is impossible to force the hand of the heart. The heart will always either do what it wants to do or hinder the mind from doing what it thinks it should do. Criticism makes the heart an enemy of the mind. Encouragement makes it an ally. Encouragement is a creative force. Criticism is a destructive force. The successful applicants for business management positions are not the managers who focus on criticizing poor quality work, which any idiot can do, but individuals capable of creating an atmosphere of enthusiasm in which people are motivated to work efficiently. People feel driven to work hard and contributing to a common goal when they feel their individual worth is being valued. Arguing to the end to prove your point is a sure way of making enemies. We have already discussed how senseless and harmful it is to try and prove you are right at any cost in the chapter The Alternatives Flow. If the argument is critical and your interests in no way allow you to step down, then go ahead and argue. In all other cases, leave the job of exercising the right to slap your hands around in the water to others. Winning a debate will never pay dividends. Your enemy, however, will benefit from your efforts. No one will ever thank you for pointing out that they have been talking rubbish with absolute confidence, and if they do, it is only because they have a tendency for self-flagellation and a heightened sense of guilt. Yet, what good is winning one over on a person like that? If it is not going to compromise your interests in any way, allow others to freely state what they feel they cannot agree with. You, on the other hand, will avoid creating excess potential and battling against the current. People who argue are usually oblivious to anything else but the game. They are in such a deep sleep that they cannot be awakened. To protect yourself from being drawn into the game, you have to wake up and switch on your inner guardian. If several people are taking part in a debate, come down into the auditorium and watch the performance from there. There is a huge advantage in playing the role of the judicious spectator. While everyone else is trying to fulfill their inner intention, insisting on their personal opinion, you have flown backwards from the window pane and are taking a good look around. You will see a solution that would not have occurred to any of the other disputants. Do not try and force it upon them, though. All you can do is make a suggestion. Leave the horn locking to the others. If you win the argument, you can consider yourself defeated. Even if your opponents have formally acknowledged that you are right, you can be sure that in their minds they have found numerous informal arguments in their own favor. Whatever the case, the one who loses the argument takes a knock to their self-esteem, and who delivered the blow? The one who succeeded in proving their own point of view. You would not want to punch another person in the face, after all, so why would you possibly want to deliver the same blow to their feeling of self-worth? People often offend each other in this way, and the insult always has a hidden quality to it because the hurt is taken silently. People do not like to demonstrate their need to assert their self-worth openly. We are all supposed to have a sense of self-worth automatically, so no one wants to reveal that they have to fight for theirs, despite the fact that we are all looking for confirmation at every step we take. Just because a person keeps quiet when their self-esteem has taken a knock does not mean that they were not hurt or had simply accepted the knock. Their hurt will continue to live in them, not in their conscious mind, but in the subconscious. When you win an argument, you feel confident that you have risen in standing. However, you have only won by compromising the integrity of your opponent. We all know that the hidden hurt will end in tears eventually. Moreover, the defeated opponent will never acknowledge your newly acclaimed worth. There is one sure way to set a person against you, which is to let them know how much better you are than they. Do not make idols for yourselves and do not create enemies is the most important slogan you could have for creating relationships that go with the flow. Avoid injuring other people's sense of self-esteem like the plague. Make it a kind of taboo. In so doing, you will save yourself from endless problems and unpleasantries you will never know the reason for because of the hidden nature of the blow to self-worth. What the person arguing with you is really trying to do is protect their own sense of worth in one way or another. So meet them halfway. Agree with what they are trying to say. And by agreeing, you will have given the person what they wanted, enabling you to calmly express your point of view without having to insist or prove anything. When you take this approach, you not only go with the flow, you implement outer intention. The results will be beyond compare and far superior to anything you could have achieved via sophisticated intellectual contrivances. It is essential that the tone of the conversation be set to one of agreement from the very beginning. If the first thing a person utters in response to your opening phrase is no, you can consider that trying to convince them of anything is totally out of the question. The person you are talking to has taken a different turning, and there is no chance of them now going with the flow together with their conversation partner. It is important to start a conversation in such a way that the first word a person says is yes. Never begin a conversation with a sensitive issue. It does not matter what topic of conversation you choose to start with, as long as your conversant agrees with you. Later, you can smoothly navigate the conversation toward more contentious issues. There will now be a much greater chance of achieving the outcome you desire, because by inertia, both are moving in the same direction and going with the flow. The thought energy of the conversants will avoid being brought into dissonance. If somewhere you have slipped up and are expecting to be blamed fairly, try not to get all prepared to defend yourself. Come forward in admitting your mistake. Then, the person who had intended to vent the wrath of justice upon you is likely to take a more generous and gracious stance. In this instance, the saying, "attack is the greatest form of defense," does not apply. You have effectively agreed in advance with your opponent's line of argument, giving their intention the green light. Your anticipatory submissiveness realizes their inner intention to put you in your place at the same time as increasing their own magnitude. Because you have taken the step voluntarily without being forced into it, your self-esteem will not suffer in the slightest. You end up killing two birds with one stone. You increase the standing of your opponent, for which they will be grateful, and you keep your own integrity. By defending yourself and trying to justify your mistakes, you end up rowing against the tide and giving your energy over to pendulums. Whatever the circumstances, the desire to justify yourself comes from heightened inner importance. Lay down this crippling burden, give yourself the right to make mistakes, and allow yourself to make them. Do not justify your mistakes. Acknowledge them, and you will immediately feel relieved. In the chapter, The Alternatives Flow, I mentioned that irritating comments other people sometimes make can actually be very helpful. Other people's suggestions that you may at first have been inclined to take coldly can in the end turn out to have more sense than you initially thought. The comments and suggestions of others only hurt if we have somewhere heightened inner importance. Drop importance and stop fighting the current. Accept that the other person was right, or at the very least, try to bear it in mind. Tell the person that they were right about what they said, and you will see the result. You are not obliged to say anything, but do it anyway. You have nothing to lose. Everyone makes mistakes, fools and thinkers alike. But unlike fools, people with brains can acknowledge their mistakes. By admitting aloud that the person was indeed right, you win their good grace. People live in an aggressive world of pendulums, where at any moment they may be forced to stand their ground and protect themselves. Suddenly, you are offering to do that for them. In this moment, the problem of having to defend their position to you is preempted. They immediately feel a sense of relief and are grateful for the assistance afforded during battle. You are no longer a potential opponent, but an ally. All this information passes through your partner's subconscious in a matter of seconds. People think in exactly the same way in lucid dreaming. If, however, you practice mindfulness, you will find it easy and even fun to adopt the role of witnessing other people's right-mindedness. When someone turns out to be right, other people usually just keep quiet, whereas you openly express your opinion that the person was right. For that person, the moment will have huge significance, and they will feel indebted or at the very least grateful to you, although for the most part, the realization will be subconscious. Imagine what a jungle we live in. People have to be constantly on the lookout, ready to spot potential opponents, even in relationships that, on the surface of things, look relatively friendly. Everyone puts themselves first and is ever ready to defend themselves. This is no over-exaggeration. It just seems that way because we have long become used to the current state of affairs. Given the nature of the environment we live in, you can become a real treasure for those who are already tired of the battle. Can you just imagine how many allies you could find? All it takes is to ditch importance and not hold back in acknowledging other people when you know that they are proven right. Your advantage is that you act with conscious awareness, whereas other people are asleep and will therefore never thank you in return. If they could wake up and express their opinion or attitudes mindfully, you would hear them say something along the lines of, "Yes, this person is far from stupid. They are nice. I would like to get to know them better. What a sweetie." No one will say these words aloud, and they may not even say them to themselves, but this is what their subconscious feelings would sound like if they could be expressed. Imagine the gold that lies at your feet. People are usually so anxious and burdened with importance that they wander around failing to notice the nuggets lying right under their noses. You have a huge advantage: mindfulness, the absence of importance, as well as the willingness to give others your attention. Make the most of your advantage, and you will see gold where others only see stones. Attuning to frail. When people communicate with each other, they tend to make adjustments and allowances to take account of the character, temperament, intellectual level, and manners of the person they are talking to. If two people cannot adjust to each other's differences, they will not achieve a level of mutual understanding, and any communication between them will be no more than empty words and hot air. You cannot achieve mutual understanding without attuning to the frequency of your partner. The term attuning to the frequency of your partner is, of course, purely customary. You know by now that I am using an oversimplified model for the sake of convenience. It does not matter too much how exactly the attunement takes place on the physical level. The essential idea is that every individual is bestowed with a unique range of personality characteristics, which we refer to in transurfing as frail. When you manage to establish a close connection with another person, you are actually frailing, i.e., attuning to that person's special characteristics. How successfully you are able to communicate with another person is directly dependent on how well you have been able to grasp the essence of your partner's frail. Frailing is not as difficult as it might sound. Giving your full attention is the most important aspect to successfully attuning to another's frail. Without the power of attention, there can be no question of even beginning to attune to each other's frequencies. On the one hand, this is an obvious thing to say, and yet, as a rule, people forget it, and in conversation with another concentrate solely on their own thoughts. A successful businessman once said, "Everyone wants to offer me something, but no one ever asks me what I need." People who want something from another are usually concerned with their own problems and wondering how they can solve them with the help of other people. This is pure inner intention. Accordingly, if you think about what other people want, you activate the functioning of outer intention. How can you connect what you want with the needs of another? First of all, you have to consciously focus your attention on their interests. Shift your inner sight from yourself to your conversation partner. A person will only be interested in delivering a counter question in the context of their own problems and aspirations. Your thoughts are currently focused on what you want, but this is of absolutely no interest to anyone else. Is it really of any significance to you what others want? They feel exactly the same way about their own concerns. They do not really care about anyone else's needs. So the only way of finding a common language and understanding your partner's wavelength is to lead the conversation within the context of the other person's interests. You are sure to have mulled your own problems over for more than long enough. Now switch your attention to your partner's concerns. Set your partner's intention at the foundation of your communication and only build your own concerns on top. For example, you might want to take a holiday in August. It is essential that you take a break. You were thinking of your interests. What does your boss think about you taking leave? He's thinking about your work and not even remotely interested in your need for a holiday. There are two ways around this. The first is to go up to your boss and start groaning about your problems and needs. The second is to explain that your workload is expected to increase in September, and so you would like to take a break in August to be back at work and working efficiently by September. Which approach do you think would be more effective? Your boss might suggest that you wait and take a break in October, but likely as not, he will agree with you because he hears a suggestion expressed at his own frequency. You attune yourself to the frequency of another person's thought energy when you talk to them in the language of their own interests. When the rider and the donkey are both lost in their own thoughts, the donkey will not do what the rider tells it to, stubbornly refusing to go in the right direction. The donkey is thinking about carrots, so if you show the donkey a carrot, it will go wherever you want it to. You are in effect inserting your own intention into the context of the donkey's intention. How does fulfilling someone else's desire benefit the donkey? Ask yourself this question every time you need someone to do something for you. If you can find an answer to the question, they will do what you need them to do. Listening attentively to what a person is trying to tell you is essential to attuning to their frequency. Unless, of course, your intent is to dominate the conversation with your own themes of interest and opinions. In large groups, everyone talks at the same time, but it does not really matter because no one is listening anyway. Of course, some people will pretend to be listening, but 90% of their attention is aligned with their own thoughts. You do not have to shine with wit and erudition to stand out as an interesting conversationalist. It's enough just to listen to your conversation partner. If a person is indifferent to you, but for some reason you need to stimulate their interest or participation, talk about what interests them. Just for a while, forget about what interests you personally, because that radiates at a completely different frequency. Adjust to the frequency of your conversation partner. Put yourself in their shoes, and you will begin to understand what motivates them and the reasons for their actions and attitudes. When you attune to your partner's frequency, you can smoothly move on to the issue that interests you. A person's name is the simplest key to their frequency. You cannot get away from the fact that since birth, a person has been appealed to by one name. Use their name in the course of the conversation more often, and it will have an effect. Calling someone by their name is like a password indicating that you come as a friend with good intentions and acknowledge that person's worth. Everyone to some extent or another maintains a protective field around them that jealousy guards their self-worth. You will not be able to attune to your partner's frequency if they are surrounded by a protective wall of formality or distrust. Sometimes the obstacle can be overcome with the help of a certain disarming directness. If you show that you are not trying to hold up a field of protection around your self-worth and have no intention of pouncing, the other person will be encouraged to let down their screen of protection. The most effective way of dissolving a barrier of separation is to demonstrate your genuine liking for that person. Why do we love our pets so much? It's because they always show us how genuinely pleased they are to see us. They wag their tails, purr, jump up at us, squeal, and show their delight in any number of ways. There are other less communicative beings, such as aquarium fish, but these creatures do not inspire love. They are like plants or a part of the furniture. It is as if the creatures we love are saying to us, "I don't need anything from you. I am just so pleased to see you." This is one of the main reasons people adore their pets. In dealing with people, if you want to inspire a sense of fellow feeling in someone, show them how happy you are to see them. You do not have to go as far as expressing canine delight, but you can smile and greet them enthusiastically, call them by their name, and listen attentively. If you behave with the warmth of an aquarium fish, you can expect the relationship to develop accordingly. The way it works is very simple. On a subconscious level, your partner will think, "I have met a partner who is happy to see me. I must mean something in his world." This person confirms it. What a pleasant, attractive person. People ask, "How are you?" out of habit, expecting the standard response. Attention and participation in any dialogue must be genuine. There is nothing more off-putting and sterile than a dialogue raised to the order of etiquette. People pull on a smile as if it were just another accessory. It might as well be a tie than a smile. Any answer that deviates from the norm is considered an anomaly. Nobody cares about other people's problems, really, so what's the point in asking? You can be in resonance with someone you are communicating with by radiating energy at their characteristic frequency. Everyone has their own resonant frequency, their own forte, the thing they are particularly passionate about, interested in, or proud of. A person's forte is like a musical string that sounds at their resonant frequency. If you can determine a person's true passion, discuss it with them, give them the chance to express themselves. This is the most effective way of establishing a connection with someone. If you can catch the thread of their forte, wooing them will be easy. You can easily win a person's favor by asking for their help with some difficulty or asking them to do you a small favor. When you ask your partner for a favor, you abandon your own importance and increase theirs. Your partner will feel more significant if you convey that you need their help and give them an opportunity to express themselves, emphasizing their significance. If the person can provide you with the service you requested, they will feel needed when they are with you, and you will no doubt win their favor. The feeling of personal self-worth means a great deal to people. Anyone you manage to inspire this feeling in will remember your generosity to the end of their days. No doubt you are still grateful to people who have valued your strengths in the past. You might think that I exaggerate the significance of self-worth, and it is true. If you look at people from the point of view of frailing, it can seem like everyone considers themselves king. Nonetheless, self-worth plays an essential role in shaping human behavior and motivation. What do you think causes a person to feel the most hurt? Perhaps when they feel ignored, insulted, or beaten, or maimed? No, a person is wounded most deeply when they are degraded. Aside from life itself, people cherish nothing more dearly than their sense of self-worth. The most powerful hunger, aside from feeling physical hungry, is being hungry for power. This naturally represents the extreme and final stage of the battle for self-worth. Not many people get to this stage, and yet, when there is nothing more a person could wish for in a material sense, they are left with a battle for power. Nothing excites people more than power, so you can imagine the role of the feeling of self-worth and how that plays in people's actions and motivations. Criticism in any form knocks a person's self-worth. Criticism is a kind of anti-frailing. Never tell anyone to their face that they are wrong. Even if you are confident that you are in the right, it is much more beneficial to remain in a position of neutrality. That way you will avoid undermining the other person's sense of self-worth and protect yourself from the action of balanced forces. Another way that we hurt each other is by touching on our negative slides. The slide hangs on the film of importance, and so when you knock the slide, you touch an open wound. The negative slide is a picture of what the person does not like about themselves. As you know, people with negative slides try to hide their unwanted qualities and project them onto others. Try making a counter-accusation, i.e. handing the projection back to its owner, and you will be surprised by the turbulent reaction it evokes. Nothing will persuade that person to admit that you are right, and they are more likely to become your worst enemy. It is better to leave other people's negative slides alone, to say nothing of trying to explain to them that it is all a negative slide in their head. Being in love is of course the most perfect way of attuning to another's frail. It is difficult, if not impossible, to explain how and why love happens, and so much has been written on this theme already. Mutual love demands that we let go of the right to possess and simply give our love unconditionally. As long as it is not turned into a dependent relationship, love can be preserved once it has already flowered. But there is nothing you can do to make yourself fall in love. That is all I can say on the subject of love. So here I have roughly described the principles of frailing. The way I have described relationships as those directed by intention and those that go with the flow is purely relative. Relationships that go with the flow can be examined from the position of intention and vice versa. In the end, it is all about frailing. You attune to your partner's frequency, you both turn in the same way, you act in that person's interest, moving in the same direction, and as a result, you achieve something you could never have achieved via the standard methods of inner intention. Energy in relationships. In the chapter Pendulums, I talked about the benefit of visualization. Just to remind you, the essence of visualization is the following. Let us suppose that someone is causing you a problem, annoying you, or even attacking you. Or perhaps the situation is the opposite and you need something from someone. If this is the case, you need to roughly determine what is driving that person, what is eating at them, and what they are lacking. Health, confidence, inner calm. Everyone has something that eats away at them, even if it is something relatively small and bugging. Especially if that person is causing you problems, or it may be causing them a problem. Now imagine a situation in which that person receives exactly what they need. For example, imagine that person doing what they love most, the thing that gives them a feeling of pleasure, fulfillment, and peace. There is no need to think too hard about the details of the favorable scenario. Just visualize the first picture that comes to mind. They might be sitting at home by the fire with a glass of beer, swimming happily in the sea, wandering through a valley of wild flowers, riding a bicycle, or jumping for joy. If you manage to please this person with the picture in your mind, they will become well disposed towards you, seemingly for no reason, and will do what you ask of them or ease the problematic situation. What is really happening here? It is pretty much the same as watching a good film, and by that I mean a film that conveys a sense of the joy of life. You watch a film like that and you begin to feel good, and your heart is filled with a light of festive feeling. The film creates a celebration for the soul, both on an intellectual and an emotional level. Beneficial visualization also creates this feeling on an energetic level. If you have been able to successfully attune to a person's frail and guess what their needs are, they will feel as if a comforting wave has suddenly come over them. The difference between the feeling of celebration on an intellectual and an energetic level is this. When a person receives the energy delicacy of your visualization, they experience a comforting feeling without being aware of its source. That does not actually matter. The important thing is that the person will now feel comfortable when they are with you, and you will have won their goodwill. It is important to remember that a beneficial visualization like this should be carried out with sincerity by uniting the heart and mind. If you genuinely wish the other person well, the effect can be quite substantial. As you know, it is the abundance of free energy that makes a person charming, magnetic, powerful, and charismatic. People mostly pick up on the energy of a powerful personality subconsciously. Depending on whether the person's energy is softer or harsher, they will come across as more or less charming or powerful. In any case, the force of a person's energy is proportional to the volume of free energy they run and the strength of their connection between their heart and mind. The excess of free energy overflows in a fountain and is felt by others. Free energy is programmed by thought. The closer the strivings of the heart and mind, the purer the programming will be. It is no coincidence that strong personalities come across as having strong integrity and wholeness. As I have already said, charm is in fact mutual love between the heart and mind. When the heart is let out of its box, it makes a person more attractive and magnetic. Their attractiveness lies not so much in their personal power as in the connection between their heart and mind. This is what people are lacking, and so they feel drawn to such people as moths are drawn to the light. On an energetic level, charm represents the energy a person radiates when they have union of heart and mind. If the force of their energy fountains is great enough, they will literally shine with inimitable charm. People with heaps of charm live in a condition of harmony between the heart and mind that is in accordance with their own credo. People like this are happy. They enjoy life and bathe in their own love without the slightest whiff of narcissism. Other people can sense their constant feeling of celebration. Such people are few and far between, but you could be one of them. You just have to turn and face your heart. Love yourself and set out on the path to your innermost goal. Not only will your personal qualities change, but your body will become more attractive, your face softer, and your smile enchanting. When you are firmly on your target lifeline, your external appearance, i.e., part of the scenery of that sector, will correspond to the characteristics of the energy you radiate when you see your own perfection. This is not as unlikely as it might seem. If you do not believe me, just look through some of the photographs of yourself that were taken when you were going through a dark period in your life. By training your meridians and increasing your energy levels, you will develop the unusual ability to influence people and inspire their goodwill towards you. To become the life and soul of the party, all you have to do is abandon importance and turn on your energy fountains. A person with an abundance of free energy always evokes the interest and goodwill of others. This is particularly evident when free energy is attuned to the thought energy of those present. You might find yourself having a discussion with a group of colleagues or friends. The frequency of the thought energy of those present will be attuned roughly to the same theme as if they were all swaying in unison. Turn on your fountains and let them flood your group. Feel your energy field and sense it expanding to encompass everyone taking part in the discussion. Then your comments will have greater weight, and the other people present will feel the power of your thoughts. When talking to a person one-on-one, you can mentally launch a beneficial visualization for them. If your energy fountains are working at the same time, you will create a most favorable impression. This technique will grant you a huge advantage in situations that require your personal charm or strength, making you successful in negotiations, exams, job interviews, and personal relationships. A favorable visualization is an effective and tolerant means of attuning to the frequency of the person you are conversing with. Energy vampires attune to frail by pulling on painful strings or invading your soul space. Unlike energy vampires, you are not pawing at the other person's frail or draining their energy. They will appreciate it and be grateful to you. Pardon. If you know you have shortcomings that could hinder you from achieving your goal, or think that you lack the necessary knowledge and skills, accept it. Accept yourself just the way you are. Allow yourself the luxury of having shortcomings and lacking the necessary qualities. This will help and give you a sense of relief and inner calm. If you try to hide the fact that you lack the necessary qualities and conceal your shortcomings, they will undoubtedly show themselves at a critical moment. Lack of self-acceptance will always manifest in the form of obstacles. We create the obstacles in our lives ourselves. Firstly, feeling guilty or inadequate creates excess potential, and balanced forces then exacerbate the situation. Secondly, outer intention inevitably realizes your fears. Anything you try to block out will become part of the script. For example, someone will always ask you the one question you fear to answer or request that you demonstrate the one thing you do not know how to do. But worst of all, you will be overcome with tension or freeze up at the critical moment. Where does your free energy go? Your free energy is spent on supporting the excess potential of importance, on battling with balanced forces and managing situations that are fast threatening to roll out of control. The more importance you attribute to your shortcomings, the more insistent the resistance of balanced forces will be. The tighter your grip of control, the stronger the pressure exerted by the alternatives flow, because it has no intention of stopping. Eventually, the energy of intention is exhausted. What would you expect to be capable of in this condition? Imagine if you had to carry a piglet around with you wherever you went. The piglet would be squealing, trying to wiggle free, and you would constantly be trying to keep it tucked tightly under your arm and somehow quieten it down. Then you would finally let the piglet go and immediately feel free and light with relief. The energy you had been spending holding on to the squeaker would now be entirely at your disposal to channel into other things. The piglet comparison is not as obtuse as it might seem. It is unlikely that you will be able to hide your shortcomings, and so it is better to concentrate on your strengths. You will see for yourself how much freer and at ease you feel if you let go and accept your shortcomings before an event where you have to be at your best. It may be an interview, an exam, a performance, a contest, or even a romantic date. Take off your cloak of inner importance. Give yourself pardon, in the sense of absolution, for your shortcomings, and you will feel as if a huge weight has been lifted from your shoulders as the excess potential disappears and the energy of intention is released. The battle with your own shortcomings is the work of inner intention. It is the work of the fly beating itself against the window pane. In contrast, eliminating excess potential and freeing up energy gives you a huge advantage. There's a grain of truth in the saying, "What the eye fears, the hands do." What is better, to be tortured by doubt, to wallow in your hang-ups, to lick your lips in desire and fitfully conceal your weaknesses, or to simply shake off the baggage and calmly fulfill the work of purified intention? If you cannot drop importance, you must at least let go of the grip of control and shift from worrying to taking action. Just begin the process of doing, in whatever way you can. It does not matter whether your actions are effective initially or not. Allow yourself to act badly. The potential of importance will be dissipated in the course of action. The energy of intention will be released and everything will work out fine. Job hunting. To conclude this chapter, I would like to demonstrate how the principles of transurfing, including frailing, work in practice in a situation that is relevant to everyone. You have probably read various sources giving instruction on how to write your resume and how to behave in a job interview. You may gain new and useful insights from the material I am going to share with you here. First, you have to decide which job is right for you. In making your decision, you can rely totally on the method of choosing goals and doors, so there is no need for me to repeat the details of those steps here. You must just keep in mind that you genuinely do have the right to choose and that your potential is only limited by your intention and the level of importance you attribute to it. In the process of coming to a decision about the kind of job that would most suit you, do not think about prestige, the means to achieving it, or your shortcomings. Focus on whether the job is really for you or not. You may have doubts about whether there will be a vacancy for you at the position of your choice. If this is the case, you should be aware that pendulums will create the necessary conditions for anxiety, disappointment, and despair. You must remain aware of this and constantly affirm that you have the right to choose, and that if you make an order, Sooner or later, it will be delivered. In dreaming, your intention works instantly, but material realization is inert like tar, and so it takes time, patience, and indomitable conviction that you have the right to choose. In a restaurant with poor service, you may have to wait a long time for the waiter, but you are certain that your order will appear eventually. In this instance, I recommend using the following slide. You make your own choice deciding on the kind of job you want, but how you will find it has nothing to do with you. Anything is possible in the alternative space, although pendulums will do their best to convince you otherwise. All you have to do is choose and hold the firm intention to receive your order. Of course, if your financial situation does not allow you to wait, you will have to resign yourself to taking whatever is currently available. That should be obvious. However, once you have work that provides at least a minimum wage, you can make your order for the best and calmly await its arrival. If you enjoy your work but feel a little tense or inhibited, carry a slide in your mind picturing how well you do your work and the feelings of pleasure and self-fulfillment you get from it. If the feeling of tension does not dissipate over time, it is a case of inner discomfort. In this case, it would be worth looking for something else instead. Once you have decided upon the job you would like to have, you can begin running the slide in your mind, picturing that your goal has already been achieved. At the same time, it is essential that you do your part and do not sit around with your arms folded. Before you set about writing your resume and preparing for interviews, focus your intention in the right direction. It would be a mistake to make being offered the job the focus of your goal. The goal should sit in your thoughts as a slide featuring you already having been offered the job with the application process behind you. By wondering whether you will be chosen or not, you inevitably create scenarios of defeat. Remember the transfer chains. The first link is writing your CV. This is where you must focus inner intention. When you are writing your resume, stipulate all your skills, but only indicate one position, the one you are currently applying for. There is a good reason for this. Firstly, displaying the willingness to do this, that, or the other will not evoke confidence in your potential employer, who will assume that you are desperate enough to accept any position, as long as they take you on somewhere. Secondly, by setting yourself several goals all at the same time, you spread yourself too thin, and intention is transformed from a firm central core to a formless amoeba. Thirdly, when you take on too much at once, you concentrate excess potentials around you, and as a result, end up with nothing. You have the right to choose, but on each occasion, choose just one quality. When you are choosing a toy, you do not demand that it combine all the qualities of a doll, a gun, and board game all at the same time. Decide who you really want to be and what position suits you best. There's no need to be shy or hold back, for you are choosing this position for yourself. Remember, you do not have to fight for your place in the sun. You have the right to choose. Indicate the specialization you have chosen and do not worry about the fact that jobs of that kind might be scarce. If you can allow yourself to have, you will get exactly what you want. How it happens should not concern you. Give this task to outer intention. When you are writing your resume, inner intention will be intent on showing what a brilliant specialist you are, but outer intention focuses on what the employer is looking for. Do you see the difference? Of course, everyone needs brilliant specialists, but if you are new to job hunting, you might be completely bewildered to find that the employer has favored another brilliant specialist with more modest strengths. Your competitor will beat you to the post because their characteristics are a better match for the employer's perception of the position. You may protest that you are a match too, and a perfect one at that. But that is the problem. A perfect one at that creates a situation in which perfect is the enemy of the good. The employer is completely focused on the inner intention to select a specialist in accordance with the characteristics he considers necessary. He is beating his head against the window pane, failing to notice the wide open window that you represent. The mind is not capable of predicting demand. It will do what it can to present you as the masterpiece it perceives you to be. Yet the market dictates totally different criteria. Naturally, you should show yourself in the best possible light without over-exaggerating, but in the process of writing, focus all your thoughts and motives on the problems faced by the employer. Ask yourself what he wants from you and what he needs. Put yourself in the employer's shoes. You can take the easy approach and simply read through the vacancies that match your specialization and make a note of all the responsibilities and qualities required of the candidates. you will see that many things are repeated. From the general mass of information, select everything that relates to you. Then adjust and adapt to the responsibilities and qualities required, and you will be left with a picture of what the employer wishes to see in your resume. You can literally copy into your resume everything the employer expects from the successful applicant. When you are looking for ways to embellish your resume, make sure that you express yourself using the employer's language rather than conjuring up your own eloquent phrases. Imagine that rather than being a job applicant, you are actually the employer, compiling a template of the ideal resume of your future employee. Then your resume will meet the employer's criteria rather than your own. To do this successfully, you need to look through an abundance of vacancies and put yourself in the shoes of those who posted them. You should indicate all your skills beyond those required. However, make sure that you especially highlight and emphasize the requirements indicated. Your resume should sound accord with the employer's conditions. Before you upload your resume to the internet, for example, put yourself in your employer's position and do a search for the resume of specialists in your field. It will give you a huge advantage, and you will discover all sorts of useful details. The majority of applicants directed solely by inner intention go directly to the search vacancies section and upload their resume straight away. Try first doing a search of the resumes of specialists in your desired position. Imagine that you are the one choosing the best candidate. Then you will become aware of all the strengths and weaknesses of your competitors and will understand what the employer feels when he reads the same resumes. Then you will understand what you might need to change in your own. Once you have compiled your resume, send it off to various companies, but be careful not to bang on the door too fervently. Allow the door to open to you. You need to recommend yourself without pressuring. Let them choose you. For example, publish your resume in various media forms. Do not pressure the world with your desires and aspirations. Shift the center of gravity from searching for work to announcing your presence in the work market. As far as possible, allow the work to find you. Never send your resume to the same address twice. Have respect for yourself and know your worth. If you are an exclusive specialist, send your resume to recruiting agencies and calmly await the catch. Do not expect an immediate response. You may have to wait for a long time for your order to be processed. It all depends on the purification of the intention. If your desire is burning like a bright flame, balanced forces will interfere in all kinds of ways. Often, an order is fulfilled just as all hope has been lost. The greater your indifference to your order, the sooner it will be completed. The absence of desire grants a freedom that allows you to concentrate on the intention to act, rather than on worrying about the possibility of failing. Eventually, you will be invited to an interview. At this point, you must be extremely careful of your intention. The narrow-mindedness of inner intention will prompt thoughts such as how working for that particular company would benefit you. Inner intention will concentrate your thoughts on what you can bring to the company. This is the moment to clear the target slide from your mind. Forget about yourself and focus totally on the needs of the employer. You should now be solely interested in the employer's inner intention. Learn as much as you can about the company beforehand from their promotional material. Identify what the company prides itself in and how they choose to differentiate themselves from their competitors. Make sure you have a clear picture of these things in your mind and be sure to bring them up during the interview. Every company, just like every pendulum, has its own resonant frequency, which is characterized by a number of qualities. Get a sense of the spirit of the company. Are their corporate ethics regulated or unregulated? Is the preferred form of in-house communication official or informal? What is more greatly valued in the employee's relationship to their work? Enthusiasm and initiative, or discipline and a can-do attitude? Do they favor teamwork or individual creativity? All these factors place certain restrictions on the company's employees and determine the behavioral style that makes them a part of the group. If you manage to get a clear sense of the spirit of the company, even at interview stage, you will be considered their type of person. Before the interview, give yourself pardon for your shortcomings and weaknesses. If you know that you have shortcomings that could weaken your chances of achieving your goal, or think that you lack certain knowledge and skills, accept it. Accept yourself the way you are. Accept everything you would rather conceal and walk calmly into the interview. There is no such thing as the ideal candidate, just as there is no such thing as the ideal employer, so you can boldly abandon internal and outer importance. You do not have to justify your actions to yourself or anyone else. Of course, this does not mean that you should not work on your shortcomings, but during the interview, it is essential that you give yourself permission not to be perfect. Everyone knows that it does not help to feel nervous during your interview. People try and control their anxiety with the power of inner intention, but however insistently you try to convince yourself that you are calm, and however much you try not to get anxious, it just will not work. You cannot do anything about your nerves unless you eliminate the cause. Battling with inner panic can make you freeze, and then you will behave like the mummy of an Egyptian pharaoh. The only effective way of reducing stress when you are in the hot seat is to accept the possibility of failure beforehand. The desire to be chosen creates excess potential. The more meaning you attribute to a successful outcome, and the more important the job is to you, the fewer the chances you have. It is essential that you purify your intention of desire. You are going to the interview not to be offered the job, but simply to get through the interview. Not to pass the interview, but literally to get through it. Do not strive for your goal, concentrate on the process. Enjoy the interview process like any other event in life. Nobody is going to eat you, and you have nothing to lose. This is the time to relax and take pleasure in the proceedings. Set your mind on this thought. For the interview is a wonderful opportunity to show yourself in the best possible light. Grant yourself the rewarding experience. Cast away any thoughts of messing things up. You have already accepted the possibility of defeat, so you really do have nothing to lose. At interview, all the applicants' thoughts are usually focused on showing themselves in the best possible light. This is inner intention. In what light exactly can you show yourself to be best? Outer intention is focused on expressing a genuine interest in the issues of the employer. Only in the light of the employer's concerns can you be the best. Your task lies in answering questions in such a way that you return to the context of the employer's concerns. The skill lies in doing this at the same time as giving precise answers without talking profusely or deviating from the subject. It always irritates an employer when an applicant gives vague answers to a question and indulges in lengthy explanations. That said, as soon as the opportunity arises, try to touch on issues related to what the company employer does, what it takes pride in, and what problems it may be facing. You should develop the conversation within this context. Your strengths should be conveyed in the light of the company's problems. Talk to the employer about these problems and how your professional qualities are relevant to their solution. This is outer intention. If you have been able to lead the conversation in the direction of the employer's concerns, you can be confident that the game is being played according to your script. Finally, if you were not the successful applicant, the job obviously was not meant for you. You never know what problems you may have escaped so luckily. Be calm. Wait for the job that is meant for you, and you will be the successful applicant. If you have been accepted to a position that is meant for another, you can expect to come into problems. So carry on searching for the job that is yours. How to go about this, you already know. The issue of work should not be grounds for the slightest wave of inner discomfort. This is the time to go to work, as if to a celebration. Summary. Use other people's inner intention to achieve your own goals. The feeling of self-worth lies at the core of inner intention. Do not try and change others. Do not try and change yourself either. To act more naturally, switch your attention from self to others. Play the game of increasing other people's sense of self-worth. If you want to attract attention, show an interest in those around you. In conversation, people are not inclined to evaluate how interesting you are. They are evaluating how well you might suit the role of realizing their self-worth. Express your interests in others with sincerity. Outer intention helps you to realize the inner intention of others. Let go of the intention to get and replace it with the intention to give. As a result, you will get the very thing you gave up. Argument and criticism are the mind's battle with the alternative's flow. Avoid any action that injures another's self-esteem. At the beginning of any conversation, take a turn with your partner so that you are moving in the same flow direction together. Do not justify your mistakes. Consciously admit them. Adopt the role of defending other people when they are right. A display of genuine liking for someone brings down their protective barrier. Asking a small favor of someone is the best way of befriending them. Healthy visualization creates a condition of comfort on an energetic level. An individual's personal power and influence is proportional to their free energy. Charm is the result of mutual love between heart and mind. Allow yourself the luxury of having shortcomings and lacking strengths. The excess potential of inner importance is dissipated through action. Chapter 13. Coordination. I do not want or hope. I intend. The insecurity labyrinth. No one and no thing can prevent you from reaching your goal once you have taken the path through the right door except yourself. In other words, only lack of faith and lack of confidence can hinder your progress. Lack of self-belief and lack of confidence are basically one and the same thing. Both undermine the effectiveness of inner intention and make outer intention practically impossible. Nothing you do when you are lacking in confidence will be done well. The more stressed you are about the need to do something well, the worse the result will be. Lack of self-belief, together with a tendency to exaggerate the complexity of challenges, leads to a state of extreme tension or feeling of being totally overwhelmed. The extreme feeling of being overwhelmed is caused by the initial tension squeezing in on itself. The outer importance you associate with your goal makes the desire to reach it excruciating or wearying, whereas inner importance makes you doubt your own ability. Together, this all leads to feelings of insecurity. Insecurity tightens the grip of inner intention as hard as it can in its efforts to achieve the goal. Even without taking the impact of balanced forces into consideration, the effect of this intense grip is always the direct opposite of the original intention. The effort required to maintaining several excess potentials at once takes up all your personal energy. You can see how many potentials are involved: inner and outer importance, frustration, and the effort required to keep yourself in check and the situation under control. There's just not enough free energy to go around. It is no wonder people end up feeling inhibited and tense, which makes them clumsy and awkward, and in turn causes them to tighten the grip of control even further. This is why people end up feeling overwhelmed, unable to move or utter anything intelligible. When a person is in this state, it might appear as if their intention is being held in a vice, but actually, once things get to this stage, intention is absent altogether. All the energy that would fuel intention has gone on to maintaining excess potentials. Insecurity in the form of anxiety and panic is pure feed for pendulums. Panic generates prognoses that start, but what if? When a person is feeling insecure, the prognosis is usually pessimistic in nature. In this case, energy is channeled into running negative scenarios around in your mind and worrying about them. This also uses up the energy of intention. The fact that the energy is being used up is not as bad as what the energy is being used for. Stress, panic, and fear are all powerful generators for our worst expectations, which, as you know, do come true. Guilt feelings are another rich source of insecurity that blossom into a bouquet of inadequacy, inferiority, lameness, and worthlessness. What question can there be of any self-confidence with that array of feeling? Guilt and everything connected with it causes the meridians to narrow. At the same time, the energy of intention is only sufficient to motivate actions that are feeble, indecisive, and mediocre. If you have a propensity to indulge in feelings of guilt, there will always be manipulators around you, like moths around a light bulb. Sensing your weakness, they assert themselves at your expense, happily devouring your unprotected energy. They play constantly on your feeling of guilt while you endlessly explain and justify your behavior, deepening your insecurity even further. Insecurity creates a vicious circle. The stronger the importance and desire, the deeper the insecurity. The tighter the grip of control over yourself personally and the situation, the more intense your tension. The more you feel panic and anxiety, the more likely you are to become justified. Guilt eventually turns life into the wretched existence of the loser. In an attempt to find a way out of the labyrinth, people desperately try and acquire confidence. One way in which they do this is to launch an outright attack on the world. In a preemptive maneuver, they attempt to demonstrate their strength and hide their lack of confidence. People try and erect a wall of confidence by impacting the world with their head-on, vigorous decisiveness. This kind of approach takes a lot of energy, but the wall of confidence will keep on crumbling. The energy behind forceful impact is spent on creating excess potentials and resisting the alternative's flow. In any case, the approach inevitably leads to failure, and the battle to construct a wall of confidence starts all over again. Another way of trying to acquire confidence is not to bother building a foundation for confidence, but simply to put everything at stake. This kind of self-confidence is the same sheepish manner turned inside out. It is a way of creating the impression of something that is not really there. If confidence is not based on anything, it generates excess potential. But excess potential is not the only problem. You usually end up injuring someone else's interests when you are acting in a cocksure or overconfident manner. A man standing in the middle of a desert shouting, "The world is my oyster," can shout all they like. As long as he is not bothering anyone else, balanced forces will leave him alone. However, when unfounded self-assuredness begins to compare itself with the abilities of others, dependent relationships are created. Confidence that is based on comparing oneself with others is pure excess potential, especially if one's confidence is based on a scornful or contemptuous attitude to other people. False confidence will be sooner or later punished with a clip round the ear, or if you will excuse the expression, a kick up the backside. There is also a kind of ecstatic confidence that a shy person feels when they suddenly experience a whiff of self-confidence. This is also a false kind of confidence because it is based on a temporary emotional high that quickly passes. So how can you acquire true self-confidence? Fighting feelings of insecurity is futile, and neither can insecurity be hidden behind a screen of false courage. You cannot hide the insecurity anyway, and the energy spent on trying to create it will turn against you. Trying to force confidence is also pointless. Any efforts made to artificially instigate courage and determination when they are not already present will also be wasted. Forcing yourself to keep it together when you are actually falling apart is totally impossible. As we said above, the energy of intention cannot be grasped or clenched. It just ends up being spent on maintaining the grip of control, leaving nothing behind to motivate action. It is ridiculous to try and develop confidence in any way at all. You might think that confidence grows by taking decisive action, but in reality, when a person stops fighting and starts taking action, the energy of intention releases its grip and switches from excess potentials to the implementation of action. In the end, the hands do what the eyes fear, and everything turns out well. Confidence is not developed through action. It is the energy of intention released. You cannot develop confidence. Confidence is like energy. It is either present or not present. Confidence, like self-belief, cannot be acquired by the means of auto-suggestion. You can repeat affirmations on how self-confident you are until you are blue in the face, but it will remain a naive and fruitless exercise. It is no different to fighting the symptoms of an illness without curing the cause. Whatever you try and do with your insecurity, it is not going anywhere. Wherever you look for confidence, you will not find it. Neither will you be able to maintain the corresponding thought transmission necessary to be on a constant wave of confidence. You might say to yourself in the morning, "That's it, I'm confident. Nothing can shake my self-confidence. I'm solid as a rock." Try it and you will see what happens afterwards. For a while you will really feel more confident, which will make you feel extremely happy and even more confident. But very soon, a pendulum will arrange some nasty provocation, and you will not even notice how you come crashing down from the wave of confidence. Once again, you will be irritated and depressed. A problem will come out of nowhere. Something will get you down, and you will have reason to fear and hate the world as before. You thought you glimpsed a light at the end of the tunnel, but you came to a dead end instead. So how can you free yourself from the intricate labyrinth? You cannot, actually, because there is no exit. The secret to the labyrinth is that its walls will crumble when you give up looking for the exit and abandon importance. The reasons for insecurity can be separated into two groups. The first group consists of internal causes, such as obsessive concern with one's personal qualities. This gives rise to feelings like dissatisfaction with the self, on account of one's shortcomings and lack of certain strengths, feelings of inferiority in comparison to others, bashfulness, fear of failure, looking stupid, etc. The second group consists of external factors linked with unrealistic overestimation of external factors. As a result, unfounded fears arise in relation to the gap between one's meager inner qualities and the high demands of the external world, feeling very small in a big city, and finally, fear of reality. The paradox lies in the fact that to acquire self-confidence, you have to let go of wanting to acquire it. The labyrinth's walls are made out of importance. You are waking around the labyrinth trying to get rid of your insecurity and acquire self-confidence. Confidence is a wild goose chase, another pendulum invention, a deceptive mirage, a trap for importance. Confidence is a pendulum game in which they always win. Where there is belief, there is always room for doubt. Likewise, where there is confidence, there is always room for hesitation and indecisiveness. Confidence is a kind of belief in success. A negative adjustment can be made to any scenario, and one small adjustment is more than enough to bring down the walls of confidence. The notion of confidence is constructed on excess potentials and dependent relationships. Any variation on the theme of confidence takes roughly the following format. I am determined. I am resolute and unshakable. I am better than everyone else. Nothing can stop me. I overcome all obstacles. I am stronger and braver than the rest. And it goes on in the same vein. Confidence is nothing more than temporary excess potential. Whatever packaging you wrap it up in remains nothing more than excess potential. Even self-control is nothing more than a temporary concentration of tension, for confidence is just the opposite value of insecurity. Both potentials demand an output of energy, and the first will be indivertibly destroyed by balanced forces. Therefore, the pursuit of confidence is as fruitless as chasing after an illusory happiness that hovers somewhere in the future. And so we have just successfully broken through another false belief, but how are we to manage without confidence? Transurfing offers an alternative. Coordination. What coordination represents, you will find out very shortly in the next section. Coordinating importance. Why do we need confidence? To boldly conquer our place in the sun. Pendulums have imposed one sacrosanct postulate which sounds, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to achieve something, you have to fight for it, insist, demand, outstrip your rivals, and elbow your way forward. But in order to act boldly and decisively, you have to have confidence. As you know, the path of battle and rivalry is not the only way. If you reject the pendulum scenario, you can calmly take what is yours without having to put pressure on, without having to fight, but by simply finding the will to have. Freedom of choice represents a pernicious threat to pendulums. If everyone were to claim what was rightfully theirs without fighting for it, without spending energy creating obstacles and then overcoming them, then the pendulums would be left with nothing. Despite the fact that it is extremely difficult to imagine the world without pendulums, the false stereotypes and beliefs they create are not as hard and fast as the laws of motion, for example. Awareness and intention enable you to ignore the pendulum's game and claim what is yours without having to fight for it. When there is freedom without struggle, there is no need for confidence. Confidence has only one origin: importance. Confidence represents the same potential as insecurity. It is just the opposite polarity of the same quality, and both polarities are rooted in dependency on external factors and circumstances. The following metaphor describes the nature of this dependency. The pendulum leads a person along a path like a puppet on a string. The person does not believe they can choose their own path or even walk independently. If the strings are kept even, the person walks with confidence like a child holding onto its mother's hand. But as soon as the strings relax and give some slack or start to jerk about, the person feels insecure and tries to tighten the strings. It is not that the pendulum is holding on to the person tightly. It is that the person will not let go of the strings of importance. They are afraid to let go because they are under the power of dependency, which creates the illusion of support and confidence. In the end, the child will let go of its mother's hand and walk on its own, and the mother will encourage the child to do so. Pendulums, on the other hand, will try to convince the person that they will not be able to choose their own path by themselves or walk without the support of the strings. If the person were to shake off the delusion and let go of the strings of importance, they would find they were able to walk freely wherever they wished and simply choose their goal without having to fight for it. Once a person has their freedom, they no longer need confidence and the illusion of support that it creates. All they really need is coordination to stop them from falling. Of course, they have become used to the stability and support they received when they were under the pendulum's power and holding on to the strings of importance. However, when they were giving their energy away to the pendulums, they would constantly disturb the balance and end up dangling helplessly at the end of their pseudo-safety ropes. If a person could let go of the strings, all they would have to do to maintain their balance would be to avoid creating importance and excess potential. Confidence as a support would no longer be necessary because when there is no importance, there is nothing to guard or conquer. There is nothing to fear or be anxious about. As long as I do not attribute excessive meaning to anything, the layer of my world will not be distorted by excess potentials. Instead, I abandon the struggle and go with the flow. I am empty, and so there is nothing that can be hooked into, although this does not mean that I am hanging suspended in a vacuum. Finally, if I want it, the freedom of choice is mine. There is no need to struggle anymore. I just calmly walk my path and take what is mine. Unlike shaky confidence, this is a new state of conscious, composed coordination. Where does the feeling of peace come from? The feeling of inner calm comes from not creating inner importance and so having nothing to prove. When you carry the belief that you are an important person, the desire arises to prove it to others, and excess potential is created. Then, balanced forces will do all they can to demystify the myth of your importance, repeatedly creating conditions designed to test your confidence to the limit. The slightest pang of inferiority prompts a person into struggling to raise and assert their self-worth. Let go of the need to prove anything to yourself or others and just accept whatever you need to prove as a fundamental truth. You can spend your whole life battling to prove your worth, and yet the moment you let go of the battle, you acquire it. A feeling of insecurity is intrinsically the same as low self-esteem. So how can you improve your self-esteem? You probably think that I am now going to try to make you believe that you are much better than you give yourself credit for. This is what many psychologists do without a second thought. It is true that the opinion others have of us is directly proportional to our own opinion of ourselves, as long as it does not border on arrogance. The moment you acknowledge your true value, free of any self-deception, others will agree with you. The only problem is that it is not easy to convince yourself of your own true worth. Try it. If you suffer from low self-esteem, you will not succeed in persuading yourself of the opposite. However much you try and convince yourself of your own true worth, you will never quite be able to believe that you are special. Thoughts will creep in along the lines of, so where are they then, these special qualities of mine? I can see the shortcomings. They are obvious. So I'm not going to urge you to believe in your special qualities and raise your self-esteem, because I know that it would either make you smug and overconfident or shove you deeper into despair. My advice would be to abandon the struggle for worth altogether. Do not try to believe or convince yourself of your own value. Simply let go of the battle and observe what happens. The people around you will start treating you with more respect, as if they valued you more highly. As soon as you appreciate the fact of their attitude, the need to convince yourself or try to believe in something will fall away and you will simply know. It is a paradox, but it works every time. The battle for self-worth drains your free energy and channels it into the battle with the alternatives flow and the creation of excess potentials that drums up the wind of balanced forces. Together, all these circumstances create a tangled ball of problems fraught with all sorts of negative consequences. You cannot untangle the ball. Just abandon the struggle for self-worth, and you will be surprised and delighted with the result. Your sense of self-worth will grow before your very eyes, and your self-esteem will be enhanced, and in turn, the people around you will affirm your new sense of self. It is as pointless to try and deny or stamp out feelings of guilt as it is to artificially raise your self-esteem. If you have a disposition to feel guilt, you will never be able to stifle or banish the feelings of guilt you experience. So what can you do? The same thing as with low self-esteem. Stop justifying yourself to others. Only ever justify yourself when it is absolutely necessary to explain your actions. Remember, no one has the right to judge you, whatever you have done, as long as you have not harmed anyone else. Do not take the blame publicly and do not justify your actions. Let the manipulators fall through the emptiness. Resisting the temptation to slam the door behind you, silently leave the courtroom where people gather to profit from the guilt feelings of others. Give them nothing. If you have quite a deep guilt complex, then initially it will not hurt to put the lid on your conscience for a while. Do not invite others to judge your self-worth. Only by taking this attitude, and not by the means of inner battle, will you rid your conscience of feelings of guilt. You will see how guilt just disappears into thin air. Having abandoned the battle for self-worth and given up justifying yourself, you will have settled the score with a significant portion of inner importance, as feelings of guilt and low self-worth are the predominant manifestations of inner importance. All other types of excess potential are derivative of these two. You will no longer feel the need for protection, as there is nothing any longer to protect. Neither will you need to pounce on others to preempt their attack. There is a saying that goes, "Do not frighten anyone, and you will have nothing to fear." By the same token, if you reduce the importance of external factors, they will cease to reign over you with their preeminence. The two most oppressive kinds of outer importance are fear of the unknown and feeling overwhelmed by challenges. Both generate the dismal potential of panic and stress. Everyone is always concerned about something. People who are insecure prefer to bow under the weight of their problems, somehow dragging their burden along with them. Strong personalities strive to overcome their difficulties with force and decisiveness. They take the fortress by storm, penetrating its walls with the excess potential of overt confidence. Insecurity, like confidence, requires energy. In the case of insecurity, the energy mainly goes into panic and anxiety, and in the case of confidence, the energy goes into overcoming obstacles. These are fairly elaborate methods of interacting with the outside world. In reality, everything is much simpler than it seems. As soon as you can consciously reduce outer importance and abandon fighting against the alternatives flow, the obstacles you perceive will be cleared from your path. Do you really think you would need confidence? No, all you need now is good coordination to move with the flow and consciously control not the script, but your importance levels. Energy that was previously channeled into maintaining all sorts of excess potential now goes on supporting the balance and just slightly helping the flow along with the ore of purified intention. Of course, you cannot ever totally stop attributing meaning to things in life, however hard you might try, so do not try to negate importance. Just release the grip and transform the energy of anxiety into the energy of action. Begin the process of doing in any way you can, without insistence or pressure. The energy of excess potential will disperse through action, releasing the energy of intention, and with that, complex problems will be transformed into minor ones. As far as fear of the unknown is concerned, neither blind faith, nor autosuggestion, nor false confidence will help you deal with it effectively. You may remember that I advise not thinking about the means to achieving your goal. You will never force yourself to believe in the possibility of a distant goal or total 100% success, so abandon futile attempts to do so, as your faith will come to nothing and temporarily bursts of confidence quickly fade. You do not need confidence or faith. You need coordination. Coordination means taking pleasure in thinking about the goal as if it had already been reached, letting go of the grip of control over the script, and going with the alternatives flow, helping it along with the ore of pure intention. This is totally different to blind faith in success. Where there is faith, particularly blind faith, there is always room for doubt. It is the forced potential of importance that blinds. When you go with the flow and conscious awareness, everything falls into place without excessive effort. When you act in accordance with coordination, what you previously wanted to believe in but could not because it frightened you with the unknown will soon appear from around the bend like a current. Doubts disappear when the mind is confronted with fact. Then faith is transformed into knowledge, and fear of the unknown becomes satisfaction at the feeling of your own strength. The most important thing is to reduce importance and let go of controlling the script. It is also important to remember that you decide the level of complexity a challenge represents, and that adjustment to the script will play in your favor if you let it. Finally, absolute coordination is achieved as a result of harmony between heart and mind. If on a conscious level you are certain of what you want, but a worm of doubt or glimpse of depression sits in your subconscious, coordination will remain an elusive quality. Harmony of heart and mind is achieved by listening to the whisperings of the heart and living true to your own credo. A lot has already been said about how and why to listen to the voice of the heart. All I will add here is that living according to your own credo means loving yourself, accepting yourself the way you are, not suffering from pangs of conscience or guilt, and firmly acting according to the dictates of the heart and mind. Efforts to live to your personal credo fall apart when self-esteem suffers and conflict arises between the heart and the mind. It is, as you know, a wonderful thing to be able to live according to your true values and beliefs. It is even more wonderful to know that you do not have to create your credo, change it, or battle with it, although many people do, chipping away at their own credo as if it were literally a statue in marble. Titivating your credo will not bring you anything but fruitless soul-searching, spiritual torment, and self-doubt. Your personal credo cannot be shaped or drummed up as a result of struggle or other willful effort. You already have a credo. It is just like that. Like the heart, it gets sealed up in the box of importance. As soon as you let go of inner and outer importance, you will immediately sense that your credo has been freed. When importance is at zero, you have nothing to protect or conquer. You simply live in accordance with it and calmly take what is yours. By abandoning the battle for self-worth, not inviting others to judge your worth, and reducing your outer importance, you finally acquire what is normally considered to be true confidence. This type of confidence is not the frail confidence built on excess potential, but a calm inner strength. Coordination. True, calm coordination does not relate to anything external, and so it requires neither confirmation nor proof. No doubt you have seen characters in films whose confidence is beyond question. True, calm self-confidence can only come from inner self-sufficiency and the integrity of wholeness. You do not compare yourself to anyone. You are simply in a state of total balance. This kind of balance is achieved where there is unity of heart and mind. When there is no feeling of guilt, dependency, superiority, obligation, fear, or stress. In other words, when you do not disturb the balance inside yourself or in the world around you. Live in harmony with the outside world, yourself, and your credo. This is the ideal we should strive towards in order to have complete confidence, that is, coordination. Achieved by any other means, confidence can only be artificial. Coordination grants you freedom from pendulums, allowing you to move independently in whatever direction you wish, to claim whatever you desire. If at the present time you have to fulfill tiresome obligations, detach yourself and imagine that you are being filmed for a movie. Hang on, for you will have to play your role to the end, at least until the end of the current series, until you walk through the right door. Practice visualizing your target slide without thinking about the means, and wait for outer intention to open the door to you. The battle with the clay golem. At last I am free of the unnecessary burden of excess potential. Inner and outer importance no longer exist. I have no need to assert my superiority or hide my inferiority. I fear neither the past nor the future. I have nothing to protect and nothing to conquer. I am finally free of the influence of pendulums and can take care of myself. If only this were true. Pendulums have great power, and part of the reason for their power is that people do not suspect that they exist. It would not be right to talk about pendulums as if they were a secret group of aliens hatching a plot against the human race, because pendulums are an integral part of our world. They have a genuine impact on people exerting their control via informational energy. Their influence takes effect on 3 levels: mental, emotional, and energetic. Pendulums pump free energy from people via the strings of importance. It has always been this way, except that recently, the purely informational impact has been greatly accelerated. Human civilization has evolved over many thousands of years, but it is only over the last decade that the picture has radically changed due to developments in the field of information technology. The volume of accumulated data stored on all kinds of servers is growing exponentially. The threat lies not so much in the volume of data being stored, but the methods and means of its distribution. We are ensnared in a web of telecommunications that become more dangerous with every passing day. We do not sense the danger, however, because the growth of the information industry takes place under the jovial anesthesia of new forms of entertainment and convenient tools that are fun to use. It is quite evident that the pendulum's goal is not to entertain its adherents, but to subject them to its power. The expansion and intricate elaboration of the information network has enabled the pendulum to attract a phenomenal number of adherents simultaneously. The greater the percentage of the population that watches the same program, the more energy the pendulum can harvest. The stronger the pendulum becomes, the greater its influence, and the more easily adherents are persuaded to follow the rule, "Do as I do." The pendulum's rule works well and succeeds in drawing people away from their innermost goals. The process is now approaching its final stage in which man is ultimately deprived of the freedom of choice. One day, people will find themselves in a situation in which they represent nothing more than an element of a monstrous informational energy matrix. The individual will be shut in a box of conditioning and transformed into a detail of the greater machine. The matrix grid will determine how each element should function and what they should wish for. As you know, science fiction has a tendency to become reality in its time. This process is already taking place steadily and unnoticeably. There is nothing that can be done about it. Subordination does not necessarily have to be brought about by force. It is sufficient to shape the individual's worldview in such a way that they have no notion of their freedom. This is what is happening now. It is relatively difficult to preserve a sense of freedom under these conditions, and so we will take a closer look at specific aspects of pendulum protection methods. As you know, importance is the only thing a pendulum can use to hook into. A pendulum can even hook into your attributing great importance to keeping importance at zero. Everything that has been said in relation to pendulums is quite serious, but here lies the paradox. If you now declare war on pendulums in earnest, you will be destined to fail. The most important principle in the battle with the pendulum is to refuse to fight them. You have to understand that this is not a fight with a tangible object, but a battle with a clay golem, a game, and so it is up to you what kind of fight you want it to be. If you perceive the process as a fight, you will lose whatever happens, because you cannot beat a pendulum in battle. If you challenge the golem, even along the lines of, "Now I know it is just a clay golem, I will show it," you can consider yourself defeated. If you perceive it as a game, you will at worst lose the round, but not the fight. The pendulum is just a golem, while you are conscious of the essence of the game and refuse to observe its rules. Pendulums will lie in wait for their victim every time they feel confident. Be prepared for the fact that they will try to throw you off balance in any way they can. This is the nature of the game. You take the bait, lose your sense of balance, get very upset, and feed your energy to the pendulum. You start off calm, happy, and balanced, but it does not last long before the pendulum provokes you. You get involved in a dodgy situation or receive bad news. In accordance with the script, you should get stressed, become afraid, feel despair, feel dejected, and express your irritation or dissatisfaction. All you have to do when this happens is wake up and remember what the game is, and then instantly reduce importance. If you do this with conscious awareness, the pendulum will fall through into emptiness. You can break the game rules as long as you are not daydreaming. In non-lucid dreaming, the dreamer is always a victim of circumstance. The dream just happens and you cannot do anything about it. In waking life, people have long been accustomed to reacting just as automatically to any negative influence, and I do not have to explain what follows. However, you are not an oyster, and you are more than capable of responding in an inadequate manner. If you deliberately act strangely, the pendulum's plans will be ruined. You just have to come to your senses in time and break the rules of the game. You will see for yourself just how pleasant it is when you realize you are where the pendulum is desperately trying to provoke you, and you do not take the bait. The pleasant feeling does not only come from being proud of yourself for being strong, there's another reason too. When you give your energy to a pendulum, you become weaker. But when a pendulum tries to provoke you and you resist, you become the receiver of the energy the pendulum channeled into the provocation, making you stronger. This additional strength is experienced as a pleasant feeling. Now you can imagine how great the pendulum feels when it feeds on your energy. Do not give the pendulum the opportunity. It will pursue you time and again, but do not weaken. Let it spend its energy on you. During the game where you are breaking the rules, do not be tempted to get angry or frustrated with the game. All the time that you are playing with conscious awareness, you are having fun, fighting a golem with sugar sabers, and it will not be able to touch you. If you break the rules and manage to retain a condition of inner balance, the golem will shatter into pieces. However, as soon as you begin to lose your temper, the pendulum's sugar saber will be transformed into a dangerous blade. Then the game can turn into a battle and end in an induced transition. Do not fight your reaction to being provoked. Look at it from a different perspective. The emotions you experience are the effect, the cause of which is your relationship to what is happening. You have to consciously change your response to the negative factor. It is not difficult to display an inadequate attitude because you are aware that it is just a game. Let the jester jump. It is as if you are fighting an invisible opponent in a room of mirrors. It seems as if the pendulum is right next to you, but in reality, what you are seeing is not the pendulum or even the pendulum's reflection. The reflection in the mirror is your importance. All the time that something has exaggeratedly important meaning, you have an opponent that constantly looms at you in the mirrors. While importance is kept at zero, there is nothing to fear, nothing to protect, and no one to attack. Then the mirrors of importance will splinter into tiny pieces, and you will see that the golem has crumbled. You do not need toughness in the battle with the pendulum. Emptiness is considerably more effective. The expressions impenetrable, nerves of steel, iron will, steadfast, endurance, and self-control, among others, imply protection, tension, and readiness to fight back. Maintaining this type of protective field requires a huge amount of energy. As you know, all this energy is feed for the pendulum. Yet if I am empty, I have no need to maintain the protective field. Energy is not wasted, and the golem falls into the emptiness and crumbles. All you have to do is consistently remind yourself of the rules of the game and be conscious to keep importance at zero. The need to keep importance at zero should not escalate into a permanent state of readiness for defense combat. You should not attach excessive meaning to the game itself. Relax and allow yourself to lose from time to time. There is no need to strive for victory at all costs. While you maintain your grip of control, the pendulum cannot twist you about. It will drag you like a dog grips onto a stick. It does not want to let go of it. If the game is not any fun, display the maximum level of indifference possible by losing and not caring at all. If the pendulum wins a round, do not be stubborn. Accept that you lost the game. There's nothing wrong with losing your inner balance and getting upset. Do not give yourself a hard time over it. The next game will be yours. And do not promise yourself that this time will be the last, or set an ultimatum or trap to fall into. You think you are setting an ultimatum for yourself, but actually you are setting it for the pendulum, which is exactly what it is waiting for. Ultimatums are nothing but a powerful wall of protection. By putting up a protective wall, you turn the game into a battle in which you will inevitably suffer defeat. Be prepared for pendulums to provoke you gently and softly. Many people look for a prop in cigarettes, alcohol, and drugs when they are flagging under the weight of their problems. The next time you give up a harmful habit and tell yourself, "That is it. This is the last one." This is not you talking. A pendulum can so capture your thought wave that it can literally impose thoughts on you. Every time you swear to yourself, "Just one last time and then that's it," wake up and shake off the delusion. This is the pendulum speaking. Being consciously aware of this fact will help you to indifferently split with a bad habit, not decisively, but indifferently. There is nothing that pendulums will not do to attract adherence. They have completely whittled away everything sacred, from ethical principles to religion. The world is a manifestation of the one Spirit, an affirmation of multiplicity and oneness. The divine essence penetrates all living and non-living beings. God lives in each and every one of us. We touched on this previously when we compared the human soul to a drop in the ocean. As soon as God informed human beings of his existence via his manifestation on earth, the pendulums instantly took religion under their control. You can see this for yourself if you look at the original 10 Commandments. The first commandment, despite its various interpretations, is in essence the following: "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." This statement demands that man believe in the existence of the one God who rules over all creation. But people broke the commandment straight away and created numerous other religions, i.e., pendulums. Rather, they allow themselves to become subordinated to the pendulums of religion. The pendulums of religion hide behind the name of the Lord. Spiritual ministers genuinely try to preach the word and work of the Lord, but being adherents themselves, they are held under the power of pendulums, and so very little actually depends on their actions. Can religions, war, and conflict really please God? The second commandment, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them." This also refers to pendulums. The pendulum subjects adherents to its will and forces them to act in its interest, whatever the circumstances, and no matter what the good intentions are that conceal its true purpose. All the commandments can basically be reduced to two. In the words of Jesus responding to the question, "Teacher, what is the greatest commandment in the law?" Jesus said, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind." This is the first and greatest commandment. The second is similar to the first. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. The whole of the law and the prophets depend on those two commandments. Love God and yourself and others without worshiping pendulums. That is all the commandments urge you to do. The negative impact of the mass media on the human psyche requires the individual to be very consciously aware. Do not let negative information affect you. Everywhere you look, someone is trying to seduce you, capture your attention, or force something on you. Any group of people has its pendulum. When adherents carry out the pendulum's will, they are often unaware of its true goals. So you should always ask yourself the question, who needs this and why? Do I need it? At the same time, actively search for any information that relates to your goal. Yes, yes, your mind impatiently replies. I know that already. And what of it that your mind already knows? Despite all that the mind already knows, it still carelessly nods off every time the pendulum starts a game. Do not let the pendulum come and lead you away by the hand. Generally speaking, your task comes down to consciously breaking the rules. This can be done in two ways. Either drop importance and scupper the pendulum into the emptiness of your indifference, or still its sway by reacting in an inadequate manner. If you struggle with reducing importance, you can always stick with the second method. Any inadequate reaction to provocation is a gross violation of the rules of the game. Ending the battle. The freedom of choice lies in one incredibly simple fact. There is no need to fight to achieve your goal. All you need is the will to have. As soon as you allow yourself to have, you can begin the process of calmly placing one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. Pendulums will impose a different scenario, forcing you to fight for your goal, declaring war on the world and yourself. Pendulums recommend starting with yourself. They make you believe that you are not perfect, and so you will not achieve your goal until you change. Once you have changed, then you must join the battle for a place in the sun. There is only one motivation behind this scenario, which is to drain the victim's energy. By battling with yourself, you give your energy to the pendulum, and you do just the same when you join the battle against the outside world. The word battle in this context presupposes constant tension, struggle, and discipline. You have to be ever ready for battle, as warriors are who vaguely understand that somewhere in the world there is freedom. The mistake of the warrior is that they think they have to fight for their freedom. They spend their lives at war, always putting off their main fight until later. Warriors do not believe that you can just walk up and take your freedom. They tell themselves and others that it is an extremely challenging task requiring years of hard work and sweat. The transurfing pilgrim does not get involved in the fight for freedom because they know that freedom is already theirs. No one can force you to fight, and yet if you are filled with inner and outer importance, you really do not have any other choice. The closest thing to battle in transurfing is the intention to act impeccably, but rather than requiring tactical efficiency and discipline, it requires conscious awareness. If you find it difficult to just claim and allow yourself the idea of having, you may put it off to return to later. But for how long? The yarn of postponement can go on all your life. Putting it off until the next time makes life in the present moment a mere dress rehearsal for some better future. People are always unsatisfied by the present moment and console themselves with the hope that things will soon improve. With this attitude, the better future will never come. It will always hover just in front of you for you to chase after, and it will be just the same as trying to catch up with the setting sun. The idea that you still have plenty of time is an illusion. You can spend your entire life in expectation of a better future. There is the saying, there is nothing more permanent than the temporary. In reality, there is no time to wait. Do not wait for the future, but insert it into the current moment. Allow yourself to have, here and now. That does not mean that your goal will be realized instantly. We are talking about will, i.e., the intention to have, in contradistinction to the ongoing battle with the self. The will to have is infinitely more powerful than the will to act. If you have spent your whole life taking part in the battle for a place in the sun, how far has it got you? Did you have to drag yourself to your boring job or to college as if to forced labor while someone else was relaxing at a ski resort or warming themselves in the sunshine by the ocean? Perhaps they won their battle and are now able to enjoy life. The majority of people who participate in the battle would not be able to afford to go to a ski resort even if they saved up for it their whole life. And if you can afford to give yourself a few days' pleasure once a year, then that is always an achievement. But what often happens is you arrive and the weather is bad, or the ski lift is broken, or you have to deal with other problems you could not have foreseen. Even if everything goes well, the thought will still be in your mind that you should be economical, and you will remember how hard you worked to earn the money to pay for these few days of holiday, which is so quickly coming to an end. You will have had a nice time in principle, but then you will have to return to the gray days of working life and slave away again. You won the battle and earned a holiday, and yet from time to time a dark shadow creeps into your thoughts. You are convinced that you have to work long and hard to earn just a short time of pleasure. You are not ready to totally give yourself permission to have. Those who give themselves permission to have do not take part in the battle. They are too busy. For example, a lucky couple were taking a break at a ski resort in Switzerland last week. They had a ball. All balls eventually come to an end, but in different ways for different people. Now the couple is arguing about where to go next. He wants to go to the Australian Alps, but she would rather go to the French Alps. The whole scene may remind you of some superficial soap opera, but for the couple it is more than a serious matter. The difference in perception is caused by different levels of willingness to have. You will trudge away for another year until you have a holiday, whereas the couple expect to have their next holiday in a week's time. The rational mind may be upset, protesting. But how can that be? After all, they were born with their millions, whereas I have to earn my money. Where would I get the money? How many times have we already said that you do not have to think about the money? When you end the battle and give yourself permission to have, outer intention will find a way of giving you what you need. I cannot prove this to you right here and now, but you can test the principle for yourself. And do not try it, just do it, and not tomorrow, but today. Allow yourself to have from this moment onwards, unconditionally and unreservedly, and not occasionally, but all the time. If you do not expect instant results and continue to allow yourself to have, One fine day, something will happen that others will want to call a miracle. Those who are born with millions are already imbued with the will to have. They do not even have to think about it, whereas you will have to work with slides. The mind will worry about how realistic the goal is and the means to achieve it. But this is the path of battle that leads nowhere. If you take this path, you will never earn enough money. Earn the will to have, not the money. If you concentrate on the goal as if you had already achieved it, your doors will open and the means will take care of themselves. The freedom of it all is enough to make your head spin. You may choose not to accept this freedom. It is your choice. Nothing would be easier than to say that this is all rubbish and continue toiling away the rest of your life. Everyone makes their choice and receives what they are willing to have. Your choice is immutable law, and with it, you shape your own reality. Choice in the alternative space takes place roughly in the following way. People wander into a supermarket where they are asked, "What would you like?" One customer replies, "I would like to become a star in show business." The shop assistant replies, "No problem. Here is a great version, especially for you. World fame, wealth, shine. Will you take it?" Surprised, the customer says, "Well, how can I put this? It is not that easy. Only a handful ever really make it, and the chosen few have unique talents, whereas I am just your average Joe Blow." The shop assistant shrugs their shoulders. "What has talent got to do with it? Here's your item. Take it." The customer then says, "It is really hard to get into show business. It is a bit of a jungle, a world full of sharks." The shop assistant comes back with, "Okay, so here's a massive shark to help you make it. Take it. You will not regret it." The customer replies, "The stars of show business have such luxurious homes, fancy cars, top society. Could all that really be mine? I can hardly believe it." At which point the shop assistant says, "Oh well, it is a shame, of course. I do not think we can help you," and puts the item back on the shelf. In the same way, a person might cautiously ask another, "Do you know how to fly on a commercial airliner?" "Of course," the other replies. "I simply sit in the seat, fasten my seatbelt, and the airplane lifts up into the air." As soon as you allow for the idea that achieving the goal is simply a matter of choice, you will begin to feel just how absurd the customer's concerns are in the alternatives space shop. It is just a matter of being willing to have. That is all. You might fall into the trap of battling with yourself for the will to have. Whatever you do, do not force yourself to allow yourself to have. Do not force yourself to picture the target slide. You should not need to push yourself. Do not pressure yourself or tense up over it, for that again makes it a battle. Simply take pleasure in having exciting thoughts. Abandon importance and end the battle. Nothing is achieved by battling. The reason you continue battling is because everything around you has been elevated in importance. You cannot allow yourself to have at the same time as fighting ardently for your place in the sun. You may be resolute and full of confidence that you will have what is yours, and are enthusiastically convincing yourself that it is all down to your personal choice. Yet to act forcefully entails creating excess potential. What is required is more like a carefree, lighthearted resolve. Relax. Let go of your grip of control and just be aware of the fact that you are taking what is yours. You do not need to drum up momentum and enthusiasm to go buy a paper. If they do not have the paper you want, just walk to the other news agents. Release your deadly grip. By trying to release your grip, it becomes even tighter. Any kind of diligence or effort only aggravates excess potential. Importance is the underlying cause of effort and compulsive grip. You cannot relax the grip if you are battling with it. Abandon importance and the grip will relax of its own accord. Reducing importance shifts the arrow that indicates the direction of intention from the inner intention zone to the outer intention zone. Any pressure that is applied is the result of importance. When you try to put pressure on a situation, your actions are directed by inner intention. Willpower is essential in overcoming obstacles, but as we know now, obstacles are born of importance. Obstacles disintegrate the moment you reduce importance, and will is no longer required. When importance disappears, the need to push for your goals transforms into the will to have, and then outer intention sets in. You do not have to win the right to choose. You already have it. If you feel filled with decisiveness to win your right to choose, prepare to be disappointed. If you are filled with decisiveness and vigor, you again hold the deadly grip. Balanced forces will quickly cool your smoldering coals. And pendulums, having sensed your importance, will immediately try to provoke you. You will see for yourself that this is how it works. Do not let unsuccessful attempts to acquire dispassionate will worry or upset you. People are very used to channeling their energy, not so much towards their goals as toward the feed for pendulums. Eventually, you will learn to differentiate between decisiveness and will. The will to have is the dispassionate, unemotional intention to take what is unquestionably yours. Does not it sound weird to say, I am absolutely full of decisiveness to get the post from the letterbox? You must exercise your right to choose just as calmly and uninsistently as you would retrieve your post from the letterbox. In life, people are always having to take tests, exams, take part in contests, and all sorts of personal assessments, but the will to have depends only on yourself. You are your own examiner. Any mark you give yourself is usually a reflection either of the belief that you are incapable and unworthy, or that the goal is unrealistic. People do this automatically out of habit. All you have to do is allow yourself to have whatever else is happening. It is unfamiliar, of course, but why not dare to try it and allow yourself to have? Newton's and anyone else's apples may fall to the ground, but let yours fall to the sky. You might desperately wish to acquire the will to have, but nonetheless abandon desire. Enough of desiring. You are going to get what you need anyway. Just think about taking what already belongs to you. Take it calmly, without demanding or insisting, with the thought of, if I want it, what is the problem? I will have it. Release. The will to have is created by the free energy of intention. Two things get in the way of allowing yourself to have. The first is conflict between the heart and mind. The second is the excess potential of inner and outer importance, which use up free energy. One would be mistaken to think that the will to have is equal to banal thinking that sounds, I want and I will. In reality, such thoughts must be filled with the energy of intention. Otherwise, they are just the mumbling of the mind and nothing more. Thoughts must flow from the unity of heart and mind. Otherwise, the programming of the energy of intention will not be pure. If a large portion of free energy is consumed by excess potential, intention will have no power to it. The difficulties we experience in acquiring will are similar to the reservations a person feels when they sit at the handlebars of a bicycle without stabilizers for the first time. The person knows that it is possible in principle, but they also know that they will not manage it on their first attempt. They doubt their abilities and yet are filled with the desire to learn. The person tries to control the learning process, but does not understand what to do. 3 types of excess potential are immediately created: doubt, desire, and control, and all 3 drain the energy of intention. The mind tries to keep balance this way and that, but the bicycle keeps falling over because there is not enough unity of heart and mind, or free energy. Then there comes a point at which the mind gives some slack on control, and the unity of heart and mind appears that it is so essential to maintaining balance. As a result, you can suddenly do it, although the mind has no idea how. But that is the whole point. The mind always thinks about the means and how one should act. It takes control and tries various options. The heart, in contrast, does not think. It is simply unreservedly willing to have. The mind is also willing to have, but only on the condition that things are clear and rational. The conflict between heart and mind arises because the mind doubts the goal can be realistically achieved. As soon as the grip of control weakens, the limiting conditions of the mind fall away to reveal unity between heart and mind. The mind is surprised by the fact that its control is not necessary and that everything works of its own accord. However, this fact is enough for the mind to accept, even if it does not totally understand what happened. The rider can balance, and so the mind accepts it. The mind gives up enforcing its control because it is now convinced that it is not necessary. After a little practice, the other excess potentials disappear as well, and the energy of intention is released, at which point riding the bicycle goes from being a challenge to a pleasure. In order to acquire the will to have, you have to achieve unity of heart and mind and release the energy of intention. Unity of heart and mind is achieved when you are on the path to your goal through the right door. It remains only to determine your innermost aspirations and set out on that path. By laying down the useless burden of inner and outer intention, you release the energy of intention, the moving force for transition in the alternative space. When you are dragging inner and outer importance around with you, you waste 99% of your energy on supporting excess potential. How can you source free energy if it is all tied up in potential? In order to drop importance, you need to take action consciously. You need to be aware of what you are attributing excess meaning to and the consequences of doing so. Unfortunately, our attempts to consciously abandon importance on an intellectual level are not always successful. The answer then is to take action, because the power behind excess potential dissipates in the process of doing. The action you take can be turning the target slide around in your mind, visualizing the process and calmly placing one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. How not to be afraid? Get a safety net. The hardest excess potential is to overcome fear. You cannot force yourself to be unafraid. If something that has excessively important meaning in your life is threatened, something that you cannot let go of, such as your life, career, or home, the only way to stop fueling the potential is to find a cover, a plan B, or an alternative route. How not to worry or get anxious? Act. The potential of anxiety and panic is dispersed through action. Idle worrying will continue to plague you until you take proactive action. The type of activity you turn to does not necessarily have to be related to the cause of your stress. As long as you do something, your anxiety will be reduced. How not to desire? Accept the possibility of defeat and act. It is just as difficult to eradicate the potential of desire as the potential of fear, because letting go totally of your desire to reach your goals is almost impossible. However, if you accept the possibility of defeat beforehand and find alternative routes, the potential of desire will at least become more balanced. Desire can always be transformed into action. Desire is what comes before intention. When desire is translated into the determination to act, the energy channeled into the potential disperses. The energy of desire then goes towards shaping your intention. How not to wait? Act. The potential of waiting is dispersed through action by definition. Dissolve desire and expectation in action. How to let go of self-worth? If you have understood this book thus far, this question ought to sound a little out of keeping with what has been said before. Of course, Transurfing encourages you to stand up and accept your worth as an axiom rather than resigning yourself to feelings of personal worthlessness. The difficulty with this is that the mind only senses its worth when other people treat you accordingly. Taking this into consideration, the secret to increasing your standing is as simple as it is effectual. All it requires is for you to abandon the tendency to take action aimed at increasing your sense of self-worth. Examine your behavior. How do you respond when you feel the need to protect your sense of self-worth? Whatever your knee-jerk reaction is, be it demanding attention and respect, feeling you have to prove that you are right, taking offense, being defensive and justifying your actions, getting drawn into conflict, acting superior and arrogant, insisting on being a leader, belittling someone else and pointing out their shortcomings or showing off your strengths, whatever it is, other people will subconsciously pick up on it. If you do not automatically rush to protect your sense of self-esteem, it suggests that you have a healthy sense of your own worth. People will start to treat you differently. When the mind sees it is being treated with more respect, it starts to acknowledge its own worth. When you start to realize your own value, other people around you will see it too, without exception. By letting go, you receive the very thing you gave up. How to not get irritated so easily. Play the pendulums game, but break the rules. This is the only way to ditch the habit of reacting negatively to unpleasant information. You already know how this is done. You just have to remember quickly enough that it is just a game, and then humorously break the rules by reacting inadequately. When you hear a piece of good news, rather than reacting limply, respond happily with overt enthusiasm, so that you radiate energy at the vibration of the wave of good fortune. Pendulums will cause you problems to make you lose your sense of inner balance and generate negative energy. By reacting in an inadequate manner, you disturb the pendulum's rhythm, leaving it with nothing. Have a go at playing the game in this way. It is quite entertaining. How to get over feeling guilty? Stop trying to justify yourself. As I have already said, only you keep yourself in the courtroom to be judged. You are the one playing all the roles of prosecutor, lawyer, and defendant, and the manipulators exploit that. Leave the courthouse. No one can detain you. Those who gather to listen will sit there for a while and then go on their own way once they realize there is no defendant. With time, your case will be closed. This is the only way you can get rid of your guilty feelings. How to deal with resentment and indignation? You will not experience these feelings of anger if you rid yourself of guilt and acknowledge your worth. End the battle and go with the flow. You might sometimes find that you are quietly going with the flow when someone grabs hold of you and starts to pull you against the current. What should you do? People who have a skill are generally capable of finding solutions to their problems, and then there are other people who only know how to find problems. They seek out problems and then triumphantly present them as if they were some huge achievement. They seem to genuinely believe that others are obliged to offer a solution in response. If you start trying to find the solution for them, you will soon be surrounded by an entire crowd of idle rags. Some will criticize, and the others will find new problems, give advice, or take charge and make demands. However hard you try to go with the flow, there will be others to make it more difficult. Naturally, this evokes resentment and indignation. What should you do if you are not able to deal with the resentment and indignation you feel? Simply allow yourself not to be able to deal with it. Giving excessive meaning to the need to keep importance to a minimum will only make things worse. And who do you work for? For some boss man? If you do, you will inevitably regularly experience feelings of resentment and indignation. Move on to the path that leads towards your goal, and then with time, when you do work, you will work only for yourself. Until that day comes, allow yourself occasionally to blow up and create excess potential. Do not pressure yourself to win all the time. Instead of fighting with the different kinds of excess potential you create, you should act with purified intention. And intention is purified in the process of doing, through movement. As you can see, achieving the will to have takes more than just speculative exercises. It requires concrete action. Begin placing one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal in whatever way you can. Your actions will become more effective in the process of doing. The will to have has 3 stages. The first stage is inhibition, caused by an unfamiliar situation. Surely this cannot be all for me. When you run the target slide in your mind, you will not quite be able to take in the fact that it might all be possible. The second stage is delight, a feeling close to weightlessness. There will come a point when you accept the goal into your comfort zone and feel the sense of restriction fall away. The realization that the goal is actually quite realistic evokes a feeling of elation. The feeling of weightlessness is also quite real, being caused by the release of energy of intention from excess potential. This is what you will feel. With time, the will to have shifts into its third stage of ordinariness. Because you are constantly turning the target slide around in your mind, you think yourself into its content, and gradually, everything in the slide starts to become ordinary. The slide is based on the film roll of importance. All the time that you desire, doubt, and puzzle over the means, the will to have is standing on a shaky foundation. As soon as importance dissolves, the will to have gains power. At the same time, it is important not to let go of the will to act, i.e., the intention to place one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. If you have moved through all 3 stages of the will to have, you are undoubtedly on the right road. And finally, how not to give way under the weight of your problems? There is always something that will get us down to one degree or another. It is extremely difficult to just up and let go of all importance, but there is one very interesting and powerful method in transurfing that can help: coordinating intention. Coordinating intention. People normally feel that they are subject to circumstances, powerless to change the way things are. Sometimes they are lucky and fly on the wave of fortune for a short time. Sometimes it even looks as if success is just within reach. All you have to do is act decisively and put up a good fight, and yet despite all your efforts, defeat follows victory. It is as if people are walking along a road lined with high hills and deep pits. The ones who are confident and determined turn off the even road and for some reason start scrambling up the hillsides towards a seductively shining prize left there by pendulums. Sometimes a person makes an incredible effort and manages to take the prize, but more often than not, the attempt is unsuccessful. Having found themselves at the top of the hill, the person is then pulled off by their feet by the wind of balanced forces and sent tumbling head over heels to the bottom of the hill, once again feeling powerless to change anything. Then there are the negativists who believe that they are totally powerless to change anything and therefore prefer to wallow feebly in the holes of their worst expectations. Naturally, their worst expectations are instantly realized. The negativists do not only suffer from their own importance. In their infantilism, they will also hand over their destiny to others in the manner of God's will be done. They do not move with the alternative's flow, neither do they go against it. They simply wallow in their own discontent, poisoning the atmosphere around them. The only thing they do well is realize their worst expectations, and they get a kick out of the fact that they are at least right about something. They have perfected the art of confirming their own negative attitude. People like this take a kind of sadomasochistic pleasure from negativity. They can make a mountain out of the tiniest molehill. Their motto is, life is loathsome and gets worse with every passing day. And having made this choice, they find confirmation of it in everything. They are such natural sufferers that they are constantly being blamed and punished. Such is the bitter lot of the martyr. They are literally swimming in a sea of negativity. Why? Because negativity is the only thing they have that the world can agree with them on and meet them halfway. They find strength in the assurance that their worst expectations will be confirmed. Sometimes a negativist will accidentally find themselves on a wave of fortune. For a while, they might actually feel happy and content, but it does not last long because they cannot resist looking about intently for the spell of bad luck they are so comfortable with. And why not, after all? Anything good comes to an end, and good luck, well, it is just not normal. It is not natural. The negativist sets out to catch hold of a tail of bad luck so that they can return to their familiar ditch where everything is terrible but predictable. They search for something to which they can attach their discontent, listening to the disasters in the news, complaining, blaming, and generally making demands. If making demands does not work, they crawl into the role of victim, who everyone must calm and soothe. It is extremely difficult to wean a negativist off the habit of finding comfort in self-torture. It is an extreme case. The tragedy is that the negativity does not only poison one life. By negatively transforming the layer of their own world, the negativist drags those they are closest to, whose layers intersect, into their own pitiful hell. The paradox lies in the fact that although the negativist seems impotent, in reality they have a power that they exploit to its full force. The negativist's power lies in the firm conviction that life is terrible and gets worse with every passing day. The firm conviction is nothing other than the will to have, which is why the negativist's choices are successfully transformed into physical reality. The negativist makes the choice and the world meets them halfway. In reality, we are not impotent, and we do have the power to make change in our lives. The fact that the negativist's worst expectations are realized proves that everyone is capable of influencing the course of events, capable of determining the script, not only in dreaming, but in waking also. Perhaps it is just a matter of substituting a negative attitude with a positive one. Life is wonderful and gets better with every passing day. And yet, if you adopt this motto, you embark on a journey across the clouds. If you doubt for one moment or look down out of fear, you will instantly come to a halt and fall downwards from a great height. A negative outlook persists so firmly because from birth, a person is used to thinking that the world is out to get them. A huge wave of aggression sweeps over little people soon after they are born. There, they were lying in the womb all cozy, warm, and peaceful, when suddenly the poor child is roughly squeezed out of their comfortable home, hearing the mother's screams, and possibly aware of the fact that they are the cause of her suffering. With this, the foundation for a guilt complex is laid. Light glare in the child's face, making it crinkle up its face to protect its eyes. Moist warmth is replaced by harsh, dry cold. The child just wants to crawl up into a ball and hide from the horror of what is happening, but with that they cut the umbilical cord crudely, severing the only connection with its source of life. The child is already experiencing a fatal shock. It is suffocating and does not know yet that it must breathe. It then suffers the trauma of being slapped on the back. Air cuts into its lungs with the sharpness of a razor. It is painful to breathe, but the child has no other choice. The conditions are harsh. Either fight for your life or die. The innocent, pure mind is forced to take in its first lesson. The battle for survival is an integral part of life. The child is afraid and in pain, and to top it all, is then taken away from its mother and shut up into a sterile box. Exhausted, the child attempts to hide from life in the safety of its dreams. Such is our first encounter with the outside world. Filled with fear, loneliness, hopelessness, resentment, anger, and total impotence. These are the initial lessons that are harshly and indelibly printed, marked on the clean sheet of the mind. The inroad so essential to pendulums has been successfully made. It is no coincidence that these shocking methods of childbirth are to this day widespread and considered civilized practice. Rarely does it ever occur to anyone that a birth of this nature is a terrible shock for the child that leaves a deep wound in the subconscious for life. No creature in the animal kingdom experiences anything even remotely similar at birth. Only in occasional and very expensive clinics can one be assured of a more personable birth. The first harsh lessons of the world of pendulums are well assimilated and consolidated even further over the course of one's life. There comes a time when the child lets go of its mother's hand and runs out with joyous, innocent courage to meet life. But the world of pendulums shows the child that life is not that safe after all. Suddenly, bang, the child falls over. The mother is worried that her child may have been hit by a car. I'm saying this simply to convey how very deeply the predisposition to negativity is rooted in our consciousness, while the good intentions of positivism often end up carrying you up into the clouds, building castles in the air, or drumming up all your strength to take by storm the fortresses on the ground. So what do you have to do to make sure that you maintain coordination and walk upon even ground without plunging into holes in the ground or clambering over obstacles? Reduce importance and go with the flow? Exactly. It is not that easy, however, because it is not possible to free yourself from importance completely, and the anxious mind that daydreams and wants to control everything prevents you from going with the flow. Nonetheless, there is a solution, simple and yet ingenious. You can make use of the mind's inclination to control everything and offer it a new game. The idea of the game is, every time something bad happens, the mind has to wake up, consciously evaluate the level of importance being attributed, and then change its relationship to the problem. Your mind is sure to like it. We have already looked at the principles of the game. They are the same as the humorous battle with the golem. But that is not all. Here we come to the main principle of coordination. If you allow yourself to be guided by this principle, you will achieve the same level of success in realizing the positive as negativists do in realizing their worst expectations. It goes like this. If you choose to perceive seemingly negative changes in the script as positive, that is what their outcome will be. If not absurd, it still sounds a little unconvincing, does it not? What could possibly be positive about an obvious setback? And what good is there to be found in misfortune? And yet, however strange it might seem, the principle works every time. Once again, I assure you that I am not asking you to believe in the principle I describe. Simply experiment with it. Try it out in practice. There is also a logical explanation for the mind. As you know, the world is constructed on the principle of dualism. Everything has an opposite manifestation: light and dark, black and white, positive and negative, full and empty. When you walk across a log and fall to one side, you automatically lift your arm on the opposite side of your body to compensate for the movement. Likewise, every event on a lifeline has two branches of potential realization, one favorable and one unfavorable. Every time you come up against one event or another, you make a choice about what your relationship to that event will be. If you choose to perceive the event as something positive, you position yourself on a favorable branch of the lifeline. A predisposition for negativity, however, causes a person to express their discontent and choose an unfavorable branch on the lifeline. From first thing in the morning, people get irritated by the slightest little thing, and then the next thing until their whole day has turned into a constant trail of trouble. Obviously, even with the small things, as soon as you lose your inner balance, the negative scenario evolves into a drama. As soon as the one thing brings you down, the next thing follows. This is why we say that things always happen in threes. The trail of trouble does not follow on from the initial irritation so much as from your attitude towards it. How the pattern is formed depends on the choice you make when you are standing at the fork in the road. It might only be a minor irritation that has shaken you out of sorts, but irrespective of the magnitude of the irritation, you are already radiating energy at the frequency of the unfavorable branch in your lifeline. Moreover, a negative attitude creates tension potential, which drains your intention energy. Your actions become ineffective, and you stumble upon the next bigger irritation. You can imagine where you will end up in life if you keep following the map of negative branches. Essentially, this is what facilitates the generation shift. Now imagine a different scenario. Something happens that irritates you. Take a moment before rushing in with a negative attitude and responding in the primitive manner of the oyster. Say to yourself, "Stop! It is just a game with a golem. Okay, golem, let's play." Whatever is happening, stay positive and pretend that you are pleased. There is a reason why we have the phrase, "a blessing in disguise," and every cloud has a silver lining. Try to look for the positive in any difficult or annoying situation. Be glad, even if you fail to find anything positive to hang on to. Adopt the foolish habit of rejoicing in setbacks. It is much more fun than getting irritated and whining at every little inconvenience. You will see that in the majority of cases, your inconvenience will act in your favor, and even if that is not the case, you can be certain that your positive attitude has shielded you from the other misfortune and carried you onto a favorable branch in your lifeline. As a rule, annoyances are a deviation from the norm. They are only displeasing to you because they represent a strong deviation from balance and require additional energy use. You are the one providing the source of energy when you create the obstacles, and then you spend even more energy in overcoming them. By contrast, good fortune and feeling happy is the norm. We are usually only discontent when we come up against a deviation in the script. Whenever the mind spots a deviation from a script it has accepted, it automatically perceives the change in a negative light and expresses the corresponding attitude towards it. The mind then strives to bring the situation back under control in its understanding. So now explain the rules of the game to your mind. Tell your mind that it will still be in control, but that the function of control now consists in perceiving all events as positive. Switch on your guardian at the very beginning of the performance, at the beginning of the day. Normally you have a rough idea of how the events of the day should unfold. In the moment that you see the scenario changing, you must accept the change and agree to it. You only perceive an event to be negative because it does not fit into your scenario. Pretend that the event is just what was needed. This way, you get a sliding and dynamic element of control over changes to the scenario. Do not rush to express your dissatisfaction or try to fight the situation just because ongoing changes are being introduced to the script. By giving up your control over the scenario, you have it returned to you. Only this time, control is aimed at going with the alternatives flow, rather than fighting against it. The secret to coordination lies in letting go of your grip of control at the same time as taking the situation into your own hands. When the mind keeps things under its tight grip of control, the situation cannot develop in harmony with the alternatives flow. However, when you accept changes to the script as par for the course, you let go of imposing your own sense of control. When you let go of the need to control, you actually become able to keep your own attitude and consequently the situation under control. At the end of the day, everyone wants to avoid problems and have everything turn out well in their life. If you begin practicing the principle of coordination, this is exactly what will happen. The coordination principle is even more effective than trying to influence events with the power of outer intention. The mind is incapable of anticipating perfectly every move that is to come. As we have already said, you are not alone in the world. The layer of your own world intersects with endless layers of other people's worlds who are constantly adding their own thing to the picture. And yet the mind does not have to work out in advance what moves lie ahead. All it has to do is to run your target slide and follow the principle of coordination. Then outer intention will successfully bring you to your goal. Coordination develops with practice. It is not enough to understand the coordination principle on an intellectual level only. You have to be constantly developing and perfecting the ability. Your guardian must be working constantly too. You must not be oblivious to the moment that you are being drawn into a negative game. Coordination is the most effective means of moving through the alternative space. You perceive every event as positive, and so always move on to a favorable branch of your lifeline and more frequently encounter the wave of fortune. Be most careful not to end up with your head in the clouds. You are not meant to be floating in the air, but rather taking conscious, intentional action that enables you to balance as you ride the wave of fortune. This is the essence of transurfing. Apples fall to the sky. As it is written in the Holy Scripture, according to your faith be it unto you. There is so much truth in this line. You only ever receive as much as you are willing to receive. Whatever this is, outer intention will fulfill your orders impeccably. You have what you have because it corresponds to the template of your worldview and vision of your place in the world. Now that you are acquainted with all the main principles of transurfing, you can manage your fate according to your own free will. Your fate will be shaped to reflect your personal choices and beliefs. You know how to choose. That just leaves a question of how to believe in it all. As I have said before, you cannot convince the mind of anything until it is confronted with fact. The mind, however, is capable of pretending. It is also capable of blind, fanatic belief, but usually a false belief based on intense excess potential created when inflated meaning is attributed to conviction. When the mind is absorbed with false belief, it becomes so deafened by its own fanaticism that it is incapable of seeing or hearing anything else. When the mind climbs into the box where it has stuffed the heart, belief is blind. The sail of false belief will never fill the wind of outer intention. False belief is a trap that the pendulum sets in the labyrinth of insecurity. When you buy into a false belief, you might think you have escaped the labyrinth, but this is an illusion. Deep down inside, you will be plagued with doubt, but you will not acknowledge it because you have put up a protective wall of faith that blocks it out. How can false belief be distinguished from true belief? True belief is more than belief. It is knowledge. A belief is false if you have to persuade or convince yourself of it, no matter what approach you take, enthusiasm or duress. Knowledge is shaped by facts, not conviction. When the mind is faced with a fact, it simply knows, whereas false belief is maintained by the mind's control. The mind makes absolutely certain that no trace of doubt can slip into its illusory room inside the labyrinth. When the mind wants to hope, it refuses to listen. When you try and convince yourself or try to believe in something, you run the risk of adopting false beliefs. And yet, when you begin to listen to the rustle of the morning stars, the illusions are revealed. Relax the mind's control and shift your attention towards being more attentive to the slightest signs of inner discomfort. If you reveal a pang of discomfort, step back from trying to convince yourself of the idea you want to adopt. When you achieve a state of unity of heart and mind, you will not have to convince yourself of anything. Neither is there any point in trying to talk yourself around with positive affirmations. Any doubts you feel will not disappear by repeating to yourself, "I will have my way." On the contrary, this just creates fertile ground for the doubts to grow stronger. The heart will not be persuaded, however hard you try, because the heart does not understand logic or the language of the mind, nor does it communicate in half tones. If you ask the heart, "Will I reach my goal?" it will answer either yes or no, but never maybe or probably. If the heart feels the slightest shadow of a doubt, the answer will be no. When the heart has doubts, there is absolutely nothing you can say to persuade it otherwise. So what should you do? The answer lies in the statement above. The heart does not work with half tones. Doubt is what you experience when you believe in something to a certain extent, but not totally. The heart turns "not exactly" into "absolutely not." It neither believes nor doubts. It simply knows what will happen and whether the answer is yes or no. You have to take the radical step of removing the word "believe" from your worldview template and replacing it with "no." If the mind knows that such and such a thing is going to happen, the heart will agree without question. Do you believe that you are holding this book? No, because belief does not come into it. You just know you are holding it. Where there is belief, there is always room for doubt. Now that you have removed the notion of belief from your mind, allow yourself to have the knowing that your desire will be fulfilled. For the law has it that the goal will be reached if there is the will to have, and if there is the will to act by moving through the right door, it is your choice. You are in charge. If the decision is truly yours, any thoughts along the lines of, "What if it does not happen?" will become irrelevant. Any event can develop in one of two ways. It will either work out or it will not. It is pointless trying to convince yourself that something will work out, but when you have the knowing of the heart, you can determine the outcome. Knowledge is the foundation on which confidence is built. There is just one small step to go, which is how to acquire the knowing. To properly acquire knowing, you have to get used to it and accept it. With time, people get used to all sorts of incredible things. Telephones, televisions, and aeroplanes. Have we not seen many examples of things that were thought absolutely incredible? Apply the slide technique. Harbor knowledge in your mind and look after it until outer intention makes it fact. Remember, the task is not to convince yourself, but to remind yourself of the knowledge that you will achieve your goal. Whenever you think about your goal, you will catch yourself being involuntarily drawn back into doubt, and thoughts about how the goal might be achieved will inevitably creep back in. Doubts will naturally creep up on you, but you have to fish them out of your mind and put them in their proper place straight away, with the thoughts that sound, "I know success depends on my choice, and I have made my choice, so why hesitate?" If you do this, the thoughts will gradually fade. Where there is knowledge without belief, doubt cannot exist. There is no need to set about eliminating them or battle against their presence, for this is a guarantee of defeat. You can, however, console yourself with the knowledge that doubts do not necessarily guarantee failure, although the road might just get a little bit bumpy at times. I want to emphasize that the most important thing is to remember that you alone decide whether you will achieve your goal or not. Remind yourself of this fact every time the doubts set in. I also draw your attention once again to the habit of forgetting and living a semi-conscious existence. New knowledge is easily forgotten and old habits run deep. Never forget that you are in charge of your own fate. I do not imagine that Jesus was particularly astounded when he walked on water. It must have been as natural for him as walking on the ground is for us. Other people would also be able to walk on water if they could be rid of the doubt, anxiety, and emotion connected with doing so. Sounds improbable? Yet, the entire history of humanity is a continual chain of the surprising and incredible. For example, it was once said that iron ships will never float on water, let alone fly. And yet, as soon as people saw that they could cross the water in iron ships and fly through the sky in heavy airplanes, they ceased to contemplate the lack of probability that these things were possible. Dragging doubts around with you is a sure way of reducing your chances of success. There are two lifelines in the alternative space. On one, the goal is achieved, and on the other, you meet with failure. When you wallow in doubt, you radiate energy at the frequency of the lifeline of failure, and then you can hardly hope for success. If encountered, failure will be caused by circumstances that have appeared as a direct result of your own thoughts. The question needs to be put differently. Will it happen or not should be replaced by, what do I choose, success or failure? It can be difficult to get used to posing the question in this manner. Your entire life you have been convinced that apples fall to the ground and could hardly fall to the sky. However, if you can regularly catch yourself in the moment that you succumb to doubt and remind yourself that success is just a question of choice, you will soon get used to it. Imagine to yourself that as of today, apples have started falling to the sky. It feels quite strange initially, but then you get used to the idea and accept it. What can you say? That is just what apples do. Is anyone surprised when balloons fly off and upwards into the sky? Now wake up and look at what I have just tried to convince you of with conscious awareness. Did you get the feeling that I might have been leading you into a labyrinth in search of belief? If you believed me, you fell into the trap. Do not be offended, dear reader. I only wanted to demonstrate how easily the mind falls into wondering about the pointless labyrinth of belief. Our stroll began with the words, "You have to take the pivotal step." Then we tried to substitute belief with knowledge that has not been obtained yet. However, that does not change the essence of the nature of faith. Pendulums do exactly the same thing when they are trying to win your faith and trust. Do not worry. Transurfing is not a trap for the mind, and everything I have shared in this book is more than a product of speculative exercise. Even our little stroll ceases to be a trap if you think about it from the point of view of hoping to obtain freedom, rather than calling you to believe. Only pendulums have a need of other people's faith. In the context of transurfing, winning people over so that they hold a certain belief has no purpose whatsoever. My goal is not to convince you. My goal is to break through the stereotypes and false thought patterns of the conventional worldview in order to assist you in breaking out of the box of conditioning and waking up into the dream of waking. When you wake up, you realize that you can direct your own dream and without having to rely on belief. Take action and you will see what happens as a result. Do not believe. Verify and prove. And when you see that transurfing really works, you will then simply know. You have probably heard it said that you can achieve anything if you have unshakable faith in your own strength and victory. It is easy to say, according to your faith be it unto you, but you cannot help wondering where this faith and strength of conviction is to be found and how doubts can be eradicated. In reality, you cannot avoid doubt, and it is futile to try and acquire faith. If a shadow of doubt has crept into your heart, no act of persuasion will ever drive it out. You can only deceive the mind. The mind will pretend that it has forgotten all about its previous doubts, but they will continue to live in the heart as before. Abandon fruitless attempts to acquire absolute faith. There is another more realistic way of dealing with doubt. Do not think about the means. Run the target slide in your mind and place one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. This exercise is not just another form of abstract dreaming. It consists of real work on attuning the energy you transmit. After all, your worst expectations are realized, are they not? So make it a concrete task to consciously and deliberately reattune your energy towards realizing your best expectations. If you have a goal but doubt whether things will work out for you or not, your doubts will hinder your progress. You will not be able to discard them totally, but neither is it necessary to do so. The mind looks for faith to help it confirm that the goal is realistic. Nonetheless, do not think about the means. Brush faith aside. Live out the slide that pictures your life as it would be were the goal already achieved. By practicing this exercise, you work on the quality of your energy without fueling it with conviction. Take pleasure in the task. Then outer intention will do its work and apples will fall to the sky. When the mind is faced with fact, apples fall to the sky. The mind relinquishes its control and allows the fact to come to life. It does not matter whether the situation's development can be clearly seen or not. What matters is that the goal appear realistic to the mind. We live in a world where people do ride bicycles. If we were born into a world where everyone could fly, we would learn to fly too. I have already explained that when a person attunes the energy they radiate to their target lifeline, they activate the workings of outer intention. You turn the target slide around in your mind and practice visualizing the process. While you are busy with these exercises, the wind of outer intention slowly and surely pushes the boat of the material realization of your world through the alternative space. Opportunities begin to arise in ways you would never have suspected. Moreover, outer intention begins to direct your actions in a way that brings you closer to your goal. Note that sometimes it might seem as if circumstances are unfolding in a bizarre way. And yet, how could you know which road specifically leads to your goal? Would you expect to teach a top chef how to prepare a dish in their own restaurant? Always remember that the mind is incapable of anticipating all the moves that lie ahead, and so cannot possibly know how to realize the goal. After all, it could not be achieved by ordinary means, could it? And there we go again, trying to crawl into a bed of stereotypes and false patterns of thinking. Leave the matter of the means and ways to outer intention. Trust the alternatives flow. You will act in a way that brings you to your goal, irrespective of your own will. This is how outer intention works. If right now you are walking to a job you hate, through the mud and rain, but with a sense of the celebration of life in your heart, all the difficulties you are experiencing will soon disappear. Quite simply, the quality of your energy will no longer correspond to the frequency of the scene. I'm not trying to convince you with these words, for there is no way out of the labyrinth of faith. I'm just trying to inspire hope. There has to be hope that the walls of the labyrinth will crumble when outer intention demonstrates to you that apples fall to the sky. It is impossible to practice transurfing without this hope, and you would not have started if you did not have hope. When there is hope, the mind feels firm ground beneath its feet, and the heart becomes vibrant. When people encounter misfortune and disappointment, or come up against a difficult problem, they give their energy away to pendulums and feel anxious, exhausted, and depressed as a result. People tend to get all psyched up and ready to battle with a situation, or they give up entirely. Neither position is very positive, and both lead to stress and depression. There is no calm in these states. The inner core of confidence is undermined, and people turn to cigarettes, alcohol, and drugs as a way out, only to find themselves in bondage to new pendulums. You can always find strength inside yourself if you wake up and become conscious of how the situation was created in the first place. The problem was created by pendulums, and there is nothing wrong with this. The danger lies not in the problem itself, but in your relationship to it. If you accept the importance of the problem, you are giving your energy to the pendulum. It is important to be conscious of the fact that in any difficult situation, the pendulum requires you either to tense up and fight, or to lose heart and succumb to despair. You must not do either, and yet what can you do when there is no support and the inner strength of confidence has been lost? Support is found in the awareness that you know that the pendulum is trying to subject you to its will and feed on your energy. You might wonder how such simple knowledge can help, embolden, and give heart, but it can. Hope is also a kind of knowledge that not all is lost and that there is a solution. Understanding how a problematic situation works has the same weight as hope, for it puts you above being the puppet and the little paper boat. You now understand what is really happening, and you can consciously smile to yourself and say, "No, pendulum, you will not get your hands on my energy. I know what you are after and how you are trying to get your claws into me. It will not work. You will not get me to buy into the importance of the problem. I have the right to choose, and I choose to be free of you." Everyone makes their mistakes in life, which they later have cause to regret. You might think that you are too far from your original goal to make it real, but nothing is ever lost. Transurfing can help to get things back on track. Even if your previous goal is, objectively speaking, closed to you now, you can also find a new goal. Everyone has more than one goal, and so at any age there is a chance to set a new goal, and the chance must be taken. The mistakes of the past serve as your capital. If you take this position, you will achieve shining success. Everyone who has achieved success has passed through a whole forest of setbacks and failures. There is a grain of truth in the saying that one man caned is worth two that were not, and failure breeds success. All prominent figures at the height of success have had to go through many difficulties in life. It is just that this side of their life is not particularly advertised. So if you have made a big mistake and met with failure, be glad, for you are on the sure path to success. If you beat yourself up, whine, and complain about life, failure will repeat itself again and again. All the life experience that you consider worthless will undoubtedly benefit you in your target lifeline. Apathy dissipates when fresh hope emerges. Both animals and human beings who walk the desert to the point of exhaustion forget their weariness when they spot the oasis on the horizon. Picture the fly that beats itself against the window pane next to the open window. Its entire life, the fly has had it pummeled into its head that when you see a goal, you should fly directly towards it. And yet the fly sees its goal and beats against the window pane in vain. It is the same with people when they fail to understand how to achieve their goal, deprived of choice and forced to accept the little they have. Now that you know that the open window exists and it is just close by, even if you cannot see it, you will have hope. And where there is hope, the energy of intention is released. We need hope to begin taking action. Begin taking action and you will see that apples fall to the sky. When hope has done its work, you will become conscious of the freedom of choice. Then you will say to yourself, I do not want and I do not hope. I intend. Summary. Self-confidence is the same as a sheepish manner turned inside out. When you abandon importance, the walls of the labyrinth of insecurity crumble. Where there is freedom without struggle, confidence is no longer necessary. When I have no importance, I have nothing to defend and nothing to conquer. Do not fight your response to provocation. Change your relationship to it. Be indifferent to losing and avoid setting yourself ultimatums. Treat all information with conscious awareness. You have freedom of choice. All you need is the will to have. Earn the will to have, not money. Concentrate on the goal as if you had already achieved it. The fact of personal choice is an immutable law. You shape your own reality. How not to be afraid? Find a safety net, plan B, or alternative route. How not to worry or get anxious? Act. How not to desire? Accept the possibility of defeat and act. How not to wait in expectation? Act. How to increase your worth? End the battle for self-worth. How not to get irritated? Play with the pendulum and break its game rules. How to be rid of feelings of guilt? Stop justifying yourself. How to deal with resentment? End the battle and go with the flow. If you cannot deal with your resentment, allow yourself not to be able to deal with it. Lifelines fork into positive and negative branches. You make your choice by expressing your relationship to the event that stands at the fork in the line. You step onto the positive branch of a lifeline when you intend to perceive apparent negative changes to the script as positive. Adopt the foolish habit of taking joy in setbacks. Switch control from battling against the alternatives flow to going with it. Do not think about the means of achieving your goal. Turn the target slide in your mind and place one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. Live your slide where the goal has already been achieved. Then, outer intention will have its way, and apples will fall to the sky. Chapter 14. Forward to the past. The past lies just ahead. Transaction. Sometimes we hear a random song that suddenly reminds us of times in our life when we were happy, or we will catch the fleeting edge of a feeling we had when we were full of hope and life. If not like a holiday, then at least like the preparation for one. In these moments, we feel a wave of nostalgia for what has been lost. It is sad to know that these moments were somewhere in the past and we can never return to them. Are these moments really lost forever? In the foreword, I promise to reveal the meaning of the words forward to the past towards the end of the book. Now the time has come to fulfill this promise. Transurfing has already presented you with more than a few remarkable insights. You are probably intrigued as to what I will share with you this time. All tricks of time travel are distinctly limited to the realm of science fiction. Despite the fact that theoretically physics does not exclude the possibility of time travel, its physical application is still shrouded in doubt. Moving through time does seem indeed unrealistic, and yet it depends all on your perspective. It is like the model of the two-dimensional beings on a flat surface, who cannot see where the third dimension could be. From the point of view of fourth-dimensional space, our three-dimensional space also looks like a flat surface. The rational mind would say, all these theoretical models are just abstractions, but I know what I see. There is much in transurfing that seems incredible, and yet I do not call you to believe the principles of transurfing. I urge you to test them out. Of course, this will require your intention, some effort, and patience, because the results will not be immediately obvious. In the majority of cases, outer intention works slowly and barely noticeably. It might be difficult for you to believe that this mysterious, invisible force exists that acts in a way unseen by the eye, particularly if you are just reading about it and have not yet tried to apply the principles of transurfing in practice. The moment has now come for you to see your movement through the alternative space with your own eyes. You will see that you are capable of moving through time, both forwards and backwards. It will not be like the time travel they depict in science fiction movies, for we are only concerned with the shape of reality. This time, you will not have to wait for the results of outer intention. You will see the results straight away with your own eyes. It is no trick, neither does it involve experiments with moving into the astral plane or the dream space. For a few moments, you will really feel movement in time and space. In practice, the process comes down to a simple, single action: transaction, which consists of 3 elements. To carry out the first element, you must remember your central meridians. If you have already been doing the energy exercises, you should be familiar with the feel of the meridians. You start by running and scanning your body, relaxing any tension in the muscles. Then picture your energy moving in the rising and descending currents along your spine. A useful method to activate your energy fountains quickly is to imagine that 2 arrows run horizontally from the center of your body, extending in opposite directions. One points forward and the other backward. The arrows extend 20 to 30 centimeters or more from the body. Now picture both arrows turning at the same time. The front arrow turns upwards and the arrow at the back turns downwards until they are in a vertical position to the spine. You will immediately feel a boost in the flow of energy. You can practice this exercise either standing still or when you are walking. It is as if you are turning a key that switches on these central energy currents. There is no need to turn the arrows into fountains or to bring them together into a sphere. The important thing is to imagine being permeated by the flow of energy. It does not matter if you cannot actually feel the energy moving through you. A real sense of this will come with practice. Do this exercise when you are going somewhere or simply out on a walk. It will give you a feeling of lightness and relaxation. Turning the key is the first element of transaction. You can apply this exercise anytime you need to quickly enter a more relaxed state. Try turning the key many times during the day, particularly when something is troubling you. You will notice straight away how the key releases tension. We are constantly carrying problems around with us, some small, some large, and the weight of our problems is automatically reflected in our muscles. When you are walking along and catch yourself thinking about something unpleasant, troublesome, or worrying, remember the key and turn it. You will feel a wave of relief as your muscles relax. It is good to get into the habit of turning the key as many times as possible during the course of your day. Then you will always have a way of releasing and cleansing the energy of intention from the excess potential that brings you down. Consider the exercise the key to the conditioning box that oppressive circumstances like to lock you up in. It will not free you of importance, but it will considerably ease the process of release on an energetic and physical level. The second element of transaction is to visualize the target slide. Once you have turned the key, picture your target slide. Do not forget to imagine yourself inside the slide rather than watching it like a scene in a film. See yourself in a situation where the goal has already been achieved. To connect yourself with the slide, imagine what you would be feeling if you were living it in reality. Touch the scene with your hands. Imagine the sounds, smells, or any other sensations that easily come to you. Turn the slide in your thoughts for a minute or more. The transaction process is most effective if you practice it when you are relaxed and walking in a familiar place. You can look to the slide, but in order to focus more clearly on it, it is better to lightly hold your gaze somewhere on the ground just in front of you. Once you can more or less clearly see yourself in the slide, gaze ahead of you with a look of conscious awareness. Do not think or analyze anything. Just take in with clear sight whatever you see ahead of you and further into the distance. Clear sight is the third and final element of transaction. For a few seconds, there will appear to be a change in nuance of the scenery. When you look at a familiar view with clear sight, you will notice that although the picture is basically the same, there is something new about it, as if some new yet barely perceptible hue had been added. It will be as if you had seen it before somewhere, not the specific details of the scene, but a certain feeling, mood, or aftertaste. A hue. You might, for example, look at a house that you have seen many times before, but on this occasion notice its color or lighting and understand that somewhere in different circumstances you have experienced something similar. In some cases, you might have a distinct feeling that you know the scene from something that has happened in the past. You will no doubt have already come across this bizarre effect of when a feeling from the past suddenly streams into your conscious memory. It is not a memory of the past so much as a feeling from the past, a déjà vu. We experience the déjà vu effect quite often. It is just that we do not always notice it because we accept situations at face value. In other words, we are sleeping through a daydream. Transaction, on the other hand, enables you to notice how the world is changing before your very eyes. You may experience a vague sense of something familiar, or the opposite, since the appearance of a new, unfamiliar hue. So what is really happening in these moments? The material realization of the layer of your world is moving in the alternative space. Essentially, what you are seeing is a change in the shades of the scenery in the stage set. As you know, different sectors in the alternative space have different scripts and scenery. Depending on their relative distance from one another, the differences between the sectors may be more or less pronounced. As a rule, the movement of material realization takes place evenly, and for this reason, barely noticeably. You will not perceive the movement, just as we do not perceive the movement of the minute hand on small clocks. Dramatic changes in shade are only felt when there is a sharper shift from one lifeline to another. This is also when you begin to see signs that clearly draw your attention. During the transaction process, visualizing the slide strengthens the force of the wind of intention. In these moments, the quality of your thought energy significantly differs from the frequency of your current lifeline. The turning of the key strengthens the energy that programs your thoughts, and as a result, the movement of material realization through the sectors accelerates. Clear sight attunes you to waking up and capturing the moment of change. Clear sight enables you to perceive the changing shades in the scenery for the short moments that the gust of wind lasts. The transaction exercise should be performed dispassionately, in the same manner that you would clean your teeth or brush your hair. You might not get it straight away, like riding a bicycle. We cannot ignore the fact that during the process of transaction, you touch on outer intention, that elusive power that cannot be controlled. I advise that you do not get too hung up about it if the transaction exercise does not work straight away. It will work. Make your attempts spontaneous. Don't try too hard. Don't strain to achieve the desired effect or place too much importance on the technique itself. You might happen upon a completely different technique that works for you. Do what feels right and comfortable, and practice lightly at odd moments during the day. The less important you make the transaction exercise, the better the results will be. As long as you do not take it too seriously or try too hard, it should come easily. You might think that if you repeat the transaction often, the process of moving toward your goal will be rapidly accelerated. And you would be right. The problem is that you cannot always consistently perform the transaction exercise impeccably, i.e. dispassionately, because the old habit of desire spoils things. If you set to burdening yourself with a transaction exercise, you will be expressing the powerful excess potential of the desire to get a result as quickly as possible. Potential will also be created if you become absorbed with the necessity to act and put pressure on yourself to do the transaction. Necessity is also an excess potential, which is why I always urge you to simply enjoy the process of visualizing your target slide rather than making demands of yourself. The potentials of desire and necessity drain the energy of intention to such an extent that there can be no gust of wind, and without the wind of intention, the transaction will not work. The desire to see results is particularly great in the initial stages, and so I would recommend keeping a lookout for desire. As soon as you catch yourself desiring to see a result, take a break and begin again later. Likewise, if you find yourself tensing up because you are trying really hard to fulfill the transaction perfectly, leave it and try again later. Only practice the transaction exercise from time to time out of curiosity and with the aim of enjoying it. Do not take the transaction exercise too seriously. Its only purpose is to enable you to see the movement of the force of material realization in the alternative space. Of all of the transurfing exercise, most attention should be given to running the target slide and visualizing the current link in the transfer chain stream into realized pathways of reality. Outer intention works whether you see it or not. It is just that now you know you have a kind of porthole into the alternative space and the opportunity to observe your movement there. It is quite impressive. You will not be disappointed. Shades in the scenery. Now we shall take a more detailed look at what you are really seeing as a result of transaction. It all sounds so unlikely that doubts will naturally arise. Might it be the effect of some kind of illusion created by the workings of human perception? Where is the guarantee that what you are seeing is the change in shades of scenery as you shift from one sector to another? As I have already said, and as you know for yourself, in dreams we see the external appearance of people differently from normal. When you see your reflection in a mirror, the face you see is yours, and at the same time, someone else's. Familiar scenes take on a totally different look. You recognize the streets and the houses, but they look different. The real world also changes with time. Trees grow, houses are painted different colors, and all these changes are natural. At the same time, the movement of material realization through the alternative space does not follow a single straight line. So how can you distinguish the scenery of one line from that of another? You could say that this would be impossible if it was not for the old invention of photography. Look through an old photo album. If you look at the background view captured in the photographs, you will not be able to distinguish differences in the shades of the scenery in different lifelines because the appearance of a physical location changes anyway due to natural causes. There is a more reliable method of distinguishing between lifelines. Compare the faces of the people in the photographs taken at different times. You would expect the faces to change in a linear fashion as a reflection of the aging process, and yet what you are seeing is something else. A person's appearance significantly differs in different photographs, and yet the change is not purely linear. Even if you discard the effect of different hairstyles and compare photographs of the same person from the middle of their life, when the face has not greatly matured or aged, you can still see tangible differences. You are looking at the same face, but it is somehow different, and it has nothing to do with getting older, changing one's hair, or even expressing different emotions. The face seems to have taken on a different countenance, having acquired a different quality. This is the difference in the shades of the scenery. You already know that people change, you just might not have paid particular attention to characteristic differences in shade. Leaf through old photo albums and you will be surprised. In some people, the difference can be so pronounced that when you meet them several years later, you do not even recognize them. If you compare photographs of yourself taken at qualitatively different periods of your life, you will notice significant differences in shade. You will begin to get a picture of what your realization looks like in qualitatively different sectors of the alternatives space. Surely the photographs in the album must also take on different shades while you are moving through sectors of the alternative space. Indeed they do, but it is almost impossible to catch changing shades and nuances in basic objects. If you practice transaction, focusing your clear sight on a bed or cupboard, you will not notice any change. This is why I recommend practicing the transaction exercise outside, where changes can be perceived, rather than in a very simple environment. A lifeline is a chain of sectors that are relatively uniform in quality. The sceneries of a single lifeline are also relatively uniform. When the layer of your world shifts to another lifeline, there is a change in scenery. Depending on the extent and quality of the difference between the lines, changes in the scenery will manifest either as nuances in shades or significant transformation. In any case, you will observe a qualitative change in shade. So where is the time travel I mentioned in all of this? When we move along lifelines in an organic manner, we swim synchronously through time as with the current of a river. Material realization proceeds through the alternative space like a roll of film in a projector, and it is this movement that we perceive as time. In order to move relative to time, you would have to move forwards or backwards against the flow at a faster speed than the flow itself. It would be as if a picture in the film had suddenly started moving along the film roll. In this sense, time travel is genuinely impossible. In other words, you cannot move forward or backwards in time within the same lifeline. This would be a contradiction of the laws of cause and effect. However, theoretically, it is possible to move through time between different lifelines. Transurfing does not claim to have the answer to how this can be done. Besides, we are looking at time travel here from a slightly different angle. Why is it that just a feeling of the past sometimes bleeds through during transaction? The following gives a rough explanation of the phenomenon. From early childhood, the heart intuitively moves towards its goals through the necessary doors. In childhood, we are still on lifelines that would lead us to our goals. Maybe you had a childhood dream, or maybe you were not aware of what you really wanted, but your heart will have known nonetheless. And yet in life, we are more influenced by destructive pendulums than we are by the dictates of the heart, to say nothing of the long line of negative branches which everyone passes through due to a tendency for negativism. All this taken into account, you gradually shifted further and further away from those initial lifelines that lead to your goal. By performing transaction, you are being shifted in the opposite direction and arrive at a lifeline where you have been previously, only now your position in time has changed. That section of the former lifeline that you may have traveled along is now in the past, but you have returned to the line itself. Every line has its specific inherent features, tastes, and tones. It is these shades that you experience in the moment of clear sight towards the end of the transaction. Do not be confused by other differences, such as the way a house looks in the morning and how it looks in the evening. The contrasts between different lifelines are something quite different. You will know what I mean by this when you have experienced that feeling. This is the return to the past we are talking about, by going forward to previous lifelines. It might not be quite as exotic as what you are expecting, but it is real. Imagine what a huge detour you would have made by straying from the path and wandering around the forest for so long. However, now is not the time for regret. Now is the time to delight in the fact that you once again are gradually returning to your own path. For the majority of people, never return. You may not necessarily experience the shades of a line you have been on before if the path to your goal lies via new lines you have not previously traveled through. In this case, a return to former lines happens rarely or not at all. Lifelines in the alternative space are deeply intertwined, and indeed there is no need for us to know exactly how transurfing works. At times you may think that you recognize the shades of the scenery, and at other times everything will appear new. It may occur to you as you observe a familiar view that there is something new to the scene, particularly a tone or shade. I would like to emphasize that these new details are not the kind of change that you could perceive without doing the transaction exercise. They are new, subtle tones, styles, moods, meanings, themes, or fleeting feelings. You will understand exactly what I mean when you try it. You can do it. The only thing is to avoid trying too hard. The mind can spoil everything with its addiction to control. If you catch yourself straining to perceive the shades, it is better to pause and come back to the exercise later once the desire to get an immediate result has faded. Remember the rules of the transaction exercise. It will not work if you are in any way tense. Believe me when I say that you will experience the result easily and naturally if you just lift your little finger of outer intention. The opposite is also true. Your efforts will be transformed into the futile straining of inner intention if you try to force a result. If no change in shades is noticed during the transaction exercise, it means that the quality of the current line already meets the necessary quality of the visualization. This indicates that you are transmitting the energy of the current lifeline and that your goal lies ahead on this same line. Whatever the case, if you do the transaction exercise, from time to time you will notice a transformation reflected in the shades of the scenery. Shades are not only perceived in familiar views and landscapes. Even when your clear sight rests on a scene you are seeing for the first time, you may experience a fleeting sense of something long forgotten or a sense of something fresh and new. There is a difference between the feeling of experiencing something new and observing something that is unfamiliar to you. When you look at an unfamiliar view, you simply state as fact that you are seeing the place for the first time. You do not notice anything peculiar about it. During transaction, you will have the distinct feeling that something new has appeared in the scene that was not there a few seconds ago. You will definitely feel it. When you do perceive the shades, you will be amazed at how real they are. Admit it. Reading this book, you probably are not fully convinced by the reality of the alternative space and lifelines. When you do see what I am talking about with your own eyes, do not be afraid. It is no mysticism, and neither is it purely a result of the nature of human perception as you might think. Soon you will discover other signs indicative of the shift to new lifelines that cannot be explained solely by the nature of perception. You might begin to feel that the way other people treat you has changed for the better without any evident reason, or that certain day-to-day problems have disappeared. Generally, you will notice that certain attributes of everyday life have changed, although you cannot see any particular reason why this should be so. For example, a clock that stopped working many years ago has unexpectedly started working again. Under normal circumstances, clocks stop working due to a natural clogging up of their moving parts. If you clean them, they will work fine. However, very often clocks, household appliances, and electrical equipment will suddenly stop working for no apparent reason or break down when their owners lose a state of balance due to stress or conflict. The breakdown of equipment is not caused by excess potential, for this energy is too minor by comparison and is not directed differentially such that it could cause any kind of mechanical change. The energy connected with negative experiences induces a shift to a lifeline where balance is disturbed. Life has lost its peaceful flow and where there are deviations from the norm. Nothing appears to have changed, and yet something is not right. Something seems unsettled and awry. It is as if the scenery of the stage set is the same, but the lighting is different. The transparent air has become clouded with a pall of dust, or the water is muddied. These slight changes are capable of affecting sensitive household appliances and other complex technology for which a pall of dust is a tangible phenomenon. There is a certain type of person whose life always seems to be falling apart. People like this are always off balance due to being too absent-minded, excitable, tense, or worried. Sensitive appliances that find themselves on the muddy lifelines of these poor individuals fail. So if your clock has suddenly started working again, it suggests that you have managed to shift to purer lifelines. Do not be overly concerned if you cannot get your clock to work at all. It might just need to be repaired. Now you know that as well as traveling through the alternative space, you are also in a sense traveling through time. You cannot return to the past, but it is possible to retrieve that free feeling of the new, hope, and happiness that was lost as a result of moving down a chain of negative branches. Earlier on in the book, we talked about why the feeling of freshness in life fades with time. Moving towards your goal is like returning to the past when ice cream was delicious, hope was bright, and life was still joyful and promising. Do not despair. The past lies just ahead. Gliding. Finally, we have arrived at the moment when I can reveal the answer to the Guardian's riddle. The statement that everyone has absolute freedom to choose their own destiny is only a riddle until you clearly understand the origins of bondage. Based on all that has been said so far in this book, I can now share the answer with you. Freedom is yours when you end the battle. As you can see, the answer is short and simple, like the alchemist's secret on the emerald tablet. If I had told you the answer to the riddle at the very beginning of the book, you would not have understood all its implications, would you? Our dependence lies in taking part in the battle imposed upon us. Once you wake up from the daydream, once you stop being hard on yourself and end the battle with yourself and the world, nothing can hold you down. The battle will continue, but without your participation, and you will be free to go wherever you wish and choose anything you desire. The world is a mirror that reflects your relationship to it. When you are discontent with the world, it turns away from you. When you fight the world, it fights you back. When you end the battle, the world meets you halfway. From birth, pendulums have shown you your place in life. They've installed a template of the worldview you must accept, explained the rules of the game, assigned you a role, and with that, you've been locked up in a box of conditioning. At the same time, the pendulums falsely declare you independent. Their declaration states that you can choose. You were hung on puppet strings and allowed to go free, to desire whatever you want and to achieve it in any way you see fit. You begin to pull at the strings working towards your goals but are unsuccessful. Then you are made to understand that if you want to win your place in the sun, you will have to fight even harder, both with yourself and with the world. This is the pendulum's rule: fight and do as I do. The only freedom you exercise is the right to take part in the battle, for this too is a choice, and you always get what you choose. That is an immutable law. A person can never beat a pendulum in battle. They may perhaps receive a prize, but even this is achieved by a mere handful of individuals. The pendulum's objective is to conceal your true freedom. No one can force you to take part in the battle, but they can instill the belief in our minds that no other choice exists. In a sense, they are right. There can be no other choice until you stop clinging to the strings of importance. To gain your real freedom, you must abandon importance. Do not attribute excess meaning to anything either inside yourself or outside in the world. In the majority of cases, it is enough to wake up and consciously change your relationship. We are all dreaming, mechanically playing out our roles. The depth of our dream is likewise proportional to the meaning we attribute to the attributes of the game, which makes us prisoners of our own attachment to importance. Is not trying to change your relationship to something just another part of the same battle? No. You battle with yourself when you try to control your emotions. Now that you know the nature of the pendulum's game, you can consciously change your relationship to it without being hard on yourself. In this way, you make a choice for freedom from the battle. Now you can decide the rules of the game yourself. Your game with the pendulum revolves around breaking the pendulum's game rules. Then the battle is transformed into a ridiculous fight with a golem. It is as if you realize that it is all a daydream. By distancing yourself from the stage and watching from the auditorium, you suddenly understand that it is entirely up to you to decide whether you want to continue participating in the battle or simply take what's yours. Of course, you will not be able to tear off the strings of importance straight away. You cannot just decide to be rid of all your excess values and complexes just like that. Neither should you set about being rid of them, for that just sets up another battle. The strings of importance will drop off by themselves when you stop battling. Any importance that can be consciously dropped should be. Anything that cannot be consciously dropped can be transformed through action. Turn your target slide around in your mind, visualize the process, and calmly place one foot in front of the other in the direction of your goal. This is your proactive step. Rejecting the game also counts as action. Give yourself and the rest of the world the opportunity to be as they are. There is no need to change yourself or fight with life. As soon as you turn your back on the battle, your freedom will become more tangible with every passing day. It is not possible to be rid of the burden of the problems that you have accumulated over the course of your life in one fell swoop. However, by observing the principle of coordination, you will make your way out of the mesh of wind-fallen trees onto a clear, even road. There is no guarantee that everything will go smoothly at the outset. You can expect to be provoked by pendulums, obstacles, and disappointment. The main thing is not to lose heart or sink into despair. Everything will work out with time. For now, you have a powerful technique at your fingertips for managing your own destiny. If you have felt enlightened by the insight that you can control the events of your life, if you have sufficient confidence and the necessary enthusiasm, you can also expect to come up against some unpleasant surprises. You are likely to get a slap from one force or another, depending on the intensity of your confidence and emotional high, as balanced forces will respond to your excess potential. Do not succumb to the temptation of imagining yourself to be the puppeteer or director-producer of the play called My Life. Of course you are a director, but solely in relation to your own fate. You are not the only one thing acting in the play called My Life, and so the slightest expression of arrogance and self-importance will create excess potential. You might think that you do not have a high opinion of yourself at all, but no one is perfect. You have received the key to an extremely powerful force, and so the slightest deviation from integrity and impeccability will have tangible consequences. Ideally, the awareness that every individual is the master of their own fate should be quite obvious. Imagine that you were given a document that certified your right to purchase a newspaper at any stall across the city. The document would hardly fill you with excitement because you have this right anyway, irrespective of any document. Would you get upset if you could not buy a paper at one particular newsstand? No. You would simply go to the next, or forget about buying a paper after all. Your attitude towards your new ability to control the events of your life should be no different to your attitude towards buying a newspaper. There is one more thing I must warn you about. Transurfing is not designed with the intention of causing any other person harm. It is possible to use transurfing to direct hostile intent towards a person or group of people that you wish to take vengeance on, but doing so would entail serious consequences. I really do not recommend that you practice black magic. Even if it seems to you that retribution is entirely justified, do not get involved. If you have not been able to resist sending negativity towards your enemy, you can expect to receive an initial warning. You will see a sign. If then you do not stop, you will be punished. Never forget that we are all guests in this world. The conditions of freedom are that we get to choose, but we do not have the right to change anything or anyone. As you know, many ancient civilizations perished, leaving nothing but shards of physical construction, such as the Egyptian pyramids, and the muffled echoes of some respect, mystical knowledge. Those people who mastered the power of outer intention became too powerful and were not only punished but totally destroyed by balanced forces. There have been many civilizations like Atlantis, and every time the people mastered the power of outer intention, they forgot that they were just guests in this world. And you know what happens to guests that push the limits? They get kicked out. You should also be particularly wary of boasting to your friends and family. If you make claims aloud that you will get what is rightfully yours, your chances of success will decrease significantly. It is one of those cases where confidence must grow into inner confidence. When you know in yourself that you will achieve your goal, do not disturb the balance. When you carry this knowledge inside, it becomes a thing of itself. However, if you declare to others that you will acquire something you do not yet have, you create excess potential. Then balance forces become involved, aimed at eliminating the excess potential. One should conclude, therefore, that it is better to act with some humility and keep silent. Naturally, once you have achieved your goal, you can kick up your heels, but without foolish extremes or euphoria. Otherwise, balanced forces will confiscate your newfound toy. Transform your joy into the intention of celebration. Use your right to choose and allow yourself the luxury of perceiving the life you are currently disenchanted with as a celebration. This will give you a real rather than an illusory cause for celebration, for then you will have the hope of acquiring freedom. You'll experience a quiet delight knowing that you are moving towards your goal, and this will keep the feeling of celebration close. Even balanced forces will not be able to darken your quiet delight. In accordance with the principle of coordination, if you perceive life as a celebration, whatever is happening, it will become one. Now there is no need to continue battling. You will get what is yours in the end. By turning your back on the battle, you tear off the strings and acquire your true freedom without losing the prop they gave. The new prop is the alternative's flow. Remember that your choice will be fulfilled. Attune your thoughts to your target line, and then the flow will be directed towards your goal. There is no force capable of preventing you on the path towards your goal if you go with the flow. Stay balanced and observe the principle of coordination. You are no longer a small paper boat on the wave of circumstance and no puppet in the hand of pendulums. You have a sail, unity of heart and mind. You have a helm, your choice. You glide through the alternative space on the wind of outer intention. Summary. Turning the key releases tension and frees the energy of intention. Transaction. Turning the key, visualization, and clear, focused sight. Transaction enables you to see the changing shades in the scenery. Do not give the transaction technique excess meaning. Carry out transaction in a relaxed manner. Do not push yourself to do the transaction exercise too often. The target slide and visualization process are quite sufficient. The only purpose of transaction is to enable you to perceive movement through the alternative space. Moving towards your goal refreshes the layer of your world. The world is a mirror that reflects your relationship to it. You win your freedom by ending the battle. Chapter 15. Letters from the Past. But you yourself must not distinguish your victory from your defeat. B. Pasternak. A run of bad luck. I have some questions I have not been able to find the answers to. According to your theory, if I look for the good in everything, I should end up riding a wave of positive events. I tried that, but it did not work for me, and it was not just the once, otherwise I would not have noticed it. I'll give you an example. About 6 months ago, I had a great job that suited me perfectly and made me happy. I lived for my work. I had good friends, a partner, a home, and my parents lived close by. I was genuinely happy, and what is more, I knew I was happy. I even envied myself a little that I was so happy. Life was chilled and everything made sense. I knew it could not last forever. Then I had to leave, and now I have no home, very few friends, and a job that does not match my qualifications or personal plans. Here is another example. I was about to graduate from university. For the 2 years prior to graduation, I spent a lot of time at the faculty building close relationships with the lecturers and other students. During the final term, I even had a physical sense of what a wonderful, unrepeatable period in my life this was, and so I tried to commit every day to memory. Then I had an offer to stay and work at the Institute. I was beside myself with joy. But then there were cutbacks in university staff, and I was not offered a position after all, and spent 6 months unemployed just sitting around at home. These were truly dark days. In other words, there have been many times in my life when I have been truly happy and thanked God for it, only for it all to be ruined by a run of bad luck. In my case, the law you talk about did not work, and I got drawn into a negative wave of events. And when I was really low and started to whine and complain about things, it's as if I was given a clue or some kind of help, although according to your theory, this should have swept me way off course. These are the kinds of contradictions I have been experiencing. I would be grateful if you could help me understand them better. There are no contradictions in your case. On the contrary, everything is working out just as it should, and although it may not be clear to you why it suddenly rains after the sun has shone, you express the reason for this wonderfully clearly in your letter. The reason has always been and will always be the same. The world is a mirror of your relationship to it. The difference between the former and the latter only lies in the fact that a mirror reflects change instantly, whereas the world's response may take a few days or even several months. Look at what you've written. Life was chilled and everything made sense, but I knew it could not last forever. During the final term, I even had a physical sense of what a wonderful, unrepeatable period in my life this was. Where, in your opinion, is the contradiction? In your relationship to these periods in your life, you chose the program, and the world fulfilled it impeccably. The world always manifests your personal choice perfectly. This, in fact, is all it ever does. You express your complaint about the mirror in the following way. There have been many times in my life when I have been really happy and thanked God for it, only to then have a run of bad luck. So what caused the run of bad luck? If I tell you where a run of bad luck comes from, you will not believe me. Even if your letter had not contained the key phrases I have quoted, it would not be difficult to name the reason for the phases of bad luck you describe. There is nothing unique about what you write, for we always make the same mistake. The thing is that the run of bad luck that followed the run of good luck was not a run of bad luck at all. You just decided to paint it in dark colors. Nothing bad can follow from something good. In reality, after something good, something better always follows. But you did not see it this way. You could not accept the changes that were underway, and so put your negative relationship to the world out there. The world gave you a mirror reflection of it and transformed your choice into physical reality. Such is the nature of the human mind that it stubbornly insists on its own script. Anything that does not fit the script is considered a failure. and vice versa. Only things that the mind has already imagined are accepted as a sign of success. The mind is quite obstinate in this regard, and this quality originates in an inflated sense of self-importance and established social stereotypes. How can your mind know what is really good for it and what is not? Can it possibly foresee how things will turn out? Great success never knocks on the door beforehand. It always literally drops out of the sky. Have you never wondered why this is? It is because in this instance, the mind is distracted and has not been able to hinder success from being realized. Only in the moment when the mind releases its deadly grip of control over the script can success break through the solid line of defense. If success could be planned, there would be no need for us to all have these conversations in the first place. Plan and get what you planned for? Only very rarely. The mind is not capable of designing an algorithm of success. Sometimes readers ask me how they should act in one specific situation or another. How could I possibly know how they should act? Never believe anyone who claims to know the recipe for success in any given situation. No one is given to know these things. So, where does the answer lie? The answer lies in the world that is your mirror. Transurfing offers the most amazing discovery. All you have to do is make a choice and then get out of the way of its material realization. The paradox is that we do not have to know precisely how to find success, and in fact, it is actually better that we do not know. Did you really think that transurfing would give you yet another recipe for success? It is beyond the caliber of the mind to make up such a recipe. The whole beauty of it all is that the recipe writes itself. The mind's task is to avoid hindering the alternatives flow, the natural course of events, with its tendency for control. The alternatives flow always runs in the direction of your choice. This is why, once you have made a choice, you can boldly depend on the coordination of intending principle. My intention is being realized. Everything is working towards its realization, and everything is unfolding as it should. Let us return to the run of bad luck. Every time you encountered a run of bad luck, you missed an opportunity of some kind, the chance to make the run of good luck even luckier. The mind could not accept the nature of forthcoming events or interpreted them as negative, as a result of which the negativity became manifest in all its glory. Do not be upset at the thought of opportunities lost. If you define your goal and hold fast to the principle of coordination, a wonderful discovery will await you. You will see that all the mistakes you made previously served towards this goal. You would never have achieved it if you had not encountered the previous setbacks. On the other hand, if you had not made those same mistakes, you would still have reached your goal. It is just that it would have taken a different shape. You do not have to limit yourself to the potential of one goal only. There are infinite goals at your disposal. This is how mysterious, magnificent, and generous the world really is. So do not despair. If you move toward your innermost goal, the past will lie before you. Perhaps until now, you have allowed yourself to be distracted by other people's goals. The game of partners. You said that seemingly incompatible individuals marry as if to punish one another. When I read this, I thought it described my situation perfectly. Could you give me any practical advice as to how to find a way out of this situation, what to do and think? I have tried many times to improve my relationship. Sometimes things get better, but the effect is always temporary. And then I understand that my wife and I are just fundamentally incompatible, and I should try to build a relationship with a different woman. I have chosen to get a divorce. I really want to end the relationship, but there is shared property involved, and so circumstances prevent me from carrying out my plans quickly and smoothly with minimum losses. Sometimes when I get angry and feel prepared to end it all, there and then, whatever the circumstances and consequences, the relationship seems to improve for no apparent reason. But soon after, it all kicks off again. What can I do from the point of view of transurfing to change this situation? It is true that the majority of divorces come about for the relatively trivial reason that the partners involved refuse to accept each other as they are. You might be thinking that this explanation is wrong and that I will show you why, but you would be mistaken. It is not a matter of who is right and who is wrong. Awareness, or rather the lack of it, is the one banal yet key cause of conflicts that seems to arise over the trivial things in life. Annoyance reflects a lack of awareness. In non-lucid dreaming, the dream just happens to the dreamer. They are not aware that they are seeing it is just a dream because they are so totally absorbed in the game. In the same way, people who are living asleep in the waking world react negatively like an oyster reacts to an external irritant. Everyone understands theoretically that each individual has a right to their own weird personality traits and eccentricities, and that they are not obliged to change if they are a little different to us. Yet most people are only aware of this when they are asked about it directly. In all other cases, the annoyance factor is triggered unconsciously. The type of person who is asleep in the waking world cannot allow themselves or others to be themselves. They create dependent relationships which generate polarization and evoke the wind of balanced forces, which brings people with diametrically opposed personality traits together in order to cancel out the dissimilarity between them. In addition to everything else, sensing a polarity of qualities, pendulums induce actions that cause even more annoyance. You may have noticed that sometimes your partner seems to do things deliberately to annoy you. Be aware that in the majority of cases, they are not conscious of what they are doing. Their actions are influenced by a pendulum that wants to annoy you even more so that it can feed on the energy of your irritation. You illustrate how polarization works in your letter when you write, "Sometimes I get angry and feel prepared to end it all, there and then. Whatever the circumstances and consequences, the relationship seems to improve for no apparent reason." When you agree, whatever the circumstances, you let go your grip as if saying, "Let it burn." In this moment, the effect of polarization is weakened. The wind of balance forces lifts, and the pendulum leaves you alone. As a result, the relationship temporarily improves. It would be more accurate to say that people who are similar in character are more incompatible than people who are very different. Translated into the language of fact, when people say, "we are not compatible," or "our personalities clash," what they really mean is, we could not accept each other the way we are. In reality, people with opposite characters can and should be able to live happily together in harmony. There is a reason why balanced forces bring opposites together, thereby supporting the status quo. You may know, as I do, of couples who have split up many times during the course of a long-term relationship, each time believing the split was serious, packing suitcases, smashing plates, burning family photographs, tearing up certificates of marriage, and carrying out other equally inflammatory rituals. Each act of drama is likewise accompanied by terrible oaths that this time it is for real and there is no going back. Yet the storm subsides and both warriors calm down and go back to living together again. All these conflicts armed with rolling pins and plates could be avoided if those involved could step down from the stage into the auditorium and observe the act, i.e., their life together from a different perspective. It is essential that at least one of the partners do this. Why is a life shared by two people like a play? Because each takes on a role. I will be this person and I will do such and such that you do irritates me. People become immersed in the play and behave without conscious awareness as if they were sleeping in the waking world. Life happens to them, and so they are incapable of influencing the script however hard they try. And try they do. Remember how when you were little you used to play at being grown-ups? Unlike adults, children are aware of the fact that it is all just for fun. Children always remember that this is a game, and so they act consciously like a theater goer who simultaneously acts in the play. Children are capable of changing the script in their game because they know that it is not real. Likewise, in lucid dreaming, the dreamer is capable of controlling the events that are taking place because they are aware it's a dream. When people grow up, they lose the ability to play indifferently and become mentally immersed in their games as in a deep sleep, losing conscious awareness of what is happening as a result. Because people are asleep and waking, they turn into weak-willed puppets, obedient to the pendulums, and life begins to just happen to them in the nature of a dream. Try to live your life together as children. Adopt the roles you have attributed each other and play them indifferently, just for fun. For example, as soon as your partner begins to do something you don't like and you find yourself getting irritated as before, play your role in picturesque or grotesque manner with humor. As a result, the dynamics of the conflict caused by dreaming unconsciously when you are awake will become crystal clear. Then you will begin to realize just how many arguments are pulled out of thin air like in the soap operas. When you become aware of this moment, you will at last be able to accept yourself and others just the way they are. Charity. For the past 2 years, I've been totally immersed in trading currency, Forex, but I have not been able to get to a point where I could trade stably and profitably. For 2 years now, I have suffered constant losses. Maybe my colleague is right who writes that the market is the invention of the devil. Give what is Caesar's to Caesar and what is God's to God. They say that when you play on the market, you trade in your own soul. And unfortunately, it is true. That is how it is. The only way out for me now is to donate everything to the church. But this will not resolve the karmic consequences. And what about the multivariancy of fate? Why should not one provide for one's life by trading in the currency market? Are the stories of the millionaires all just a myth? Should I eliminate the very idea of getting rich from my mind and replace it with the idea of helping others? I am no theorist, and neither am I just dabbling in ideas. Everything I write I have experienced personally, and not once, but hundreds of times. What do you think I should go for? You are asking me what you should choose. Can I or anyone else really show you your true path? Only your soul can know what you should choose. All I can do is evaluate your mistakes, and even that is a subjective opinion. You write, the only way for me now is to donate everything to the church. Naturally, I realize that you do not really believe that this is the only solution available to you. Yet why would you consider making a donation a solution at all? It is not the adherence of God, but the adherence of pendulums that have instilled the idea that you save your soul or are absolved of certain karmic issues by giving your money away to the church. Any true servant of God will tell you that absolution or pardon can never be bought for any amount of money. Let us call a spade a spade. The religion pendulum is not the same as God. The church is required by the pendulum, not the Almighty. God does not need your donations. If you see making a donation as a solution to your problem, it means that you are trying to make a deal with Him. Charity can eliminate the excess potential of accrued sums of money if you have a surplus of stagnant resources. However, given that you are involved in trading currency, you probably are not suffering from financial stagnation. Charity is a good deed in the true sense if only it is sincere. For example, a wealthy individual financially supports an orphanage but never visits. This is not a good deed, but a deal. The support is indifferently directed and simply serves as a nice idea framed with the pious phrase, I help children. The motivation, however, is not sincere. The sponsor does not have a passion to communicate with the children they are helping and so does not have any love for these children. They have regard for themselves as someone helping children. Can it really be bad that a person helps without love and sincerity or not? It is not necessarily bad. It is fine, but there is no reason to hope that the act will somehow count. Such a sponsor may increase their rating in public opinion, but in terms of compensation, the soul will get diddly squat. It is better to love yourself sincerely than to love others insincerely. I would even go so far as to say that it is absolutely essential to love oneself. You wrote, should I eliminate the very idea of getting rich from my mind and replace it with the idea of helping others? Do not burden yourself with the idea of having to help others if you do not genuinely feel motivated to do so. On the contrary, work on accumulating your own wealth. This you will do sincerely, and there is absolutely nothing to be ashamed of in doing so. Pay no attention to the cries of pendulum supporters who try to force their spiritual values upon you. Remember that a truly spiritual person will never try and force anything upon you. The highest spiritual value you can have is your own soul. Turn away from pendulums and turn to face your soul. Think of yourself, for example, creating your own well-being. That said, the approach to creating your own wealth needs to be different to the one you are currently taking. The soul does not want money. It wants the things that money can buy. Do you really know what you want? Perhaps not. Ask yourself what you really want in life. What would turn your life into one continuous celebration? Define the goal. Your mind takes the direct approach. Money will buy almost anything. Consequently, it makes sense to go straight for the money. The problem is that the soul is direct in its own manner and does not share the mind's desire for cash. The soul has no understanding of what money is, basically because, put simply, it does not know how to think in abstract terms. So the soul will never become the mind's ally when it comes to accruing money. The mind is powerless without the soul, just as the soul is powerless without the mind. So what should you do? Define your goal and take steps toward it without considering how to achieve the goal. The means will appear. That's the whole trick. In other words, if the soul and the mind move towards one goal together, arm in arm, doors will open before you that previously appeared impregnably locked. Could the currency market be your true door? I am not the one to judge, yet you write, I have not been able to get to a point where I could trade stably and profitably. For 2 years now, I have suffered constant losses. You can draw your own conclusions. Those who become millionaires work towards their innermost goals, not for the sake of money. When a person moves toward their innermost goal via the right door for them, the soul sings and the mind rubs its hands in glee. Does working the currency exchange bring joy to your heart? Does this vocation satisfy your mind? Only you can know the answer to these questions. Esoteric knowledge. I have read a lot of literature of this kind, and the interesting thing is that in principle, the authors are all saying the same thing with some differences. I, for example, get confused from all the available material as to what is right and what is not. Almost everyone says that it is not worth letting all the information you perceive into your heart. But what should people who are sensitive do? And for example, people who give alms daily. For if we stop perceiving or understanding the grief of others, the world will become a callous and evil place. In the future, I want to be a journalist and already work for one publication. I mainly write newspaper stories based on the problems faced by women. You cannot write productively unless you are prepared to let their cares touch you. What should journalists do who come up against information of all kinds on a daily basis? Surely it does not mean that my entire life I will have to push pendulums or suffer myself. Perhaps I'm just not getting it. Sometimes I even wonder whether all these ideas, including transurfing, are not just different versions of a utopia. Because if you think about it, transurfing is also a pendulum that you have created, which you keep swaying with the thoughts of others. Why not simplify the laws and principles you describe? Transurfing has not simply been made up, and so its laws cannot be remade. It would be impossible to make up anything of this kind. Neither is it possible to learn this kind of thing from someone else. Esoteric knowledge can neither be made up nor learned. It simply resides in a commonly accessible place, which I happen to call the alternatives space. Someone else might call it something else, but that does not change its essence. In your letter, you mentioned that you get confused about certain issues. How do you make sense of the myriad different teachings which, as you put it, although being different, pretty much say the same thing? You will not believe how simple it is. Once you have read a sea of literature on psychology and the esoteric, you reach a certain point where you can stop and forget about everything other people have written in books. Once you have established a basic foundation of knowledge in any given area, you can source further relevant information directly from the alternative space. It requires boldness to rely on yourself rather than continuing to search for the answers in books. While your mind is attentively focused on the words of the wise people in this world, you will find confusion and be confined to the position of the eternal student. Change direction. Turn the focus of your mind to your soul, and there you will find the answers to all of your questions. Do you know what differentiates those who make discoveries, create masterpieces of culture and art, and write books from others who are surprised by the discovery, delighted by the masterpiece, and who read the books? How is the creator different to the critic, or the teacher different to the student? The former have the boldness to tear their mind away from the creations of others and give their attention to their soul. It is not that the critics and students have no talent. It is just that they direct the power of intention differently, towards valuing what belongs to others and learning from them. You might think that I enjoy appealing to your emotions in a kind of empty demagoguery or chewing over common truths. When I tell you to turn the attention of your mind to your soul, it probably sounds a bit vague and reeks of the kind of spirituality that is indulgently sweet. However, the things I am talking about are quite real. It would not be accurate to say that your soul already knows it all. It is not that your soul already knows. It is more than unlike the mind. It has access to an information field that contains data relating to the past and future, and likewise that contains all masterpieces and discoveries. The mind perceives the feelings of the soul as intuitive knowledge and inspiration, and then interprets them in the form of commonly held ideas and classifications. The mind can never invent anything totally new. The mind is only capable of building a new house from old blocks. Everything that is totally new is created from the unity of heart and mind. There are simple, concrete steps that can be taken to achieve this unity. Accept as fact that all knowledge is accessible to you. Look to yourself for the answers. Walk your own path. Exercise your right to individuality. Use your access to knowledge. Knowledge will become accessible to you as soon as you manage to change the focus of the power of your intention from others to yourself. You must just tell yourself that you are a unique individual and know everything. Ask yourself a question and wait for the answer. The answer will come to you, perhaps instantly, perhaps a few days later, or perhaps even months later, depending on the complexity of the question. But the answer will definitely come. Everyone's connection between heart and mind is different, but whatever the connection takes, the most important thing is to be mindful of the heart, so that the power of intention is with the heart. The whole secret lies in the fact that it does not occur to many people to do this, but to those who begin to make discoveries and create masterpieces, it does. The only thing that obscures unity of heart and mind is inner and outer importance. Importance locks the creative essence up in a box of established stereotypes. This is what you write about your readers' problems. It is impossible to work productively without letting their cares touch you. It is a phrase stamped with correctness, do you not think? It just begs to be followed with something like, how can you help them unless you let their problems touch you? This sounds very correct, but underneath it is a false stereotype created by pendulums. You help solve other people's problems not because you let them touch you, but in spite of the fact that you were touched. Moreover, when you become mentally immersed in other people's problems, you become incapable of solving them objectively. People experience problems in the first place because they are totally immersed in their own enactment. Life happens to them, and they, like in a non-lucid dreaming state, are subject to the power of circumstances. As soon as they come down into the auditorium and observe the theatrical play from a different perspective, they will see many things more clearly. While your mind is immersed in the problems of others, you are in the same position as they are. In order to understand and solve someone else's problem, you have to act dispassionately. This does not mean heartlessly or indifferently, but with detachment. This is the difference between the absence of importance and the absence of compassion. You can only find solutions to problems, both your own and the others, if you adopt the role of the participating spectator. All the time you are living your problems or the problems of others, you remain powerless. Many readers struggle to discern the difference between detachment and heartlessness. The absence of importance is a matter of detachment, not indifference. Play your role just for fun, as children do. Then you will be the puppeteer and master of the situation. But while your mind is immersed in the enactment, you are the puppet on a string. It is really not worth identifying emotionally with everything you encounter. When it comes to it, things are not as important as they first seem. You should help those who need your help, but the help should be given with detachment, without distressing yourself or sympathizing on a deep emotional level, as this only causes more harm. In addition, help should only be given when it is asked for. In response to your question, what should sensitive people do? People who give alms daily, for example. There is a very straightforward answer, but one you may not be expecting. Abandon guilt. Anyone who regularly gives alms feels a sense of duty, and duty comes from feelings of guilt. There is a difference between compassion for the needy and feeling a duty to help them. Duty is not a reflection of compassion so much as a manifestation of importance. If you suddenly feel overcome with a wave of sympathy for a particular poor old woman, then this is compassion. If, on the other hand, you are incapable of walking past any beggar without feeling tortured by your conscience, this is not compassion but a sense of duty. So what should you do? Acknowledge your freedom. You do not owe anyone anything. Claim your right to knowledge. You are equally as capable of creating and providing answers. Yet if you are not free of importance, you will be tortured by feelings of doubt. If you are free of importance, then you are right. And when you are free, you can allow yourself to sympathize and empathize. How to win back the one you love. I beg you to tell me how to win back the man I love. If the man you love left of his own choosing, then it is highly unlikely that you can win him back. At least you will not be able to return him to your life with the efforts of inner intention. That is, by taking any actions directly aimed at getting him back. This would include any attempt to directly influence the person in question. Even if you were to have some success, the person would not be the same. Only outer intention will win him back. With inner intention, you try to influence the world directly in pursuit of your goals. Outer intention works in such a way that the world itself meets you halfway. I can briefly explain how outer intention works. In relationships, partners are guided by inner intention, i.e., they want to receive something from the other half, and if they do not get it, they break off the relationship. Everyone has their own way of finding fulfillment in their relationships. They may need love, sex, respect, acknowledgement, approval of certain personal qualities, closeness, mutual understanding, escape from loneliness, fun, etc. Might there be one common element that unites all these different needs? This common element has always existed, and it remains the protection and confirmation of individual self-worth. Whatever guiding principles inform a person's actions, all personal motives are linked with the feeling of self-worth. It is human nature. Inner intention in human relationships is always aimed at protecting and confirming one's self-worth in one form or another. This is what the inner intention of your loved one is aimed at, on finding a partner that will fulfill their sense of self-worth. So what is your inner intention aimed at? Returning your loved one, and in doing so, firstly, restoring your own sense of self-worth, and secondly, renewing a relationship which gave you a sense of fulfillment? Now ask yourself whether you can fulfill your partner's needs if you allow yourself to be guided by inner intention alone. If you wish to win your partner back, you will have to give him the focus of his inner intention. Do not judge him for wanting to find confirmation of his worth in you, for you also wish to receive something from him. You may recall that the first principle of frailing sounds, abandon the intention to receive, replace it with the intention of giving, and you will receive the very thing you gave up. Abandon inner intention, whatever it is aimed at. Define the focus of your partner's inner intention. As soon as your actions are redirected towards fulfilling your partner's needs, your own inner intention will be transformed into outer intention. You will find that by adopting this approach, you not only make your partner happy, but you receive from your partner everything you desired and more. If you can abandon the intention of receiving and replace it with the intention of giving, you will instantly receive the thing you let go of. This principle works so effectively that it makes you feel as if some magic power were at play. This is real magic. No spells or love potions are required. Despite all we have said, it is as difficult to return something that has been lost as it is to step twice into the same river. It is better to try and adhere to the principles of frailing before the relationship starts to suffer. In any case, before you take any kind of action, if I were in your shoes, I would think very carefully about whether you really want to win this man back, or whether what you really have is a burning desire to restore your lost self-esteem. It is very painful to feel rejected or neglected, I know. But even if I knew all the details and circumstances of your relationship, I would still be incapable of advising anything more specific. All I can do is give you the tool. How you choose to use it, only you can decide. Do not forget that the layer of your world is your mirror. If you prefer to suffer, this is what will happen. If you apply the principle of coordinating intention and evaluate the current circumstances as exclusively positive, this is also how things will be. You think that everything's gone wrong, but has it occurred to you that the split of your loved one might be saving you from some unseen problems? Tell yourself that everything is unfolding as it should, for it is up to you whether you choose to delight or to suffer. If I was you, I would take heart, jump for joy, and clap my hands in delight. Let the mirror give you pleasure. I have the same problem. The woman I love is leaving me. My wife. We were going out for 3 years and have been married for 4. The main reason for the separation is my own financial insecurity. In many ways, I'm too soft, timid, and overly cautious. My wife thinks that with my knowledge and experience, I should create my own business because it is difficult when you have a gentle nature as I do to climb the top of the corporate ladder. And building a career is not really the thing for a creative type. In some ways, I agree with my wife. I tend to be too thorough, always looking for additional information or ways of gaining more experience. Over the course of my career, I have not worked in any one position for longer than 2 years, which has given me varied experience and knowledge in business. One of the strong points in my personality is that I am very receptive. This is also a disadvantage, as it is a personality trait that makes it harder for me to build a career. My wife wants stability, reliability, and children. These are my personal motivations too, but I do not see them developing in the context of a career, so much as on the principle of designing a profitable system or business model. This requires knowledge and experience, which have always been among my highest priorities. 3 months ago, my wife and I finally divorced, and now my wife is renting a separate flat, which her salary enables her to do. She is searching for herself, but our relationship is becoming colder, and she does not seem to want to see me. How can I win her back? I cannot give you a specific recipe to solve your problems. I offer specific solutions only in cases where the situation is crystal clear. And yet even then, my opinion is purely subjective and so fallible. If I do not know the answer to a problem, I ask my intuition. If my intuition does not help, I recommend applying one of the principles of transurfing, because I know that this will not do any harm. In this case, my intuition coincides with a principle according to which you most totally listen to the voice of your heart. Others would say that success lies in a good career, stability, and a high-paying salary, but these things have no relation to our goals. Surely one cannot tell one's true path in life climbing up the corporate ladder. Careers, stability, high-paying salaries really are not goals in themselves. They are the accompanying attributes of goals. Your true goal is the thing that will turn your life into a celebration. You will never achieve anything by substituting a goal for an accompanying attribute. Attributes come of their own accord as a result of achieving the goal. For example, you receive all the benefits of life as a result of becoming a leading specialist in your field. It makes sense to strive for your goal and not for the benefits it will bring. It seems obvious. It is something anyone can understand, but the paradox is that this notion rises up in a small flash in people's awareness and is thereby eclipsed in the sticky gloss of attributes. People strive after attributes like moths to a light bulb, except that it does not get them anywhere. How can you achieve success if you work towards the goal's attributes rather than the goal itself? This is where the myth comes from that great abundance is the pleasure of a chosen few. Public opinion imposes its stereotypes, but the image of the stereotype is solely taken from the visible end results, whereas success comes in the process of moving towards the goal. The end results are always visible, whereas the process that tells the story of how the goal was achieved remains concealed in the shadows. As a result, the stereotype is created. Go after a career and good money. In other words, make straight for the light bulb. All people see is the gloss of stars already risen. There are few who turn their attention to the path that brought the star to the peaks of their success. All stars pass through a thick forest of setbacks and failure. Success only smiles on those who are convinced they walk their true path. Move towards your goal with indomitable spirit, and remember, whatever happens, the alternatives flow unfolds in the direction it should. No one can know when or how the goal will be achieved. If you walk in the footsteps of stereotypes, you are certain to be successful, but the level of your success will be mediocre and require immense effort. To achieve huge success, you must define your goal and move towards it unfalteringly, irrespective of what anyone else might try and tell you. There is no harm in taking other people's advice into account, but ultimately, decisions must be made with the heart. Only then will you stop beating your wings up against the light bulb like a moth in the dark. The appropriate decision is always born from unity of heart and mind. A categorically inappropriate decision is a decision that is based on a feeling of inner discomfort. If a decision causes you the slightest feeling of unease in your gut, similar to feelings of obligation, your heart is saying no. If, on the other hand, the decision you have made does not cause you any inner discomfort, the heart is saying yes, or I do not know. In this case, your mind makes the final choice. If the decision is right for you, the heart will sing and the mind will rub its hands in glee. On the other hand, if you cannot define your goal, do not torment yourself with trying. It is not like you cannot live without a goal. Why not just live without striving towards something, if that is what you want? If this is the case, then there is only one piece of advice I can give, which is to move with the flow and not be carried along by the flow. In other words, you need to observe the principle of coordination, and then life will take a calm, comfortable course. Your goal will no doubt reveal itself when you cease fitful attempts to find it. As far as your question goes concerning how to win back your wife, I'm afraid there is nothing I can advise you. The key phrase, she is searching for herself, but our relationship is becoming colder and she does not seem to want to see me. It is clear that the problem is not financial stability and the lack of it. If she does not love you, it is impossible to win her back. Intention. My question is this: can the laws of transurfing be extended to other people? For example, in the case that a mother wants to heal her children, mine suffer from mental illness, or I have, the intention for Russia to become a wealthy country and for its people to be happy. Intention is capable of anything. The issue is one of force. If you have intention with the force of a Jesus Christ, then of course you can heal, but the power of intention is not the power of desire. If you want something very strongly, then you are unlikely to get it. Neither is it a case of faith, because where there is faith, there is always room for doubt. Intention is the dispassionate, unconditional resolve to see your will manifest in reality, and the calm knowledge that this will be the case. Intention is pure when it is free of desire, fear, doubt, and other important potentials. The intention to get your mail from the post box is, for example, a pure intention. If your willingness to heal your children is equally as pure, then you will heal them, but do not fall into the trap of thinking that the result will be achieved by making effort. No matter how much effort they put into it, a person who is paralyzed will never get up and move. On the other hand, they will easily reclaim their mobility if they can by chance remember how they used to move. No one can teach the power of intention, not I nor anyone else, but Transurfing does offer methods that cause intention to work irrespective of your will. I'm talking about outer intention. In this case, if the treatment does not help, you must stop trying to heal your children. What is a psychological disturbance? It is when the soul is attuned to an area of the alternative space that has not been streamed into physical reality. Most healthy people are attuned to our physical world, whereas the mentally ill are not sick as such. They simply soar in an area of the field from which our point of view seems abnormal because it has not been transformed into physical reality. Accept your children as they are. They are not sick, they are just different to other people. It is great when a person is not the same as everyone else. This is what should be normal. What is not normal is the current situation in which everyone thinks and acts in the same way. You will not achieve anything by trying to make your children normal. As I have already said, the power of intention cannot be forced. By trying, making effort, and getting frustrated, you simply create excess potential, which in turn only aggravates the situation. If, however, you are able to accept your children the way they are and acknowledge their sanity, the power of intention will come indirectly, and the power of your inner intention will be transformed into outer intention. Give your children your attention, love, and as far as it is possible, their freedom. Release your children from the necessity of being normal and yourself from the need to make them normal. Then perhaps not straight away, but over the course of time, you will begin to see results. You must also decide for yourself whether to take my advice or not. Obviously, my advice is not that of a specialist psychiatrist. Do I even have the right to give such advice at all? Your heart will provide you with the answers to any question that relates to you personally. Trust the voice of your heart above other people's opinions, including my own. The only advantage I have is I have no emotional attachment to your children. In this sense, I have no excess potential in relationship to them, and so my intention to answer your question is pure. What I do not understand, however, is why you care so much about the fate of Russia if your own children are ill. Is not this a little too large scale of a personal concern? I am no fan of ideas aimed at making everyone happy. Each individual can only create the layer of their world, and so no one individual can possibly bestow happiness upon all of Russia. This could only be achieved if everyone were to work at it together. But people who are united by a common idea end up creating a pendulum which sooner or later engenders the destructive activities of leading adherents away from their true path and unleashing wars upon its competitors. You know well as I do what comes of ideas to make everyone happy. Any idea of this kind, even spiritual ones based on love for God, creates a pendulum. Entire nations have been wiped out in the name of God and happiness on earth. No pendulum is capable of making everyone happy, and any attempt to do so will cause much suffering and woe. Happiness is not a common thing that can be shared. Happiness is a very individual notion. When a nation takes action to build a happy society for all, it can only lead to the kind of shambles that, according to Bokhalov, reigns, not in the closet, but in the mind. Pendulums benefit from passing off a caring for others as great-heartedness and have a sophisticated knack of creating extremely convincing stereotypes. However, this is just a beautiful demagoguery. All people will be happy only when each individual sets out toward their innermost goal through their own door. In this sense, transurfing is a kind of pendulum for individualists, but it is the only true path to a genuine rather than ephemeral happiness. It is essential that you turn away from pendulums. Let your soul out of the box of stereotypes and work on your own happiness. On the path towards your goal, you will have the opportunity to do plenty of truly good deeds, and of course, you will be able to help the poor and the needy because you will have greater resources. You say that when a person rides the wave of success, they are happy and fortunate in all respects, and that the main thing is not to give in to the influence of destructive pendulums. What about the fact that life is not perfect, and it is rarely the case that one person is lucky in everything? Either you have growth and success at work and in your career, or you are lucky in that everything is cozy and calm and loving at home. Most people want everything to be wonderful in both. You are the one who says that no man is lucky in everything. That is your personal choice. If this is what you think, this will be true for you. The world always manifests the choice you make for yourself. You write, most people want everything to be wonderful in both. Here the world also manifests your choice. It impeccably reflects the fact that you want everything to be wonderful, but nothing more than that. You want it, do you not? So what you will receive is exactly that, your wanting self. When you stop simply wanting and intend to have, then you will receive. Take note of the Transurfing motto, I do not want or hope, I intend. Importance potential. Tell me how to overcome fear, anxiety, and panic. How do you avoid getting brought down by these emotions on a practical level? When someone close to me leaves, like my daughter or son, for example, the fear comes over me in a wave and consumes me. Did they land okay? Why do they not ring to say they have arrived? The issue you have touched upon here is interesting but quite complex. There is no universal recipe for fear. If you found a simple and effective way of dissolving fear that did not involve having to change your conscious awareness, it will be one of the greatest discoveries of all time. In the terminology of transurfing, fear is an excess energy potential that emerges when excess meaning is attributed to the object of one's fear. Excess potential disrupts the balance in the field, consequently giving rise to forces that eliminate the imbalance. Suppose you found yourself having to walk along the edge of a cliff and were terrified of falling over the edge. By what means could balanced forces eliminate the excess potential? The least energy-consuming method would be to throw you into the abyss and be done with it. Nature always takes the path of least resistance. However, since this alternative is not to your liking, you overcome the resistance of balanced forces. That is, you control yourself. It turns out that in order to balance the fear potential, you put in even more effort. As a result, your energy expenditure is twofold, spent on the potential itself and on retaining it. Hardly any free energy remains, leaving one in kind of a stupor. If the fear potential has enough force, it will not be possible to keep it under control, and then balanced forces will do with you what they will. In other words, a feeling of panic arises and you are carried away by forces aimed at extinguishing the potential. That is, towards your death. If you could manage to consciously reduce the level of importance surrounding the situation, fear would disappear. The problem is that in a situation of this kind, it is impossible to consciously reduce importance. So the only effective approach you can use is to have some kind of safety net or alternative route set up. Whatever form this takes, it will be unique to each situation. If you have no safety net, all you can do is avoid struggling to control the anxiety. Trying to talk yourself out of being afraid is futile. Self-deception will not help. Any form of inner battle with fear only drains your energy and exacerbates the problem of excess potential. If it is not possible to feel fear, then feel the fear. Act as best you can in the circumstances, but do not fight the fear itself. For example, if you are nervous before making a presentation, go for it. Be nervous naturally and with pleasure. Give yourself completely to this wonderful feeling. Allow yourself to lose your mind in the way that it pleases you most to do so. As soon as you allow yourself this freedom, all the anxiety will magically dissipate, eventually vanishing into thin air. This happens because a significant part of your energy was otherwise spent fighting the anxiety. Anxiety and worry are less powerful manifestations of fear. Importance here is generated by anticipation of the unknown. In this case, it is possible to reduce the bar of importance. If something is worrying you, tell yourself that it is self-defeating to worry about it, for as a rule, our suspicions and worst expectations become reality. One way to eliminate anxiety is through action, whatever the kind. The potential created by anxiety and worry is dissipated in action. Idle worry will hang in the air around you until you take action. The form of action you take may not even necessarily have any connection to the object of your anxiety. It is enough to busy yourself with something, and you will see straight away that the intensity of your anxiety has subsided. The coordination of intention principle, everything is unfolding as it should, can serve as a useful reference point for lowering the bar of importance. Allow yourself not to know how events should develop. Let go the grip of control over the situation and give the situation the opportunity to successfully resolve itself. Circumstances will begin to unfold in a positive way if you consciously go with the flow rather than beating your hands on the water. You can rest assured that the coordination of intention principle works. The world has no intention of causing anyone difficulties, and not because forces exist which take care of you specifically, but because it involves expending less energy. The world has no intention of causing anyone difficulties, and not because forces exist which take care of you specifically, but because it involves expending less energy. Nature does not waste energy, and it is not profitable for nature to spend energy on you. The difficulties we experience are always related to an excess expenditure of energy. By contrast, prosperity is the norm and demands minimum expenditure of energy. The mind has no understanding of the path of least resistance and battles with the alternatives flow, thereby bringing obstacles and problems upon itself. Where else could they come from? No one has yet eradicated the law of the conservation of energy. The coordination principle should not be taken literally or categorically. You cannot walk right into the thick of things and at the same time assure yourself that everything is unfolding as it should. But generally speaking, you can rely on this principle. My problem is this: I have set myself very high goals and I am constantly surrounded by pendulums that get in the way of achieving them. I cannot talk about my goals or discuss my interests with anyone else, and even my relatives tell me I will not make it. When I observe other people, they all pretty much look the same to me. Please give me some advice. Of course pendulums get in your way. They get in everyone's way. The way of keeping their counter impact to a minimum is to keep the bar of importance to a minimum, i.e., do not attribute anything excessive meaning. This might seem an unusual recommendation, but the majority of problems are due to high inner and outer importance. Quote-unquote very high goals are not difficult to achieve per se. It is the accepted stereotypes and the mind's false thought patterns that make them difficult to achieve. The coordination of intention principle can help you in breaking these stereotypes and thought patterns. You can achieve any goal if it is truly yours. If the goal has been set by someone else, you can expect to experience a feeling of inner discomfort when you run the mental image of the goal as it would look had it already been achieved. As far as the choice of your goal and how to achieve it is concerned, here you can take into account what other people say to you, but their words should be giving no more meaning than that. You should take instruction from the dictates of the heart and not the advice of others, particularly relatives who only wish the best for you. That said, I cannot detect the precise nature of the problem from your letter. The phrase, "When I observe other people, they all pretty much look the same to me," is particularly vague. Let me explain. No one understands me, including my friends and parents. They do not understand my desires and try to pressure me into doing what they want. They do not understand how anyone could think the way I do. I am the kind of person that likes strict discipline. I plan my day, I am proactive, persistent, and persevering in relation to my goals. I am eager to acquire new knowledge, etc. My parents tell me to forget about all of that, find a job, and have a problem-free life, which is why I consider to be very modest goals. The position of my friends is, I feel, even worse. All they think about is how to skip to the next class. They insult the teachers and discuss topics of conversation which I find totally uninteresting. They also make it impossible for me to concentrate on the lesson. To top it all, my parents are constantly arguing. Now the picture is a little clearer. You may not like my response, but it is mine to make a suggestion and yours to decide whether it is relevant or not. I do not force my views on anyone, but you ask me, and therefore I will reply. The solution to your problem is to play the fool. I mean it quite literally. Do not think I am humoring you. Choose the image of the fool very carefully, one that allows you to display all your positive qualities. Scrupulousness, being organized and focused. Ideally, the thing you choose to be the fool should be an inanimate object so that you do not cause any discomfort. Consider carefully the object you will choose. I would suggest, for example, using a teddy bear. Once you have found the appropriate dummy, make a neat plan of where, when, and how you will fool the fool around. It would be best to come up with a set of instructions detailing its actions. Something like, to fool around with the said fool rotated around on a longitudinal axis. The fool should be placed on an even surface in a position that will not prevent it from being rotated. The rotating of the fool is accomplished by the application of consecutive effort by means of the hands. of the one fooling the fool around, and so on and so forth. The instructions and plans should be scrupulously put together with great attention to detail, including safety measures. Take the task seriously and you will end up with quite an impressive project. I recommend that you format the project in a professional manner and present it in a business folder. Once the stage of the project is complete, you can set about its implementation. Prepare thoroughly and carry out all the necessary actions conscientiously in a strict accordance with the instructions. Your facial expression should be intelligent and focused. If you find yourself bursting into fits of laughter, take a break, laugh as much as necessary to get it all out. Then when you're calm, you can continue. You think I mock you? The thing is that the root of your problem lies in the heightened potential of inner importance. You write, I'm the kind of person who likes strict discipline, to plan my day, to be proactive, persistent, and persevering in my goals, but I'm constantly surrounded by pendulums that get in my way. You demand too much of yourself and possibly of others too. I do not know, but I suspect that you have placed upon yourself the role of a serious and responsible person with an important task. If this is the case, you will always find others fussing around you who display the opposite qualities. For example, you will be irritated by those who are irresponsible, disorganized, and undisciplined, and troublemaking. Basically, all kinds of bird brains intent on messing up your careful planning. Why is life like this? Because your excess potential of inner importance creates an instance of powerful polarization. People with the opposite traits will be attracted to you like iron chips to a magnet. This is how balance forces work in their aim to eliminate potential. The world you experience is your mirror. But if you create the excess potential of inner or outer importance, the mirror curves and the distortion of reality manifests in the fact of being surrounded by pendulums that get in your way. Put more precisely, the people that get in your way are not pendulums so much as they're puppets. Pendulums sense the energy of your potential and make other people behave in such a way that will get to you. As a result, you get irritated and the harlequin jumps even higher. The pendulum makes it swing and receives the energy of your irritation. As soon as you reduce the potential of importance, the picture of the outside world will gradually be transformed. You will be surrounded by the same people, but they will behave very differently towards you. As soon as polarization disappears, the mirror is smoothed out and reality turns to normal. So what causes the polarization? Surely not your positive qualities. Indeed not. You obviously have very positive qualities which will undoubtedly serve you well in life. Polarization appears as a result of dependent relationships. Your positive qualities only create change in the external energy picture when you start comparing yourself to others. For example, you think, I am disciplined and they are slobs. They are unfocused and I am goal-oriented. Making these kinds of contrasts is what attracts polarization. By carrying out this ritual, you will nullify your inner importance. You might think that the ritual is not for you. In that case, it would be better if you simply resisted the temptation of comparing yourself to others around you. Be yourself and allow others to do the same. Let go your grip. As soon as you do this, polarization will disappear, and the rest of the world will inexplicably look different, and it will stop getting in your way. Then you will understand what transurfing reality really is. You advise one serious reader to play the fool. What about those who are too busy fooling around? How can they be made to do something more serious with their lives? No one wants to do anything serious. Not because they are not serious as such, but because the things we consider serious are not the things that are meant for us. Laziness is a condition of the soul. It is quite natural for the soul not to want to busy itself with other people's affairs. Perhaps the soul did not come into this world to slave away for a pendulum, but to warm itself in the sunshine by the ocean, go skiing in the Alps, or travel, or any of life's other pleasures. Right, so who is actually going to do some work around here? Asked the angry pendulum, to which one may reply with the words of a humorous student song. Leave the job to the shaggy bear, who has nothing to do but to roam the forest and roar there. Quite right, too, for feelings of duty and obligation are the inventions of pendulums. In reality, our world is so rich and generous that it has enough wealth to go around, as long as each individual moves toward their own goal through their own door. It is unlikely that this will ever happen, but that is not to stop a given individual transforming the layer of their world into a very cozy little corner. You have to find your true goal and door. When you are moving towards your own goal, you do not have to persuade yourself or force yourself to act. The soul will skip towards its goal through its own door. To others, your door might seem a burdensome task, but to you, it will be a pleasure. All the time that you are moving towards someone else's goal through someone else's door, you are working for a pendulum. When you are on this path, the soul will always say, "I do not want to," and the mind will keep insisting that you must. This is a path to nowhere, whatever reasonable arguments and beautiful scenery it is dressed in. There is only one solution. Define your own goal and strive towards it. In the meantime, the remedy for forced obligation can be play. Remember how in childhood you played grown-ups at the shop or the hospital? Imagine now that what you're doing is playing, not laboring. You only suffer from forced obligation if your mind becomes immersed in the game. Adopt the role of the acting member of the audience, the participating spectator. Act in a detached manner. Do not give yourself entirely to the work you are forced to do. Make it as if it were a game. Rent yourself out. Reality inversion. Reality moves its frames indomitably along the film roll of time. Holidays come and go. It is just a shame that they end so quickly. Hemingway was right when he said that life is a movable feast that stays with you, although rarely does anyone manage to live that way. The movable feast is unexpectedly lost somewhere along the way, after which all life's colors fade. Emptiness and oppressive melancholy fill the space in the soul, sometimes for obvious reasons, and sometimes not. The worst part is that the world sinks into darkness swiftly and willingly, whereas enlightenment emerges slowly with much anticipation. The tendency of man for negativity has its own murky way, and an oppressed state results in which heart and mind agree how bad life is. When this happens, outer intention steadily shifts reality into the darker areas of the alternative space. The mirror responds quickly without hesitation or delay, whereas enlightenment is then slow to appear because when a person feels depressed, their attitude paints the layer of their world in ever darker shades. Sometimes everything seems so dreadful that you do not have the energy to recall transurfing or anything else. How are you supposed to break the vicious circle and straighten reality out? Generally speaking, it is pretty difficult to do, and yet there is a radical method that can be applied called reality inversion. A long time ago, and still quite recently, just 20 years ago when we were physics students, we studied at a positively awful facility where the teachers embodied the brutality of cavemen. The first year started with 75 students, but no more than 25 made it to the finish line. In an environment like this, the working law was, if you want to make it out alive, learn to laugh. We made up a game which I forgot about afterwards and only later came more fully to understand. The game was played according to the rules of transurfing. The essence of the game lay in turning your relationship to a situation on its head, that is, to initiate a kind of inversion. When things are bad, the pendulum rules make you suffer, worry, and crumble under the weight of your problems, and generally lose it or go on a complete bender. Our game rules dictated that you had to do the opposite. How well we managed it, you can judge for yourself. I was delightfully disappointed. Luckily, something terribly unfortunate has happened. Something irreparable happened and my affairs instantly took off. A fine gentleman in a car has been so charming as to drench me in mud. All my attempts were in vain, which secured my success. She does not love me. No, that would be too good to be true. She's faking it beautifully. He dumped me and I laughed like a Boudinini horse, and on in the same vein of artful wit. The only thing that got in the way was the hysterical laughter that followed all our attempts to transform misfortune. You were not allowed to laugh out loud in the middle of a lecture, and so suppressed laughter turned into rumbling, snorting, chuckling, and gurgling, and various other sounds of characteristic ungulates and amphibians. During break times, the energy that accumulated poured out into roars of laughter, quite Castaneda-like in style. It is clear what was happening from the point of view of transurfing. Firstly, any associated importance is reduced and consequently excess potential is also. Secondly, the parameters of the thought energy of delight, even if it was silly, were far from corresponding to sorry lifelines, and so a more positive shift occurred at once. The mirror responds quickly, and so the heart and mind sigh with relief, and as a result, reality is evened out. Once we were preparing for an exam on the theory of probability. The teacher was a fearsome man, putting it mildly. It was a sinister night in the student rooms in the shadow of the exam the next day. My friend and I were racking our brains as to how we could even out the situation. Who knows what probability is and how to calculate it? It is a mystery shrouded in darkness. They are like old hags sitting there cramming. That is not for us. Are we real men or what? Half-baked bastards. One of the hags overhearing our conversation stuck their head around the door. Shut up, lowlife. We are gentlemen. Assholes. Young scientists. Morons. Eventually someone came up with the idea of playing cards all night, at which point I said, no guys, that is over the top. I'm going to bed. But the gentlemen, dressed up in proper suits and ties and with cheap cigars in their mouths and bottles of some suspicious-looking liquid on the table, they sat down to play. When I woke in the morning, I found them sitting at the table still. You idiots, I said, you're all going to fail. They stood up, shook themselves a little, and set off for the slaughter. As a result of their prank, they did not do well at all. They all got a C. Not me, though. I got an F. That was a true success. How they envied me. They all came up to me afterwards with a searching look and asked me earnestly how I did it. I held my head up proudly. You see, I told you so. I hope you understand, gentlemen, where you can stuff your sorry C's. That same day, we celebrated my victory, and it was great fun. The next day, I had to resit the exam and got an A. I'm not making it up, believe me. If you do the inversion well, you will not be kept waiting for the result. If your mood is so low that you just cannot bear to bring yourself to do an inversion, then you have to make your mood even worse, taking it to the extreme, the grotesque, the absurd. If you increase the level of contrast in a slide to the maximum, there comes a point when it changes into a negative. That is pretty much what we were doing. One girl was feeling depressed. To make the situation worse, she dressed up in black so everyone would know she was mourning. Her friends came up to her, expressing their condolences and inquiring about how exactly she intended to commit suicide and when she was planning to do so. Eventually, the group surrounded her and started wholeheartedly singing a depressing, sorrowful song with wailing and wringing of hands worthy of savages, the whole shebang. Gradually, the primitive song became a prolonged cry and wolfish howl. And when they could hold it in no longer, everyone, including the lady in the black, broke out into uncontrolled laughter. Of course, it is easy if you have a fun group of friends, but if you do not, then you must manage alone. How you do it is a personal thing. Joking aside, it really does work to take your condition to the absurd. Substances that bring about a change in consciousness should be avoided, however, as the results of taking something can be even worse. Personally, I'm no fan of using the contrast method in solitude, so I do not so much recommend it as offer the option up for information's sake. A low depressed state indicates that the energy levels of intention are extremely low. It is better to try and keep your energy levels at a healthier level in the first place and avoid depression that way. As you can see, reality inversion is similar to the principle of coordination of intention. The only difference is that inversion is a more radical approach based on humor. Summary: if you do not control reality, reality will control you.
Thank you so much for listening. We truly appreciate you spending your time with us here on Better You Audio. If you found value in this audiobook, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Your support helps us continue bringing powerful and inspiring books to you. And this is just the beginning. We've got more audiobooks coming your way in the days ahead. So be sure to check back soon and keep growing with us. Until next time, take care and stay focused on becoming the best version of yourself.